Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino as we begin 7 days of cards-up coverage with the final table of the France Poker Series, the FPS main event, a record-breaking FPS playing down from the final 8 to a champion. And then we're going to segue straight into the EPT proper with the Super High Roller final table tomorrow and then 5 days of main event coverage, starting with world-famous bubble coverage on the 2nd, all the way through to the final table on the 6th. Normal on-air time, 12:30 local time. Final table start time, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. I am James Hartigan, alongside me are Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Joseph, we talked about this on the most recent episode of the podcast. We are excited to be back here in Monaco.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the 4 poker suits are diamonds, 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 and diamonds.
Nick, a little bit fragile after last night's party?
Just a little bit. I had to show up. It's my job as an ambassador to show face and show them what's up.
That is the lamest excuse I have ever heard for overdoing it. We would love to hear from you guys over the course of today and the next 6 days. Use the live chat on Twitch. Use the live chat on YouTube. You can still use Twitter for some reason. Hashtag PokerStarsTV if you want to. We are, of course, on Facebook and Instagram as well. And these are the players we're going to be watching today. A starting field of 2,138, a record-breaking FPS. 8 remain. Thomas Patka, a Slovakian pro, as the chip leader. Plenty of short stacks, Joe. 3 players in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
All guaranteed decent money as we come into the final day of this event. Next player out, I believe, is going to get in the region of 35k. And then we're looking at 6-figure scores for the top 4. In fact, if we look at the payouts right now, min cash right now is 37k. And yeah, 100k if you make 4th. The winner gets more than 300 grand, which for a 1k buy-in is a decent ROI.
That's like 300 times your money. 307.
And I think it's fair to say, Nick, that none of the players who've made this final table are going to be familiar faces. None of them is a household name. But I'm going to tell you, we've got some good stories here. We've got some interesting players who we're going to watch competing for the sums advertised on screen right now.
Some people who the money will matter to.
So we still have 22 minutes left to play on level 33. Blinds are going to start at 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind ante. We're then going to roll straight into the next level and the level after that. That means 2 hours and 22 minutes of uninterrupted no-limit hold'em action.
I have to say I'm really excited that we're covering this event. I think it's so cool to get FPS coverage coming direct to your Twitch and YouTube screens. So nice when we get the opportunity to see some fresh faces. Obviously, we see a lot of the same faces when we're doing EPT coverage. Nice to see some fresh faces, potentially some up-and-comers, and still a huge event. 307,000 euros for first place. Let's go.
So action's been folded around to Anatoly Chen in the cutoff. This is a guy who divides his time between St. Petersburg and Barcelona. He is a retired businessman, used to be a regular on the EPT circuit. Ace-6 he's got here. A hand I like to call the Le Chiffre.
Is A7 the Spraggy?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank God we're not overlapping.
Both are terrible hands which you shouldn't play. At least Spraggy's still alive.
Put it this way, there's a hand called the Dead Man's Hand, and A7 and A6 are both worse than that.
This seems like a good opportunity to 3-bet. I feel like at this stage in the tournament, you'd rather 3-bet Ace-Jack on the button versus a cutoff rather than call.
So Thomas Patka is the last remaining qualifier. Won his seats in this FPS event for 100 euros. Is a poker pro. Originally from Slovakia, now lives in Austria. This is a familiar story. Was a hockey player, then had an injury that prevented him from pursuing a career in sports. but wanted to harness that competitive instinct to turn to poker.
Very cool. Love that story.
And the movie Titanic.
He's just trying to figure it out. He's obviously checking stacks here. I understand at this point it's very important not to be making a mistake here, but I feel like it's a very clear 3-bet. So raise was 525. Just make it like, I don't know, a little like 14, 1.4 situation.
Decides just to call in position, so we now have the blinds to act. We have Rubens Salem from Marseille in the big blind. Should highlight that the no small blind this hand, as there was an elimination on the last hand of play last night. 8-6 of diamonds. Salam playing, like, what is it, 6 bigs behind?
Yeah, I was about to say, this is actually kind of a cool hand to put in as a squeeze once the dealer button flats. However, it's not like he has the chips to do it here, James. It's a situation where you probably are still supposed to call and just get lucky with a hand that has a lot of flop ability.
If you're going to squeeze, you need a little toothpaste in the tube.
you need a little bit toothpaste left to put the squeeze in.
Can you ever just call here, or is that
I love
stupid?
the idea of just calling.
You got to call. I think you got to call. Okay, I don't know. 6 bigs, though. Oh, it's so painful. This isn't the easiest spot ever, guys. I just think you got a lot of flop ability, that's all.
How big a difference is there between 6 bigs and 5 bigs if you then miss the flop and have to fold?
Now, see, a better question.
Around 20% difference.
I was going to say a better question is, what's the difference between him having 6 bigs and having 10 bigs? Because 10 bigs, you're like, snap call, let's go, let's say a flop. As soon as you put in another big blind here, it is such a huge amount of your chips, huge percentage of your total stack. But it's 8-6 of diamonds. Have you ever seen a prettier hand in your whole life?
Yeah, aces.
How do you say that?
So there is no shot clock in the FPS main event, before anyone asks.
And it shows.
Look, it's tough. This is really tough.
No,
it's
I'm
the
joking.
first hand, too.
I'm joking.
Again, as we see Salem fold, should highlight that even though he is a regular fixture on the FPS, he has less than $8,500 in total live winnings, and he's guaranteed his biggest ever payday today. This is a big spot for him.
Great fold.
Great fold.
Go heads up to the flop, and yes, on a queen deuce deuce board, advantage Patka, but there is a 45% chance that this hand ends in a chop.
Right out of the gate, guys, for real? We're going to see a chop pot situation?
That showdown.
Yeah,
Come on.
Quite right. Honestly, if I'm Chen, I'm loving this open with a6, but also I'm hating this flop, and I feel like no matter what you do here, you're getting looked up. If they have ace-jack, they're calling the bet. If they have king-queen, you're crushed. If they have 8s, they're calling. If they have 7s, they're calling. I would love to see Chen just give up here, honestly. It's just such a terrible spot if you think your opponent has any game whatsoever.
Action has been checked.
Love to see Patka just check again here. If you got the best of it, that's cool. You're not going to get like a pair of 7s to fold when they check this flop. Nice, very good.
4 of clubs on the turn. Patka still with the advantage.
All right, guys, I'm going to call it right now. I feel like this is going to be a chop pot.
Well, that should make everyone happy.
True. It's just a spot where like both players are really happy to get to showdown with ace high. Unless we see like a jack on the river, I really don't know if we're going to get any more action here. Chen just looking nervous as hell, though. He hates this spot, and I understand why.
This is the reason why, because ace-6 is not really connected with this board.
I think the reason is because when people call on the button, they like have a bunch of stuff that just smashes this kind of texture, and just you're not going to convince many of them to fold.
No delayed c-bet from Anatoly Chen. Checks the turn.
Slightly different body language there, by the way. The first check seemed very different from that one. Don't know if that becomes a tell later on. Patka might realize at this point that he might be ahead. Maybe he wants to make some protection. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like it's a spot where you probably check again. You're destroying all the ace combos that are trying to get to showdown. Nice. Yeah, I love to see it. You're not going to get a fold from the pair. Sorry, James.
Behind, well, that 10 on the river means this is not going to be a chop. Ace-Jack high is playing.
Yep, quite right.
To go with the deuces on board, of course. Cedar Cream watching on Twitch says Patkill isn't even looking at Chen, so he won't see the body language.
It's all about that peripheral vision, guys.
Doesn't need it. There's no body language online. They seem to do just fine.
Me Like Lasagna watching on YouTube says any famous poker celebrities on the table. I think it's fair to say no.
Is that a person, do you think, that likes lasagna or that they are like lasagna?
Bet from column A, bet from column B.
Yeah, that would be dope.
This, of course, a €1,000 buy-in event. The France Poker Series being the local poker tour in this part of the world. Bolted on to the European Poker Tour as this goes check, check, and at showdown, Patka's going to win the first hand of the day. And these are the 8 players who've outlasted a starting field of 2,138. Some of them guaranteed their best ever live score. Others looking to consolidate their previous results. And the chip leader extends his advantage. Patka now playing close to 70 big blinds. The short stacks are Dimitrov playing 12 bigs, Maxim Mammon playing 10 bigs, and Ruben Salam, who we saw fold the big blind on that hand, down to 6 bigs. Hand 2 of the final table.
Hello, Rahu.
Adel Rahu, seasoned cash game player, but only started playing MTTs last year. One of 2 players at this final table from Marseille.
This is a nice hand for Adele. This is the kind of hand you could use to set fire to the rain.
Rahu opening to 600,000 and 10-9 suited, the Grafton for Maxim Mammon, a businessman from Sweden. He's been playing poker for 20 years, is also very active. Hiking, skiing, cycling are among his hobbies in Zurich.
Mammon. Oh.
Anatoly Chen, 8-6 off.
All right, I'm gonna address a couple of these comments, but you're getting banned.
Patka, ace-3 off on the button. Is this where, as chip leader, Nick, you decide to kind of get a little bit aggressive with a small ace?
I'm not sure. UTG +1 is a very early position here. We saw Patka taking a slightly more passive line there with the ace-jack, which is not a problem. It's not a bad thing necessarily previously, but seems like he's being very deliberate and very he's taking his time in these spots. I think probably most of the time you're just going to see a fold here with the ace-tray. Ace-tray is a great 3-betting hand when you're facing an open from a later position where they have a wider range pre. UTG +1, probably a lot tighter than you'd like it to be. Or much stronger than you'd like it to be pre.
A lot of comments out there already about the pace of play, and I just want to remind everyone, this is a final table. This is the biggest final table that any of these players have ever been at. They're playing for 300,000 euros. They're playing for 300,000 times a single buy-in in this event. It's a big deal. They're on TV. Cut them some slack. These are really big spots worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah, 100%.
2 shorties in the blinds. Salam in the small with king-8 folds. And now we have Stefan Dimitrov with Queen Jack of strawberries in the big, has 12 bigs behind.
This is a minimum call. In fact, probably it's going to be a call 100% of the time. I don't think there's ever a chance he ever shoves or folds. So seems like a pretty clear call. Very pretty hand. Those strawberries, so sweet.
If you're the 6 big blinds here, is this to get it in?
I was literally just thinking about that 8-6 spot we just saw just now.
Yeah.
Salam in the big blind with 8-6 of diamonds. Again, honestly, I don't know the spot that well. I was saying, oh, it seems like he could call here and just try and peel. But that 6 big blinds, it's just so difficult to play well if it's not a pre-flop all in. Calling seems awful, like we saw, Joe, as well. Don't want to be results-oriented. Queen, deuce, deuce, flop.
No, I love being results-oriented.
Great fold. Oh, my days.
Dimitrov flatted in the big blind, has flopped trips. Dimitrov could well be the most accomplished player at this table, or certainly one of the most proficient. He is a poker pro who grinds, spin and goes, is regarded as a heads-up specialist.
Let's go. Repping the spin and goes. Love it.
And there is a chance that we will see this Bulgarian player when we cover the EPT main in a few days' time, because he has qualified for the EPT main on PokerStars.
I might have to update my list of favorite Bulgarian players.
Joe, you know how we like to muse on, we watch these pros and they're so, controlled and powerful, and then we're going, I'm in this spot and I'm just sweating super hard because, I got a massive hand and I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
You're on the final table of the FPS and you have Queen Jack, and the flop is the driest Jack 4 ever you've defended with 12 big blinds. This is the spot where I'm shaking. I'm trembling at the table because I am so excited about this situation. I'm like, how do I get paid?
I can't lose.
But I'm so excited about the fact that I want to get paid. I don't even know how to extract value at that point. I'm just way too jazzed about it.
Right, because you can still screw it up.
You can still mess it up.
You can't lose. But you can still screw it up.
It is so difficult to lose from this spot with Queen Jack.
So the continuation bet is 475,000.
I think it's a mandatory call. You just flat all day long and just hope that they barrel off. And as one of the shorter stacks at the table here, guys, definitely a player that you could pressure into making some tighter folds with a 4, maybe if a hand 4 or 5 suited, 6-4 suited, even a hand King 4 suited. What?
Well, the raise has occurred.
It is a check raise to 950,000, so he's clicked it.
That is so unexpected, but also I feel like Ace-King might feel obliged to still make the call versus the check raise here.
I mean, is the 12 big blind player ever bluffing here when they raise and there's a shorter stack?
But that's the question, right? Is this a balanced check raise? Is this a spot where he does it with 6-7 of clubs or something, where he has 2 overs to the 4 and a backdoor flush draw? If it's balanced, this is dope. But also, who cares about balance at this point? Just always get paid every single time. It looks super strong. You're absolutely right, Joey. I honestly don't know if this is ever going to be balanced in this situation.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you think Dimitrov is sometimes going to be doing this with a 4, do you continue with Ace-King?
Okay, now that's another really great question, because I feel like Ace-King of spades feels obliged to come along because the check raise was so small, because he thinks that there's a chance he just has King 4 or, Ace 4 or whatever, and he's just trying to sort of protect his hand right here on the flop. You still have the backdoor spades. If I'm Rahu, I'm still calling this all day long. And actually, that might be the genius of this check raise. Is the check raise looks super strong, but it's so small that it keeps in all the hands that open, right? Pocket 6s isn't folding. Pocket 7s isn't folding. Ace-King isn't folding. Ace-Queen isn't folding. Unless you got to read on this guy that he's literally always got a jack, you might always get looked up here. So maybe this is the genius line.
I'm 100% willing to play results here, and if it works, call it genius, and if not, say it was a mistake.
I think the other important point is, though, Dimitrov is super short here, guys. He has 6 big blinds behind.
Yeah.
Why? Honestly, I just don't understand why this would ever be a check raise. You're always going to be able to get the chips in on a later street. If they were 50 big blinds deep, you check raise all day because you get looked up because they're trying to find some backdoor and they can afford to do it. You also want to build the pot and try and stack people. But
is this something that you would see in a spin and go?
Never.
Oh.
I can basically guarantee that a solver would tell you to never, ever, ever check raise Queen Jack at that stack depth, because the pot is already so big. It's relative to stacks.
Well, the check raise wins him the pot Stefan Dimitrov still playing a sub 20 big blind stack, 18 bigs right now. Ruben Salam still the low man at the table with 6 big blinds. And those blinds going up in 5.5 minutes because the clock is about to tick into level 34 and the blinds will jump to 150, 300. Just to address again, I know, Joe, you've already talked about the fact that there have been people criticizing the pace of play, and now we've got people saying we need to add a shot clock. Bear in mind that the tournament staff here on the EPT carefully consider which events should have a shot clock, and it's done by talking to the players and polling the players who play these events as to what they want and what their expectations are. Yes, shot clocks are brought in in tournaments with a buy-in above a certain level, but for the lower buy-in events, including some of the regional tour events at the 1K level, you do get a lot of amateur players in those events. And I think it's fair to say that shot clocks put amateur players at a perceived disadvantage. And ultimately, the pros who play these events and the amateurs who play these events vote against having a shot clock in them. And it would be wrong to do something for the sake of some live stream viewers if the people who are paying the buy-in and paying the reg fee are then not happy.
That's right. That's right. The players have to come first. If you want to watch a speedy poker show, watch some edited coverage. These players have earned the right to take their time at the final table.
Yeah. Watch a Nick Walsh stream on PokerStars Central Channel, twitch.tv/PokerStars, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, you know, at 2 p.m. It's up to you if you want to watch something fast.
And Michael Thorne raises a very good point. Watching on YouTube, Michael says players can still call for a clock, can't they? Absolutely. If anyone at the table feels that one of their opponents is taking too long and, you know, we're only playing 2 hands every 20 minutes, then absolutely they can call time on people. Players control the clock.
It's also just it's not fair to, out of the gate in the first 15 minutes of this broadcast, to complain that things are going slow. If this final table takes 20 hours, yeah, we'll all be a little bit moany about it, but it's probably not.
Yeah, just a reminder, guys, we have 3 players sub 20 bigs and 2 players above them with not much more.
Let's go, sell them. We don't have to... Oh.
What?
Ooh.
Wait.
Yeesh.
What? Wait. No. Don't fold.
I guess he's trying to ladder?
He's on the button with King 10 of clubs.
He's
You're the shortest
bottom
stack.
rung of the ladder.
No, nobody. No, that was your... You never get a chance on a final table to even make the play. That was the moment.
And that will see Daisuke Ogita basically get a walk in the big blind. Now, this is a guy who's got 800K in live cashes. Not a professional player, works in advertising, but likes to travel and combines his trips away from Japan with poker.
We always get a couple of Japanese players at Monte Carlo, and
true.
I love it. What's it, Golden Week, right?
Yes, all their bank holidays combined into one single week.
No, don't. Oh, I'm still reeling from that fold. No, buddy. No. You can't miss that spot. It's a gift.
Maybe he has bad history with King 10 suited. Like maybe King 10 suited killed his parents or something. You don't know.
At this rate, I hope it did. That's a horrible thing to say.
We just hope there's some kind of backstory for it.
Thank you for rescuing me, Joe.
So Anatoly Chen has ace-jack off. Chen starting the hand with a 32 big blind stack.
River Yowie in the chat says his parents bet their house on King 10 suited. There you go. Thank you. That's a better backstory.
Thank you to the Undersea Monkey for, again, underlining something Joe was saying earlier on. These guys, for many of them, the first time they've ever played with cameras and a TV set around them. Imagine adding the pressure of a shot clock. Find humanity and compassion and give them a break.
Oh, wow.
The internet? Humanity and compassion? Are you nuts?
We can but ask, we can but hope.
You've come to the wrong place, buddy, but yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. Chen opening up for the min raise here, which is what you want. Love it. Patka, okay, I know we don't want to shot clock shame, but don't be silly now. There you go. That's fine. That's a reasonable amount of time.
Okay. Salam. 9-3 off. Bin it. Move on. Thank you.
Easy.
Round
no decision there.
To the big blind. Adele Bank rolling in the deep. Ace-8 off.
Very nice. So just for some reference here, Rahu, guys, about 19 big blinds after he puts in his big blind. This is a close one, guys. I feel like the call is fairly standard, but you're in a great position on a final table. There's lots of short stacks, and that open from early position will have you dominated quite often. No danger on the flop, though. Ace-8 completely whiffs, which is kind of what you want to see if you're not going to improve in a big way. Maybe an ocho, maybe better. Checks, of course. Honestly, Chen could go either way here. Chen's sitting on about 30 bigs. On a final table, there's a ton more checking that we do because we just want to try and, like, you know, lower the variance when we have a decent middling stack. When you see bet here, you're going to get looked up by a 3 or a 4, which means that you need to continue barreling to actually get them off those hands. If they have 5-6, you need to bet for protection. So if you're deciding to bet this flop, you should probably be betting turns. Therefore, you're turning your hand into a bluff when you just have showdown. I would love to see a check. Very nice. Love it, Chen. Nice work, bud.
Chen check.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Chen now a 92% favorite.
I think if your opponent has sort of a king-high situation here, an ace-high situation in the big blind, they're going to try and get to showdown just as frequently as you're going to try and get to showdown with ace-jack. So you're not in that much danger of getting bluffed in this spot. If we were final 4 tables, you want to fight for every spot you got. You want to battle for those chips. On the final, you're in a great situation to find some huge ladders. I think we're going to see a lot more passive play, but it's not a situation where checking the flop necessarily inspires your opponents to bluff that often.
I know this isn't going to mean anything to anyone, but Chen looks exactly like the character I created for myself in Skyrim.
So we now get the turn lead from Rahu, 525,000 into 1.375 million.
I mean, give this dude a quiver of arrows. I mean, it's spitting image.
He was a warrior. Then he took an arrow to the knee.
That's right.
I take it all back, guys. Here's a spot where Rahu is like, nah, it's cool. If I'm seeing a check here, I'm going to bluff. Fair play to him. Love to see it. I guess it's tricky now because Chen probably painfully aware of the fact that the check on the flop means he should probably be looking him up on the turn. The cool thing about having ace-jack with the ace of diamonds is if you call here because you think you're ahead and it comes to diamond, you can then decide to go ahead and bluff anyway. Makes the call. Yes, mate.
And that is going to take us to the river. Nearly 2.5 million in the middle. Rahu, the effective stack with 4.2 behind. It is a diamond on the river.
Okay, plot twist. The deuce of diamonds is a fantastic card for Rahu to bluff now because he will have all the 5s and Chen will have very few of them. I think even pocket 5s probably c-bets this flop if you're Chen. So it's almost impossible for him to have a 5 unless it's literally like maybe ace-5, and even that hand likes to c-bet with a gut shot.
Yeah.
So you start to eliminate loads of combinations that have a 5. So Rahu basically just has to bet like 1.5.
Okay, if Rahu were to do that, how would you recommend Chen respond to that with that diamond blocker? The ace of diamonds blocker.
If this was the 8 of diamonds on the river, James, I'd be like, yeah, oh my God, go to town, go crazy. You can rep the ace of diamonds for sure. You can rep the ace flush. The deuce of diamonds, it's really hard to make people fold a flush, and I just think it's, a straight, excuse me, and I think it's a great spot for Rahu to continue bluffing because he would bet with a straight draw, and he would have gotten there now. Chen's in a tough spot, but I appreciate he's done everything right up to this point, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, what you said, Nick, is that Rahu has the ability to bluff a 5, and Chen has the ability to bluff the nut flush. Maybe they both bluff each other.
I'm seriously excited about the prospect of a rebluff from Chen.
I would love to see it, and I think it's a serious boss move. I just don't know if on the final table of the FPS, when you're a middling stack, you want to try and be a hero and convince people to fold a straight here, because that's kind of what Rahu is repping. 1.35, this is an amazing size in my opinion. This is exactly what you want to see. Oh,
he's going for chips.
Wait a minute. Oh, like a boss, just do it, bro.
I mean, whatever chips go in here, whether it's a call or a raise, he's going to win him this pot.
I'm not being funny. I think I'd be more impressed with the ace-jack high hero call than I would with the rebluff.
Yeah, I agree. That would be way more boss, but it's still I don't think that's on the cards. I think we're going to see a raise or a fold, but he's considering it, and mad respect to him for doing it, because like James pointed out, the ace of diamonds in your hand here, very powerful. Definitely the possibility to represent a very strong flush, having that blocker in hand. If it wasn't the deuce of diamonds, I assume it would be happening instantly.
This is only the 4th hand of the final table, and we have ticked into the next blind level. We will be playing 150,000, 300,000 blinds as we see the call.
Ace high.
Wow.
Chen heroes with
Wow.
ace jack high and is right.
That is unbelievable.
What a phenomenal call from Anatoly Chen, who allows himself a smile as he rakes in that pot and chips up over 10 million.
I think it's very telling, James, when the guy makes the call and even he's surprised.
Anatoly Chen now 3rd in chips. And we spoke to Chen before the start of play today, before he took his seat at the final table.
I've been in Prague, I've been in Barcelona, and my 2 favorite stops are here at Monte Carlo and also Barcelona. Barcelona, it's like favorite one. I like it very much, yeah. No, I live there and I also visit EPT there. And I like very much EPT tournament, it's best one. Yeah, I don't visit any other. I tried, but I don't like it. EPT is best. Yeah. I don't play much tournaments. I don't play much game, just a few times per year. And I never been on the final table. It's best my result here in Monte Carlo. It's I finished 22nd, but now I at final table and hope to win this tournament, of course.
Anatoly Chen now playing a 35 big blind stack at the new blind level. Should highlight what that means for the 4 players at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Stefan Dimitrov, 15 bigs. Adel Rahu, 9 bigs. Maxim Mamon, 6 bigs. Rumen Salam, 5 bigs.
How can you have 6 big blinds and you're not the shortest stack?
How can you have 6 big blinds and not go all in with King 10 suited on the button? That's what I want to know. Not pointing any fingers. Guys, can we just take a minute for that call, though? Jeez, that is unreal. James, you said it. That's more impressive than the raise.
Agreed.
Unreal. Unreal, Techers.
So Agita raising here from the button with ace-7 suited. It is Mamon's big blind, and he's got king-queen suited.
Next is from there. So.
Interesting ICM situation here. So Mamon here, about 6 bigs. I take it back. It's really straightforward. He's all in. Let's go.
So coming into this final table, Mamon told us he's looking forward to playing on the live stream, as he's never experienced that. I hope this hand works out for him.
He is not flatting. He is not. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Not all in.
He is just flatted.
Wow, great flat.
15,
My goodness.
15% of his stack, he's just flatted there pre with king queen suited.
We should just change the name of this game from poker to results, because we are playing it.
The game of results.
We are playing the game of results today, and I love it.
Oh, wow, honestly.
As long as he doesn't call off 550K here, we're good, right?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
I mean, you haven't flatted to go broke on this flop, right?
I sure hope not.
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, so.
But you know, the next time he does get it in pre-flop, it's going to be like Jack-7 offsuit.
Ogita, by the way, Ogita. 41 big blinds, one of our chip leaders opening from the button. I think it's safe to assume king queen suited is ahead of that range, guys. But okay, it's all good. We're playing the game of results after all, so let's just give it up now. GG to you, sir. Still in the game. 2 players now. Maxim Mamon, we just saw there. 5 big blinds. Ruben Salam, who folded King 10 suited just now, also 5.
So still 8-handed at the final table of this France Poker Series main event. And we have got a couple of reasonable stacks. Thomas Patka playing 57 bigs. Daisuke Ogita playing 49 bigs, but plenty of shorties. Dimitrov, Rahu, Maman, Salam, all in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Oh.
Love it. Beautiful duet, guys.
That was actually nice.
I just want to flag that as you watch the live action here from Monte Carlo, we do have the mini EPT running on PokerStars all week. Starts today, concludes on Saturday. 21 MTTs over 7 days. Simple mathematics will tell you that's 3 per day at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 local time, Central European summertime. Buy and start at $1.10. And we have Scoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament, because Scoop's coming up in May. And these are tickets that will get you into an actual championship event.
I'm actually thinking about putting together a little schedule here for the Scoop, you guys. You know, I'm not a big MTTer.
How do you skip Scoop if you're eligible to play, though?
Well, you don't. You still play it, but what I mean is I'm going to play more than like 10, like I usually do. Yeah, doing a little bit more MTT in these days, guys.
Well, there's 37 tournaments a day, so 10 total is really not that many.
It's not, is it? No. That's all right. I just win every single one. It's cool.
So the first mini EPT Monte Carlo event, starting at 3:15 local time, is an $11 8-max PKO. And just to highlight once again, Scoop tickets added to every single tournament. In the mini main event next Saturday, everyone who makes the final table gets a 1K Scoop main event ticket, and the winner will get the EPT Barcelona package as well.
Wow.
That is mad, honestly, guys. A 1K online with the number of runners we get is so significant. You go play a 1K in your local casino, you're going to get like 16 times your buy-in, 17 times your buy-in. These are big events, and that is a huge win, guys, for sure. That's added value you don't want to miss, for sure. I'm not just saying that because they pay me to say it. I'm saying that because it's true.
It's true.
Just to quickly address Chad's question, 2138, 2,138 total entries is a good turnout, and I believe is the biggest we've ever had in any France Poker Series main event.
Speaking of 1Ks, I might be playing a hyper later, you guys. Cheeky Monte Carlo hyper, possible silver spade. I'll take it. It's fine. No big deal.
You're always kind of hyper, to be honest.
That's true. That's true. That's why I specialize in them. Folding round, UTG +2, not interested.
So round 2, the button, ace 3 of strawberries for Maxim Mammon and his 5 big blinds. Get your chips in time. I mean, it's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, this is not dissimilar from the spot we just saw. King 10 suited on the button. Salam decided to fold. This is the moment, buddy. What? Did he say all in, or was that okay?
Well, we're going with a shove for 1.5 million. The blinds have junk. This is going to get through.
Let's go. Very good. This is how you do it. Take note. Shortest stack, no sweat. Ace 3 suited on the button. 100% never miss this shove. Also, the small blind and the big blind folded, Joe. So in the game of results, I feel like that's a reasonable play.
That's a great one.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's ideal.
Baron von Lame says, I think he said all in, and of course the verbal declaration would be binding.
Yeah, I think so too. The dealer seemed to have acknowledged it. It was an effective all-in regardless. Although when you put in 6 big blinds, you know, got to make sure it's threatening.
Ace 8 under the gun. Salam still the shortest stack at the table with 5 bigs. Folds. Pocket 5s for Stefan Dimitrov, who has 15 bigs. He folds. Ajita's out. Adel Rahu has King 10 off in the hijack.
Let's go. This is a hand you play from this position. Hell, excuse me? In fairness, though, didn't see that, James. Adel Rahu, 9 big blinds. Just keeping it snug. There's a couple real shorties there, so I appreciate that. That's reasonable. Didn't spot the stack depth there, but that seems good.
We have a few players who are super short right now. Now, Quentin Laut has just over 30 bigs. He has pocket 7s here.
And there's big stacks in front of him, or behind him, excuse me.
So Quentin doesn't live that far away. He's from Cannes.
Ooh, interesting spot here for Chen. 33 bigs for Chen. Laut has about 31, so they're pretty equally stacked, but they're in the middle towards the top. They're kind of joint third right now. I don't think this would be an unreasonable 3-bet. We definitely know that Chen is not afraid to make some plays, make some big calls. But, I mean, I think you put 7s in a really tricky spot here if you 3-bet. That's kind of the power of the final table ICM, right? Like, even with a hand like 7s, Laut is almost destined to ladder at least twice here if he's snug. Doesn't take the spot, fair enough. I think it's fine to fold that hand as well. But when you consider it, if Chen decides to 3-bet there, honestly, 7s becomes a very, very tricky situation when you've got 30 bigs behind and there's a bunch of short stacks to go and you can find those ladders, which are huge here in Monte Carlo.
So Thomas Patka, still chip leader, just shy of 60 big blinds right now, and has Jack 10 of diamonds in the big.
This is a minimum call. Patka, our absolute chip leader there, 58 big blinds, could apply the pressure. Jack 10 suited seems reasonable. He is all in. The maximum ICM. Let's go. Oh, love this play. This is what I'm saying, guys. Final table, you can really make hands. 7s is a call all day long here, except you're on a final table. There's huge jumps. There's massive ICM pressure as a 30 big blind stack, and therefore you must fold. He's handcuffed, you guys.
He's the king of the world.
Yeah, honestly, really, really cool move there from Patka. You guys are sweating the tanking, but that is the bossiest move I've seen, apart from our ace-jack call that we've seen earlier.
Now, this is not a bold prediction, but this is just a theory based on many of the final tables we've covered. We're seeing people quite snug, quite tight, thinking about the money jumps, observing there are other short stacks of the table. How many orbits before at least 1 or 2 players completely lose their minds and do something ridiculous?
Not that many. We see it all the time. People making crazy tight folds and then getting it in with 7-10 off.
Yeah. Just goes to show you, it's like the mindset of poker is so strange, you know, like, you see that, like, I'm going to make a big fold here. Next thing you know, he's all in with Jack 7 suited. You know, it's all good. Also, who doesn't love Jack 7 suited? Let's be real. Chen on the button, 3rd in chips right now.
How much?
Yeah, we want to see a raise here for sure. I suppose there is the opportunity to have a limp on the button here when stacks are thus. But usually, for the most part, you're going to see a raise here, and you're gonna try and pick up the blinds. Patka could just do it again, though. Here, honestly, Ace-8 seems strong enough to actually make a similar play. We are very similarly stacked to the previous situation we just saw. He has the blocker in hand. Does he pull the trigger again? This could actually be a really short final table if Patka keeps absolutely bossing people down pre.
I don't want to be bossed, let alone be bossed down.
So our big blind, obviously the ultimate shorty, 3 big blinds. So he's not sweating that into altercation. Doesn't matter, really. Yes, mate, do it. Punish.
This is Thomas Patka's world, and the rest of you are just living in it.
Just smash it in, mate. Let's go.
Did you say punish or puntish?
It's a sizable re-raise as well. 1,950,000. Salem is out, back on Chen.
Ah, look at the smile.
He knows.
He knows.
Not by the hairs of my Chenny Chen Chen.
Oh, man. The ICM here is hilariously crazy when you've got a 7 big blind stack, a 9 big blind stack, a 3 big blind stack. It's like literally give me jacks and watch me fold here. It's so gross, and he knows it. Patka's loving this. This is the best situation for the big stack because he knows the mid stacks can't do anything. You wake up with queens plus or just go home. Like, that's it.
Pass.
Yeah.
Yes, mate.
He has to, and he knows it.
Have good ace, I know.
Good, no.
But it's a little too risky.
He has an ace. It's 7 suits.
Maybe. 2 in a row, you think?
Excuse me?
2 in a row. I'm
2 in a
bluffing
row?
2 in a row.
Yeah, why not?
Patka chipping up to nearly 70 big blinds and putting some distance between himself and Ajita, who sits in second place on the leaderboard with 50 bigs. And on to hand 10 of the final table of the
Did you want to play
1K
on
France
previous
Poker Series main event.
No, I said no.
No,
Action's going to start with Ajita.
they have the pair.
I know. Good one.
Senor Patka flexing early on here, and I love it.
King 9 suited under the gun.
I think as one of the chip leaders, this is a fine open. We don't frequently see the Japanese flag here, but I love the representation. That's awesome.
Ajita opens to 650K. 8-4 of diamonds for Rahu has been folded. Queens for Mamon, who's playing 7 bigs.
Terrible open with King 9.
Yep, dreamy, get it in, let's go. Happy days.
Opening with King 9 here with Give Me Ajita.
He's going to get the spin. Ojita will be pleased to know he has at least 1 over, though. That means he has approximately 30% here pre-flop, something in that region. When you're that close to the queen, might be a little bit less.
Maxim declares, I'm all in, is presented with the red triangle of death. And action rounds to Chen, Jack 10 of diamonds.
We saw 2 diamonds folded already.
I love Chen's cheeky grin. He's like, I've seen this before.
Is this really a hand you should even be considering in this spot?
No, no. If the only reason you might even consider getting involved, and probably don't, is if this was an under raise.
For the bounty.
For the bounty would be fantastic. Yeah, exactly. If Ojita opened to like 2 bigs and then Mamon was all in for like 2.5, you might still get involved from position there, but probably not on a final. It doesn't. I think you're just gonna fold it all day. Patka, you don't have to balance this spot, buddy. Just fold.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so round to the blinds.
Oh, put the glasses on.
It's not good.
Take them back off, maybe they'll look
I was
better.
gonna say, in or out of focus, it does not look good.
There's a couple hands in poker that look like other hands. 10-3 off always looks like 10-3 off.
And Ajita, you feel priced in here, Nick? Has to call?
I think so. Honestly, he's going to have small pairs you're going to be flipping against. I just don't think you ever get away. He's probably priced in just to call with the 1 over card here, honestly. But, you know, it's another 5 bigs or something, so it's not cheap per se, but I think you have to call because against his range, you're going to have enough equity.
And as you said, Joe, happy to see that he has an overcard. Diamonds working for him, although plenty of diamonds have been folded. As things stand, a great spot for Maxim Mamon to potentially double up. 71% favorite with 5 cards to come.
So are you calling me Joe or Ojita Joe?
I was talking to you, Joe.
Not Dice K Joe Ojita.
No.
Okay.
And here we go. And there is a king on the flop, and now Ajita has the advantage. Mamon drawing to 2 cards. 6 of spades on the turn. We are going to lose our first player from this final table unless there is a queen on the river. Maxim Mamon has 2 outs. The river is a 5, and we lose the player from Switzerland in 8th place. Maxim Mamon is going to cash out for around 37,000 euros, 36,940 to be precise, taking us down to the final 7. We still have 3 pretty short stacks. We've got 1 super short stack. Ruben Salam's got 2 bigs.
2 bigs. Hey, you guys remember that one time that Ruben Salam folded King 10 suited on the button, and I was like, that was terrible?
Yes.
Look at that ladder. What a great fold.
Great ladder.
Yeah.
And Mamon, now Mamoff.
Yeah, GG, honestly, that actually is not too dissimilar from my Sunday Million anniversary run. Very similar spot, got wrecked by a king with queens.
I'm actually kind of excited to see how many times you can work your Sunday Million.
It's all I have,
16th place finish.
Joe, it's all I have.
Anniversary run.
Can you not? It's all I have.
Into the.
It's all I've got.
Believe me, I would do it hourly.
You know
if
what,
it were me.
You know what would have been better? Is if I won the million and then I just, that would have been cool.
Just never stop talking
I
about it.
mean, I wouldn't. No, the thing is, when you win the million, you don't have to talk about it anymore. It's only when you come 16th that you have to actually use it.
I think that I would get way more enjoyment out of talking about the million than spending the million.
Yeah. All right, well. By the way, guys, if you don't follow my YouTube, I will be dropping that video very soon.
Oh, cool.
Sunday Million anniversary, day 3 run, playing for the millie. Spoiler, didn't win the millie.
Actions folded around to Patka.
River Yowie says, I'd love to see Nick win I'd love to see Nick win big, but let's be real, he'd be insufferable. It's true. It's true. That's why I play spins.
600,000 with 8-6 suited. Salam, king queen off on the button.
Salam alaikum. Let's go, buddy.
2 big blinds. They're in.
There we go. Let's go.
They are in. Now, Patka priced in, I guess.
775.
For a small blind and a chip.
My favorite hand.
Live cards. Selim's gotta dodge them.
Salam alaikum, my man. You got the best of it, but it's a 60-40.
That's a pretty big 40. I wonder when people from non-U.S. places, where did he come up with the Atlanta Braves? Ooh, 245 has a lot more cards to dodge now.
Joe, you know what you call that?
Too many outs?
Double belly buster.
A double belly buster and live pairs. Turn card is a king. No more live pairs.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is such a bait turn, Joe. You know what's coming, buddy.
Top pair for Selim has to fade the river. And does.
Nice
survives.
hand. Well done. Well done. That felt like a poker god's bait on the turn there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm actually going to win this. Never mind. It's fine.
We're going to eliminate half the outs, but not the ones
that
are about to hit the river.
It's not 100% yet, buddy. Don't celebrate too soon. Another double. Feels fantastic. Salam does find it, but it's up to, was it 4 bigs? I mean, obviously some blinds in there too, so maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4,
7,
5 and a bit, up to 7.
We have computers for that. You can just.
Human calculator says 7.
Yeah, Selim still in the cellar. Barely out-chipped.
Interesting note here, though, Joe. Ruben Salam now up to 7 bigs. Adel Rahu the same. So we've got another sort of joint shorty situation. Those 30 big blind stacks will be sweating that ICM. And I hope to see Patka flexing on him even more here, because I really think this is a great spot when you consider how much pressure there is on them to play tight and wait for some ladders.
Well, Rahu's in the big blind right now, so that's actually going to put Rahu underneath sell them.
Right, 7 big blinds after he puts in his big blind and the big blind ante.
Yeah.
So yeah, started the hand with 9.
It's just like this.
2.5.
And Patka, the consummate professional, even asking for a count with the 7 tray. Glasses back on, back in the danger zone.
Who was it that folded king? Okay, good. He folded 8.
You know, when people ask you, like, do you feel like I give any information away on a live stream? You're like, no, not that much. Oh, wait. Yeah, definitely. Definitely some info there folding that king 10 suited earlier, but it did merit him a ladder.
And Adel Rahu, who I'm being told gets a haircut 3 times a week to look good and handsome, is looking down at a good and handsome Queen Jack. I do feel like the Queen of Clubs is quite handsome.
Rahu with that French flag, that hometown glory.
Sure. Ish.
It was an Adele song, Hometown Glory.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Never mind. Okay.
I know like 3 Adele songs. Jack high.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Top pair for Rahu. That'll be great news for all the Rahus down in Rahuville.
Should he give up, or should he just keep chasing pavements, Joe?
Okay. I assume that's another Adele.
Chasing pavements, yeah. That's also the lyric from the song.
Oh, nice.
Anyway.
We're really learning a lot about you right now, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be giving up here, guys. Top pair, very strong one, in fact. There is an opportunity here to even check raise with a hand as strong as Queen Jack. I don't know, on a final you might play it a little bit more cagey. Oh, my days.
Rahu announces all in.
Yeah, I think he's still going to call here, though.
Lout does call. Clearly not that happy to see a jack. He hates it a lout.
Yeah, rough spot here. You kind of have to call because he'll still check raise with a 3 or a 4, or even a hand like 5-6, you know, with the straight draw. But very unfortunate. Rahu was quite short, so reasonable check raise all in, of course.
Oh, a
my
6 on the turn. And that is going to be lights out.
Oh, he's ashamed of himself. He's like, this is a terrible spot, but even he knows how brutal that is. And GG to Rahu.
So Rahu Saher is out of here. Adele, to quote Skyfall, this is the end for Adele Rahu. And the end of the Adele references. So
I was going to say.
That works out for everyone except for him. 7th place, 48,000 euros for the good and handsome Adele Rahu.
We had huge luck with 6s too.
He's still he's explaining it to the table, like I've just mentioned. That Quentin Lout there, I think, you know, you can't really not call. It seems perfectly reasonable. He knows he got lucky, but I think he's doing the right thing there. So many reasons to call, very few hands that he's going to completely regret there, and that was one of them. But did manage to spike it. GG to our friend Rahu.
And that has eliminated 2 of the short stacks, and still 2 to go. Rubens Salam still with 7 big blinds, and Stefan Dimitrov has 12. Action on Tomas Patka, who is somehow an Atlanta Braves fan. He just loves Greg Maddux.
I'd love to see Patka just go crazy at this point, right, guys? It's still that pressure. 64 big blinds for Patka, our chip leader. Yes, mates. Let's go. Gonna raise it up. That range getting wider and wider. That snowball is accumulating. Patka really putting on a bit of a clinic here. Big stack, poker, final table, big stack, pressure. And look at this big blind, Jack 3 off. It's gonna go through, guys. Lout obviously now 38 big blinds after he spiked that 6 on the turn. But Patka's still in a very commanding position here, can afford to really apply pressure. So far, haven't seen too much from Daisuke Ojita.
Still 25 minutes to run at this blind level. A reminder that we are going to play a full level after this before we have the first break of the day. So 150, 300 now, 200,000, 400,000 the next blind level. Not this needs to get any shallower. The great thing is we've got some experts on poker game integrity watching on Twitch, Nick.
Yeah.
Including Big Boy, who says 30-minute delay a bit much, lol. 15 would be fine. Have you seen the tanking on some of these hands?
I mean, not only that, but is there really any difference between a 15 or a 30-minute delay if you're watching in real time?
No.
I mean, unless you're sweating somebody who you have a piece of, in which case you would be sweating them in real time.
As someone who's been doing Cards Up live streams for a long, long time, it used to be a 60-minute delay. We were on an hour-long delay, and I think it was sensible to come down to 30 minutes, but I think you have to find a sensible balance.
Yeah. As an award-winning poker commentator, James, I think you know what you're talking about.
Don't know about that.
C'était quel palier quand t'es tombé à 2 bébés? 12 000? C'était 12 000 euros? Ouais, à peu
Oui,
près 10 000.
ouais, c'est ça.
So Ben says, what would change if the delay was lower? Well, kind of directing that question actually at the original poster, but the key is what you want is a situation where the action can never catch up with the delay. And I think you're safe at 30 minutes.
Yeah.
At 15 minutes, not being funny, we have had hands that have lasted 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Especially in tournaments like this that play without a shot clock.
Yeah, you're quite right. Absolutely. I mean, also, it's like a conversation about like poker streaming. It's annoying when you ask a question and you have to wait 5 minutes to get a response.
Yeah.
But what we're watching here is live, and we're commentating live, so you don't. There's no delay where the communication is instant. So
I think that's key. The fact that we are effectively watching on delay as well, the fact that we're in the same time zone in inverted commas as the viewers means that the experience for the viewer shouldn't be affected.
Quite right. Yeah. If we were responding to your comments on a 30-minute delay, that would be annoying. But here we are. But rating you in real time.
Yeah.
Chen, small blind, King Trey. The player behind him, Thomas Patka, one of our chip leaders. I would just get out of the way here, buddy. I don't see much value in this spot. Patka's going to wreck you, bro. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, dude, seriously, just be real. There's no encounter here that you're going to like. Look at his face. I love this guy. I want to buy him a beer later. Oh, wait, we're in Monte Carlo. Never mind. A water.
I fold. I know.
You didn't look at it before.
It doesn't matter about your card.
Yeah.
It's about me.
Yeah.
No, it's just your info for you. Very good hand.
It's not good hand. But it's just about to play or not to play.
Yeah, it's our seat.
You call also all in with the ace jack.
Could.
Okay.
It's not about like. It's good.
Okay.
I'm not scared, you know.
I understand.
Yeah, and I'm not
I never
about.
said it.
Yeah, I'm not like professional to make money. Yeah, I'm
Very
about.
often.
Yeah, enjoyed the game.
I'm loving this Chen energy, man. Seems like a very cool guy.
I think there's a few people at this table who play for the love of the game. Certainly do not play professionally.
Here we go, cutoff open. Louts, new chips, 38 big blinds after he puts in that raise. 36 big blinds after he puts in that raise, excuse me.
Lout is someone who does play professionally, is an experienced online grinder, and as we referenced earlier on, his first live cash came here in Monte Carlo in 2014, or as I like to call it, the Jack Salter year. His first live cash came in the mini FPS, which was a €330 buy-in. Well, he's guaranteed his best live result now. Just looking at the payouts. His best result previously was 42K. With 6 players remaining, he's locked up 62K.
So again, Patka, very commanding situation here. I think he can 3-bet this. I think he can call this. I think given the fact that Lout has 36 big blinds and we have a 5 big blind stack, a 12 big blind stack, I'd prefer a 3-bet. I just think it's more effective in this spot. He's asking for a count here. Takes a glance at the clock. I just think that the pressure you apply to those mid stacks is so huge on this final with those shorties waiting and looming to bust and find that ladder. Does decide to call. I think that's perfectly reasonable as well. You just don't want to be folding it, basically.
Has he called?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I misread the cue. It says 452 call, not called.
Knowing that you still have Ruben Salam to act in the big blind, he remains the short stack at this final table with just 5 bigs.
Yep, only 5 bigs. He's not going to be concerned. That doesn't really come into it. Ace-8 is a legitimately strong hand. You're not going to be too worried about him waking up with a big one, and it's going to take you 5 big blinds to flip him. Just do it. So 6K, I think he'll go for 2.4, something like that here, if he does have a 3-bet.
Elects to call.
Seems good.
Rubens with 3-2 of clubs. Now, here's a cool story about this guy. He came to Monte Carlo with his son this week. And while his son was playing the FPS Cup, his first ever live tournament, his dad, Salam Senior, was running deep in this 1K FPS main event and is now here at the final table in the top 6.
Lovely stuff. Has managed to find a ladder already today.
I think his son is watching on the rail right now as the action is folded by the big blind, meaning we're going heads up to the flop, and it is 10-8-3. Patka had the best hand pre, has the best hand post. Second pair top kicker.
In fact, I've misspoken. He's found 2 letters, hasn't he, James?
Yes.
Because we saw the, yep, that's right, 6s eliminated Rahu as well.
So yeah, started the day with 8, already down to 6.
Yeah, I really think there are 2 modes of thought here with the ace-8. This might be a situation where the pros do what we call randomizing. James, obviously the 3-bet with ace-8 seems fine. The call is also fine. In those situations, I know a lot of players trying to balance these moments because, of course, as people, we do tend to lean into patterns. We do tend to fall into, you know, patterns of behavior that might become predictable. If you're well rehearsed and you know what you can do in this situation, you know you have a few options that are all going to be acceptable. Have you seen this before, James? People look at their watch and they randomize using their watch depending on where the second hand is. So Patka opting for the call here does have a very strong hand at this stage. Now we're on the turn. I wouldn't be surprised to see a small bet here. I think like betting like a quarter feels good. Just because you will still get looked up by some ace highs that you have totally crushed here. Hands like Queen Jack probably bet the flop quite often, so you're not trying to get a ton of value from those. Hands like Jack 9 probably bet the flop, so you're not trying to get it. You're not trying to protect your hand against those combination draws with sort of 2 overcards and a straight draw. So 1.8. What's the size?
650,000, so roughly 1/3 pot.
Yep, love to see it.
No c-bet from Quentin on the flop, so Thomas Patka leading the turn. Has the best hand, has 87% equity.
Tibla says, I'd love to see somebody just pull out some dice and roll them halfway through the hand for the RNG. I've actually seen that before. Some people use dice as their card protectors. Although it's a bit of a tell, I imagine, when you do it live.
There was a poker player called Cengiz Aluzu, who made the final table of EPT Dortmund back in 2009, who did just that, used dice to randomize his decisions.
Really?
So, Patka wins the pot, up over 70 bigs, up over 21 million in chips.
It's no, I watched one poker game.
And an opportunity for us to remind you about the mini EPT Monte Carlo series that is running right now on Stars. Low buy-in tournaments, 3 of them, every single day. The first one starting in just over an hour's time. And when we get to Saturday, the final day of our live coverage from Monte Carlo, there is a mini main event. That's Saturday, May 6th. An EPT Barcelona package awarded to the winner, and as we highlighted earlier on, everyone who makes the final table is going to get a ticket to the medium buy-in scoop main event, the 1K scoop main event. Scoop, of course, starting May 7th, as soon as we've wrapped here in MC. Yeah, VJ Windsor saying there was a guy who flipped a coin. That was Artem Litvinov, but I kind of think the whole coin thing was an act. I think he made it look like he was flipping a coin to help him with his decisions, but I'm pretty sure he knew what he was doing already.
Yeah, I mentioned it, you know, it could be a tell, but if you flip the coin when you got a decision and then you flip the coin when you got aces, that can also be a bit of a false tell too. So I don't mind that. I think that's kind of interesting. A little bit of meta game on the side. Lout here, tens. So these are the 2 second and third in chips right now. So Ojita, 57 bigs, Lout, 36.
And I guess he's just flatting with the tens here?
Yeah, no, this is what you do. When you're up against another big stack, you have a very strong playable combination in position against the initial opener. You don't want to 3-bet and get 4-bet against ace-king and stuff like that, or, you know, 4-bet as a bluff. Just keep it chill. You kind of do what we call this sort of implied collusion with the other big stacks. You're kind of all, you know, stepping in line. You're not getting too crazy against each other, and you're trying to allow those smaller stacks to bust before you go to war. This is a good example also just because Ojita's opening from relatively early position, so he's going to have a stronger range inherently already. Once again, Chen weighing up his options. I think he knows it's a fold.
Does indeed fold the king-9. And Patka has folded the button. Ruben Salam is in the small blind. King-deuce off. Nah. And Stefan Dimitrov folds 9-7 in the big blind. So the guys who are second and third in chips will go heads up to the flop. And that flop is ace, tray, deuce.
Oh, so savage, James. Ojita we might even see a check here, James. Honestly, having ace-9 and getting called from that, yeah, I like this a lot because I think Lout, if he's calling with tens, will call with hands like ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10. It's not like by betting here you get a ton of value from like king-queen or king-10 suited or something. So I think the check is cool to not only give your opponent the confidence to bluff and or that they have the best hand with a hand like pocket tens, for example, but also to prevent yourself from losing a big pot against one of those combinations that has you dominated. This turn, however, does change things. Ace-9, you don't have a club. You're not blocking a flush draw. I think you bet here because there's plenty of king X that you still get value from, especially having check flop. So I think on the turn, 60%, something like that seems good. 1.2. How much? Oh, wow, very small. 350K. I think Ojita might be missing some value here. Like if he's going to have a hand like king jack, king 10, king queen, I think a bigger bet, especially after checking the flop, is going to be superior. Plus, 350K is not punishing jack 10 of clubs, right? 350K is not punishing queen jack of clubs. Does make the call.
Taking us to the river, which is not a 10. Does put a potential straight out there, although how many fives are there in Lout's range? Not many.
So even though I criticize the turn size here, and I do think probably it should be slightly bigger, if you're going to do that on the turn, I think now is your time to punish. If this is your line, now you probably have to go relatively big here and try and get paid by the king.
So 2.75 million in the middle, and a bet of 500,000, so not that big.
No, it's such a blocker bet. It's such a blocker bet. He's really concerned about losing a big pot here, and I can't blame him. Honestly, I feel like Ojita is not making a mistake here. I think probably what you prefer to do, James, is bet bigger on the turn, punish the clubs, get value from the king, and then potentially go smaller on the river. Not small.
While Lout is weighing up this decision, I'll quickly address this question from D's PT. Is there day one coverage for the 5K main event, or does coverage start on Tuesday for day two? Tuesday, but that doesn't mean there isn't a stream tomorrow, because tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime, we'll be streaming the final table of the 100,000 euro buy-in super high roller. Lout called it. Called with tens.
Yeah,
pays off the value bet.
It's hard not to. Like, the way Ojita plays his hand, it was almost like he just had pocket eights and he was trying to get to showdown or something weird like that. It was such a weird line with those small bets, and it will award him the Is this our first railer?
Well, we know we've got Ruben's Salem's son watching on the rail, but that is Sugnami Toma, who is railing Daisuke Ojita, who's got 65 big blinds now. Prize money still in play on the screen right now. Total prize pool in this event at just over 2 million, 300K up top. Next player out, 62K. Ruben Salem has done a great job of laddering so far. Can he ladder up any further? 5 big blinds, and the blinds are going up in less than 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, Loud doesn't look happy, and I understand why. Getting unlucky with the tens there. I think maybe on the river he knows it's hard for him to be winning when he's finding that really tiny bet. Like, minimum going to run into king-queen there or something like that, king-10. But it's hard not to call when you have such a good price. Chen has an opening hand. He is 28 big blinds effective. He has one of the chip leaders to his left.
Still questions about the lack of a shot clock in this event. And just to be clear, in all of the PokerStars regional tours, be that the FPS, the Australias, the UK IPT, none of the 1K main events play with a shot clock.
Yeah, I think that this is very nice from Chen here. The fold with King 7 of diamonds showing a lot of table awareness. King 7 of diamonds from that position, shorthanded, 1000% as part of your opening range. When Patka can just put you in the box every time, just allow it. Just leave it out. Don't bother. And also, not forgetting Ruben Salam here, we see 5 big blinds, definitely another ladder pending.
He was the same setting yesterday.
Goodhart says, everyone loves a shot clock. Indeed.
Mistake was not streaming. The mistake was not streaming, maybe.
So the gap between Patka and Ojita at the top of the leaderboard narrowing. 21 million for Patka, 20 million for Ojita, 71 bigs versus 67 bigs. Everyone else has fallen below the 30 big blind mark. Again, Lout and Chen pretty even. Dimitrov 10 bigs, Salam 5 bigs. And Toma's back at the table. One player to a hand, please.
Yeah, exactly. No coaching, please. Thank you. Coaches in the car park, as we say. I'm really interested to see how the dynamic changes, guys, when we lose the 10 big blind, 5 big blind stack, if indeed we do at all. But once we start to see the stacks a little bit deeper effectively, it's going to change the dynamic massively. A lot of tighter plays happening here because we're waiting for those guys to bust.
And again, I know we addressed this earlier, but I appreciate we've got people tuning in all the time. Shadow Dan asking, why do some tournaments choose not to use a shot clock? It is purely based on player feedback. The vast majority of people who frequent the 1Ks that we run would rather not play with a shot clock. And people who play the higher buy-in events, the 5Ks, the 10Ks, the 25Ks, do want a shot clock.
I've never played a 1K on any of our tours, obviously, but I have played some in my life, and there's never been a time during a 1K that I thought that there should be a shot clock.
I once pitched this idea to PokerStars that we have a version of heads-up poker where it's like, you know, like when they do blitz chess, when they've got like a
chess clock, yeah.
but like a really fast chess clock. Heads up.
I like it.
And what's happening with that idea, Nick? Was it summarily dismissed, or is someone working on it behind the scenes?
I went, hey, Strag, listen to this idea, and he went, that's stupid. And I went, okay, thanks. But lots of our interactions.
It turns out that it's coming out next year, and it's called Strag Clock, though.
The most popular format of poker. Thank you for your suggestion. That was the.
Yeah, right.
Daisuke picking up a pot there. He's got 69 big blinds.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Not for much longer, though. We are coming to the end of level 34. Just under 5 minutes left on the clock. 4:41 to be precise. And then we'll roll straight into level 35. Blinds will go to 200K, 400K. Patka under the gun with Queen 9. Still holds the chip lead just.
There's 3 things he loves. It's poker, Titanic, and the Atlanta Braves.
It's a very weird combo, I will agree.
Yeah, much wider range here for Patka. The open significantly wider from the under the gun, and Queen 9 very wide here. We are 6-handed, though, so it's not that out of line, but he is the chip leader, and it's playable, so go for it.
Round to the big blind, Anatoly Chen. 6-deuce offsuit. Lucas asking on YouTube, how much does first get? The winner will receive 307,160 euros plus the FPS main event trophy. Raise and take it for Patka.
I keep thinking of Panka every time I hear Patka.
Me too.
Looking very comfortable at this table.
Do you think if someone sucks out on him, he says that outdraw me like one of your French girls?
That's really good. That's brilliant.
Dopey Eran says, where is Patka from? I don't recognize the flag. That is the Slovakian flag, but Thomas Patka currently lives in Austria, about 15 minutes from the border with his home country. And yes, online poker has a lot to do with it. As we see Salam move all in under the gun with jacks.
1 million.
Just the big blind to get through. That player being chip leader Thomas Patka.
Oh, boy.
Who's got queens and snap calls.
Wow. So patient.
And it is a domination situation that does not favor Rubens Salam. He's waited. He's bided his time. He's laddered 2 spots already, but this could be his comeuppance.
Is this like an 82-78? Is it one of those guys in favor of Patka? Oh, almost got it.
Oh, Jack on the flop.
Oh, boy.
And Salam now with the advantage, 87% favorite. Domination rotation has occurred. Unless there is a queen on the river, Rubens Salam is going to double up and survive. No queen. Salam gets lucky. Salam survives and is no longer the shortest stack at the final table. He's got 11 bigs. Stefan Dimitrov's got 10.
What a life.
If I had waited one more hand, I could have organically got in outdrawn, like one of your French girls.
Yeah.
You griffined it.
I did griffin it.
Show must go on.
I was afraid I wouldn't get a chance to do it.
I would say that's so brilliant you should write it down, but it's never going to work in any other circumstance apart from this.
It cannot be so easy.
I'm gonna end up doing it.
So we're going to squeeze in one more hand at this blind level. And action's going to start on the shorty, Stefan Dimitrov, who looks interested. Looks like he has a decision.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh.
Oh, what is that?
It's a bet out of turn. It's a raise out of turn. So if there is any aggressive action before, Ajita will get the chance to take that raise back. But if Dimitrov folds or just calls, the raise will stand.
Looks like it's going in.
So Dimitrov moves all in, and that means Ajita does get the chance to take his bet back. And we're now going to see what Dimitrov has. Ace-Jack suited. And Ajita calls the all-in because he's got aces. That's why he was so excited to stick chips out there.
Wow.
Couldn't wait to raise. And now Laut's got tens.
What the heck?
Oh, man. Oh, man. That ladder must be playing on his mind.
Not just ace-jack. Ace-jack of diamonds.
Do you read anything into the fact that Ajita raised out of turn? Do you read anything into the fact that he was super pumped to get chips in?
Certainly could, unless you feel like he's a player that's just prone to making chip mistakes willy-nilly.
The fact that he raised out of turn and snap called the all-in does exude a lot of strength to me.
I agree.
But then again, I'm biased because I've seen the fact that Ajita has aces.
Nice fold. Very good. Yeah, I think if this was a situation where we're not looking at pay jumps, there's a chance he probably might consider the spin. Salem about to get the pay jump again. Easy, says Beck Flip lol.
Count of this, please. Yeah. Thank you.
So action is on Thomas Patka. He's folded. And it's chance to Rubens Salem in the big blind. He's got king six. He'll fold. And this is a horrible spot for Dimitrov.
Yeah, 8%, something like that, maybe a little bit more for Dimitrov, probably.
Here's the question. Do we think the 10's coming?
Oh, wow.
Okay, there you go. Nailed it, the 10%. Let's go. I'm on my percentages today.
Were there many diamonds folded?
Good question. Didn't spot that.
Don't forget, it's never easy.
Yeah, of course.
Really?
There is 2 clubs on the flop and...
One club on flop, second on turn.
Aha, okay.
Well, if aces hold, we're down to 5.
2 clubs, okay, on flop.
Dimitrov is the at-risk player and way behind here.
No one.
9-5 deuce with 2 diamonds.
Yes.
Sub 1%, James. It's got to be running jacks now.
Running cards for a wheel. Good
Possibly a wheel. Yeah, you're quite right.
Turn card is the 5 of hearts, pairing the board, and it is over. That will see Ajita drawing dead. 9 on the river. And goodbye to Stefan Dimitrov, the Bulgarian pro. Will cash out in 6th place for 62,410 euros. Takes us down to the final 5, and Ruben Salem ladders up again.
Wow.
Is now guaranteed more than 81K.
That is a great score, you guys. Still a very respectable payout.
Also, Daisuke Ogita is now the chip leader with 24 million, 80 bigs.
Yeah. But he did the same.
Slem has done very well to find those letters, obviously surviving with the jacks there just previously. But yeah, significant pay now for all of our players. Final 5, Ogita, 24.7 million chips.
Pay now, pay now.
I folded
Don't
tens.
dream it's over.
Tens, yeah.
I have nothing.
And that was about telling the rest of the table he folded 10s there. By the way, a little bit shallower because we have now ticked over into level 35. It's 60 bigs for the chip leader, 50 bigs for Thomas Patka, 21 bigs for Quentin Laut, 19 bigs for Anatoly Chen, 6 bigs for Ruben Salam, but that doesn't seem to bother him. He's been around that stack for this entire final table. He's doing fine. How do you let the king 10 of clubs fold now, Nick?
Exactly. I mean, in fairness, if he had shoved, he would have got it through, so it wouldn't have changed anything, but he would have had a few more chips.
He could be chip leader now if he had shoved that king 10, James.
He actually would have won the hand, so it's all good. Patka, yes, mate. Queen 6 of diamonds, no problem at all. Let's go. The only consideration now, obviously, a slight shift in dynamic. Daisuke Ogita does have him covered now. The only player, in fact, to be even close to his chip stack. The next biggest stack, 20 big blinds from Quentin Laut. Definitely an interest. Ooh, hello. Now, we've seen him be tighter in the past here. Salem, this is a mandatory all-in. Do not miss it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. There you go.
I think he said call.
What?
No.
No.
Set mining.
Oh, no. See, this is the problem with calling with 8s. You let Ogita come in as well. He's got equity, dude.
What just happened?
Oh, and then what are you going to do on this flop? Oh.
I mean, I love this flop, but I can see all the hold cards.
Stop and go? Question mark? Nope, checks.
Yeah, Salem, my guy, you got to be all in more. You got to protect your hand. You can't let the big blind get in there for cheap. We see 7 deuce of clubs doesn't connect, but that doesn't mean you want him in the pot. The fewer players in the hand, the greater your equity. You must be all in the small blind here versus one of the chip leaders. 5 of spades in the turn doesn't change anything, but I feel like Salem, if he's flatting 8s, he's going to fold on a 9-10-4 board. The only thing that might save him here is the heart, Joe.
I mean, it might save him by getting checked all the way through to the river. That might save him.
Someone's betting the turn.
I'd love if Ogita just finds it. He finds it! Let's
Of course.
go! I love it.
There's no way that one of these two players wasn't betting the turn.
Oh, I love this game so much. I mean, the kind of people that are flatting 8s in the small blind here are not calling, are they?
I don't know. He might think that the flush draw is still live.
Oh, okay, okay. Respect to Salam. Fair play. Makes the right call.
I respect Salam, but some of the members of the crew, when they saw that call pre-flop, they tore off their headsets.
Yeah, oh, okay. 9 of diamonds.
Here's the question.
Yeah.
Salam checks again.
Yeah.
If Ogita shoves on him, does he fold 8s?
Yes.
I honestly think Ogita should put him all in here because he's going to have so many missed hearts. He's going to have missed straight draws. He's going to have, well, he shouldn't have 8s, but and he might have.
Ogita has no showdown value.
Let's go. Bang it in. Thanks for coming.
Is that enough to put him all in? Is that a bet of 1.7 million? No, 650.
Wow.
Someone could just call.
He's folded.
Oh, no.
Did he call?
No, his cards are gone. Oh, wait.
No, he did call.
Oh.
He did call.
Yeah.
Is it? I'm surprised. If Vegeta bets the river there, should he be shoving?
100%, 1,000%. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of a hand he'd bet that amount with if he actually had a 9 or a 10 or the hearts.
That hand was ridiculously confusing. I don't know what anyone was doing there.
I'm lost. I'm absolutely lost, and I hate it. I hate it. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely no disrespect to our guy Ruben Salam, but I feel like you really got to make your life easier and just get it in pre-flop.
What? No, he got given a gift there.
Well,
I don't blame Salam. I blame Vegeta. What are you doing on the river there?
He should have just shipped river. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, nice hand there. I think
it was a block bet.
It's just.
It was blocking him from winning that pot. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me Google what a blocker bet is, actually.
Well, the bizarre thing is because of that weird hand where very few players made any correct decisions, Anatoly Chen, 19 bigs, Laut, 19 bigs, Salem, 15 bigs. Those three players are all bunched together.
Yeah, no, he's done really well there. Nice pot for Ruben Salem. Given the fact he played it unconventionally pre-flop, he did actually make the right calls, and that is absolutely commendable. And up to 15 bigs, he's really in the mix now. If he gets a double, he's up there right in the middle of this field. So fair play.
So round to the blinds here. Ace-9 of strawberries for the chip leader.
Diamonds.
And that is a call. No, it's a raise. 850,000. Going to work out these chip denominations at some point today. Quentin. Quentin.
He looks like a Quentin.
He's also got ace-9. Makes the call, heads up to the flop. King, queen, queen with 2 hearts.
Uh-oh.
It's 4. And another 4.
What's the max pain turn, guys? 9 of hearts?
Without 2 hearts. 7, 8.
Hold cards?
Sorry, hold cards, James. But yes, absolutely.
Don't try and deflect from your own mistake.
Sorry, guys. I apologize, chat. But no, I'm trying to figure out what the max pain turn is here, and I just don't see it. It's not as though it's not one of the situations where both players have a hand that they really love, where the ace-9 of clubs would actually end up doing money against the ace-9 of hearts. Yeah, that's a nice turn for the ace-9 of hearts there. Trying to find a way to make it painful, but I just don't see it. I feel like it's going to be a relatively small pot regardless, is my point.
Nick B chimes in to say, lol. Just noticed that Patka is wearing a Leonardo DiCaprio Kate Winslet Titanic t-shirt. You can only been watching for 5 minutes then, Nick, because it's been referenced at least 17 times since we went live today.
1.4.
Ooh.
Oh dear. I like to call this chips in the abyss.
At the bottom of the ocean.
Cheetah's body language here is really interesting how it's changed. He's actually been pretty chill, but now changed his kind of stance a little bit there.
I actually really like this body language, whether he's doing it on purpose or not. Leaning away like that seems like you're kind of disinterested, like you're put off a little bit. Usually when people are interested, they're more lean forward, they're more engaged. Running hard's bad.
don't bet again. And he does decide to bet 2.3 million. Well, gets check raised all in. We'll obviously have to fold, and we'll be left with just 7 bigs. I guess we have to salute Lout's moxie there.
Yeah.
I guess it's very easy to play results. We know that Ajita had the flush. There's a lot of hands there, I guess, that Lout is getting to fold.
Kid's got a lot of moxie. But I do think that was a really cool check raise, and yeah, gotta be happy with the play there from our chip leader Ojita. Nice play there. This is quickly becoming a game of the have and have-nots, though, guys.
Oh, 100%. We've got Ajita up to nearly 70 big blinds now. Patka's still hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Everyone else is short. Chen 17, Salem 15, Lout 7. Still got 44 minutes before the blinds go up again, though. Actually, that 44 minutes of poker will conclude with our first break of the day.
Pretty action-packed so far. Down to 5 already and loads of shorties.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know they came back 8-handed, but it was pretty shallow.
It was sparse.
We did need to see some consolidation, and dare I say we still need to see some consolidation.
Yeah, and at the moment it looks like it's consolidating to a heads-up Ojita Patka situation. And I'm here for it. Really liking the play from both of these players so far. I feel like they've definitely been the force at this table. Seems like they're the ones really bossing it.
Has there been a Japanese winner on the FPS?
Ooh. Great question.
Where is our resident France Poker Series historian?
He's got to put his headset back on.
What was Matasawa's deepest run?
I think we know about it probably, but then again, I'm not a FPS expert.
You're not hot in your first-person shooters, Joe?
No, I can barely wrap my head around Apex Legends.
So the under the gun open is to 800,000 with ace-3, flattered by king-jack suited on the button, and a great spot for Chen to squeeze here with ace-king in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think you're messing around here. I think this is just the ship. Maximize your folds. Great spot, though. I was absolutely smashing it here pre-flop versus these two hands, dominating both king-jack and ace-3. 17 big blinds behind after he's put in his big blind and his big blind ante. It's all in. Ooh, okay, okay. Appreciate the consideration here. Get to balance this sort of thought process.
Pie face in there, wondering if this is going to be the old rip and dip.
Ah, nice callback.
Well, we know from some of the folds that Anatoly's made that he's aware of ICM.
Yeah.
He was aware of ICM pressure being put on him earlier. And it looks like he's just really making sure that this is the play right now.
Pretty easy fold for Patka, and I'd argue a relatively easy fold for Ajita as well.
Still the 8 million stake.
7.4.
Thank you.
You can count.
Yeah, that's a lot.
No. Ace-3 offsuit, no.
Not a chance, bruh.
Are you ever asking for a count here just so that you know the player's chip stack for later?
I think you are allowed to make it look like you have more of a decision so people don't think you're opening under the gun super light.
Sure, that too.
Sorry.
7. It's 4?
Oh, 7, sorry. 7 million.
Folds to Telly Savalas.
That's not.
The all-in gets through.
Oh. Nice hand.
No, it's nice hand, but not always.
Chen shows the ace-king. Says it's not always a nice hand.
Yeah, it's
Too risky.
Did you see the handwritten note that Jesse May posted yesterday?
I did not.
It was from like the 1997 or 94 World Series of Poker, and someone had written out all the odds of the players that were like in the top 27 or something that were left, and Telly Savalas was listed.
He was a big poker player.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that up, actually.
What's the movie where someone checks into a hotel in Vegas and they put the TV on and there's a tutorial by Telly Savalas where he's saying, I'm going to tell you how not to be fazed by everything in the casino. I'm going to tell you about how to play some of your favorite games. Oh, God, that's going to torture me for the rest of the day.
Someone will come up with it. Todd Brunson was 4th in chips. A lot of great poker history coming out of Jesse May, by the way. One of the original poker commentators, if you guys want to give him a follow on Twitter.
This is before ChatGPT could make this list for you.
John Chan was going off at 10-1.
Amazing.
Todd Brunson, 14-1.
That's so cool.
And I think Telly Savalas was at 50-1. And there's notes on each player. Has improved each year. Has too many fans.
Has too many fans? What a random comment.
Maybe he's got like a distracting rail.
Oh, I see. So we had the open here with King 7 of diamonds. Chen with ace 4 in the small.
Yeah, Ojito, our chip leader now. Chen sitting 3rd in chips. Don't think he's going to want to get too out of line here. If I am Chen, I'm avoiding this situation like the plague. Quentin Lout now down to 7 bigs after that bluff didn't work on the river.
No one's coming to my assistance to identify this movie, so I'm going to have to consult Google.
Kingpin? I feel like it's a comedy.
I think it's a comedy.
Vegas Vacation?
Oh, was it the National Lampoon one?
I think James would have remembered if it was, but that's what I was suggesting, yeah.
Was it called Vegas Vacation?
National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe just, they might have dropped National Lampoon's at that point. All right, King High flop top pair for Ogita.
Patka having a very nice defending hand here in the big blind. Obviously, guys, don't forget we are playing with the big blind ante here. And as we get shorter handed, the way that that changes the dynamic is that there's actually a lot more antes than there would be if we were still playing the traditional 10%, 5%, whatever it was in the past, because that big blind is always going in the middle as opposed to fractions of a big blind from every player, which reduces as the number of players decreases. Check, check, flop. The delayed c-bet here from Ojita, very cool. 700K takes it down, no sweat. Ojita has now 71 big blinds, developing a bit of a Japanese rail here. Love to see it. Our first rail in Monte Carlo, feels good.
Man, there's nothing like going on vacation with a group of friends, a poker vacation, when he makes a final table.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
You got it?
It was Go.
Nice.
I rewatched Go recently for the podcast. That movie holds up really well.
When they're in the hotel in Vegas, I think it's the Riviera they check into.
Yeah.
And they there's the video running. Telly Savalas tutorial.
That one storyline is the one that holds up the least well, but it's still pretty good.
The only thing better than going on a poker trip with your buddies and your friend final tables is when you don't go on a poker trip with your buddy. He final tables and it's so big that you still fly out there to join him anyway.
Flies you out, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real banger. Lout, 7 big blinds. This is an all-in for sure. Seeing some signs of frustration from Lout on this final. He is going to put it in.
Oh, Chen wants a count.
2,975.
Oh, he's got jack out of spades. I legitimately thought he had a strong hand here.
Oh, man. I feel, so what was this, 7 bigs or something like that, guys? So Lout's all in for 2.9, 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just over 7. And Ojita's already put in 2. There is still the big blind. He might be priced in. Doesn't feel great on a final table, though.
Patka folds the small blind. Rubens Salam in the big blind folds 6-5.
2-9? Almost ready, 2,975.
Is this an auto call?
I mean, he's calling 5 to win, 5 big blinds to win 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
So you only, yeah, I mean,
He's
you
got live
price.
cards. He's getting the right price.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard not to have the correct price here with those odds. And he is live. This will be a straight 63%, 37%.
Ojita with decent equity, but right now Lout is the favorite with ace queen. He will need these high cards to hold. He is the at-risk player here.
Wow.
What a flop.
Wow.
For Ojita.
Oh, my God.
We have got some street flash potential on this board.
16 outs twice.
Ooh. Okay, Lout retakes the statistical lead. Still has the best hand with ace high. 16 cards to fade on the river. He does not fade. The ace of spades, Barry Greenstein,
Yeah, good play.
eliminates Quentin Lout in 5th place. He is the last player to cash for a 5-figure score, 81,130 euros. Everyone else, including Ruben Salam, now guaranteed more than 105,000 euros.
Quentin Lout. More like Quentin Lout. Oh, wait. That is his name
It's
already.
never easy, of course.
Lout. Lout.
You never know.
Remember when Salam had 2 big blinds?
Absolutely incredible ladder from Salam. Not only managing to remain in this game, but obviously spiking that jack against queens has netted him a huge score on our final table here in Monte Carlo.
So half the final table has gone, and we've still got 30 minutes left in the first session of play today. With 4 players remaining, we're at the point where one more KO, and we go to 30-minute blind levels.
Speaking of video tutorials, do you think Ruben Salam last night watched the video tutorial final tables with Waziel?
Waziel's theorem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very short video, Nick. It just says fold everything. Print money.
Final table presented to you by John Granite.
That's right. Rocky AF.
So we have got Chen, 7-5 of diamonds. This is the first hand of 4-handed play.
Yeah, absolutely amazing run here from Ruben Salam. Very pleased for him. Doing very well to find himself in this position. And now 12 bigs really could still go the distance here. No problem at all. He will have to be all in at some point, though. Patka, second in chip, starts the hand with 42 big blinds, makes the raise. Expecting 800K. There it is. Just the min. Slim makes the fold very reasonable. King 8 off in the small blind. So the 2 big stacks go to war. I think Ojita probably just wants to call here. I think probably it's not completely unreasonable to find a 3-bet, but you've got this very interesting dynamic here where the 2 big stacks are just pulling away. I don't think you need to get too out of line here, and I don't think 8-6 off is a combination we frequently see as a 3-bet, although I'm sure it's happened some of the time.
Oh, Gita.
Oh, Gita.
Trip 8s for Dice K.
I honestly think that this is probably a spot where you're supposed to check raise a ton. Very different from when we saw the trip jacks earlier, Joe. You remember we had Queen Jack on the Jack 4 board?
Yes.
When you're that shallow and the board is that dry, you want to have a lot of flats. But in this situation, you want to be check raising this board as a bluff. You want to check it with a deuce, check raise with a deuce sometimes. You want to check raise with the ocho. And I think in this situation, when you're at the stack depth, it's important to check raise because if they do have a big hand on the button, you want to maximize your value. But if your opponent isn't aware of the fact that you're balanced, they're going to give you too many ochos, which is why it's important to have some bluffs here too. Check, check. Seems good too. 5 of clubs on the turn. You've got to start betting now. Got to punish the clubs. Got to punish the 5x, the deuce x, the ace highs, the king highs. Even king queen might consider calling this turn once you've checked flop. I think, in fact, they probably should.
Yeah.
So he goes for about 1/3 here. I think technically speaking, guys, this should be bigger again. The one thing that we've seen from Ojita, apart from being very solid and actually picking his spots very well and playing good poker, is bet sizing is a little bit off for my taste. I think if you're going to have a lead on this turn, you go significantly bigger because you really want to punish the clubs. That 1/3 pot bet is just an insta call from any 2 over cards in clubs or any 1 over card in club. You're not getting enough value, and that's kind of been the theme of the day. Ojita's smaller bets actually punishing him in that situation, James, where he didn't go for all of it against Salem to get him off those pocket 8s when he was very shallow.
Do you go polarizing here now, Nick?
You know what? I think the way that Patka's played is going to be a lot of high cards. So I think you actually want to go bigger on the turn, and then you want to go smaller on the river. Make it look like maybe a blocker bet.
On the river.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a great spot to try and do a bit of a feigned weakness spot. You go for a blocker sizing. Maybe they'll try and raise you with the bear ace of clubs, the bear king of clubs on the river or something. But you also get the crying call from the high cards too. In fact, probably a better example would be the jack of clubs turns their hand into a bluff, or the 10 of clubs turns their hand into a bluff, because the ace high, king high feels pretty confident just calling river here.
We did go significantly bigger on this one.
He did. Yeah, I think that's the trick, is to go kind of the same as before, bigger on the turn and then smaller on the river. Yeah, it's a tough spot for Patka though. Honestly, he's beating a bunch of hands that will bet this turn.
By the way, StatTrick has just spotted a printing error on Patka's shirt. The T of Winslet is missing. It says Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet.
No.
And now...
Oh, well, maybe the name of the movie is Ionic.
Now it's been pointed out, that is just going to tilt me incessantly for the rest of this final table. Look!
Winsley. I just assumed it was hidden under a crease.
Nope, it is 100% not there. I suspect that might not be official 20th Century Fox
Oh,
merchandise.
you think? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hidden under a crease.
Something tells me that James Cameron is not getting any money from that T-shirt. And that would be a real shame because, you know, he's
hurting.
Yeah. His movies haven't been doing too well at the box office in recent decades.
That's one.
Patka trying to get some tells here. I don't think he's going to get much from that brick wall, Ojita. This is such a tough spot, though. Given the way Patka played his hand, he's beating loads of hands here. Like, I can think of about a million hands he's beating, and it's just really I don't know. It's tough. You don't want to get exploited, but you're on a final table. I think it's probably okay just to let it go, too. I think this is a randomizer, James.
2,550,000. 2,550,000.
KPH says, I bet he wears Ray-Buns.
On the one hand, I want him to get away with this and not make this bad hero call. On the other hand, I kind of feel the knockoff Titanic t-shirt needs to be punished.
Do you think his hat is like the Atlanta Braves or something? He just hates the letter T. He had it scrubbed off.
Patka drops below the 40 big blind mark now. And Dice Kano up over 80 big blinds. 34 million chips. Has a 2-to-1 advantage over Patka. You got Chen playing 21 bigs, Salam playing 12 bigs. 25 minutes till the first break of the day.
Year of Japan. It's the Mandela effect. It's always been Winsley.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe we're wrong.
Do you remember when Kate Winslow was married to Sam Mendy?
Amazing. Oh, the tour that always keeps giving. I love you. I love you.
A little limpy, limpy. Eights again? There's been a lot of eights tonight.
Okay, so I know the spot really good, guys. Technically, Chen should make this about 3 big blinds pre-flop in position against the limp. However, some players might adjust here for the final table and play it as a pure jam to try and sort of take out that post-flop aspect when you know you're just going to be smashing this pre. Technically speaking, Ojita should have a limp call here with 4-3 of clubs. In fact, 4-3 of clubs is actually kind of a fist pump limp call because it just plays so well and you've managed to actually keep the pot relatively small. So the raise is to 1.4. So a little bit bigger than the 3x, which is fine. It's important that you do kind of raise with 8s here because you can actually get limp jammed on by worse hands, and you are going to be calling, obviously. Do we see a fold pre-flop? Very nice. Yeah, even Chen's a little bit surprised by that. I honestly think that if you're limping 3-4 of clubs, you got to be calling that defend. Otherwise, you're getting exploited. It's very difficult to justify the limp fold there with such a strong sort of drawing hand. Unless you are planning on limp folding like a huge portion of your entire deck. In that case, you should probably be raising 4-3 of clubs pre-flop just because you're going to get run down by players that are paying attention. Our short stack there, Ruben Salem makes the fold. Still 12 big blinds.
King 4 suited. For the player everyone calls Joe.
What would they call me for the player?
Stapes.
Is he like a very small original gangster?
The Ogita?
Ojita. Senorita Ojita.
John Delano says, I'm getting a little Al Pacino as a bad lookalike for Chen. No.
Very
John,
bad.
I love you, buddy, but no.
Half of that is right.
Very bad lookalike.
Not a lookalike, but it is bad.
I don't know where to start. I really don't know where to start with that. For Patka, I'm getting a little Jeremy Strong.
Huh? I can't even see his face.
then go with it.
50.
Okay, sure. Sorry, you're right.
Defends with 9-7 of clubs. Does not want to see clubs. Does want to see a 9 and a 7 though.
And does not mind the diamonds as long as another 9 or 7 shows up.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, guys, because obviously this is a spot where you probably want to be check raising a ton with 9-7 of clubs. When you got the 2 pair protecting from diamantes. Yep, like the bet size here from Ojita this time. Keep it nice and snug, nice and small. You get a lot of folds this way. The thing is, Patka's second in chips right now. Huge spot to find some ladders if Ruben Salim is eliminated, or indeed Anatoly Chen as well. However, yeah, I was going to say, I think in many cases you will check raise here, but he's concerned he's going to do a big chunk here to a made flush or something similar.
You can just about deal with there being 3 diamonds here. The 4th one's a real bummer. Check, check.
It's a spot where you're super bummed out about.
Wait
like,
a second, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, that's okay.
It's a 1-card straight potential.
Doesn't look good though. Not as bad as a diamond, I don't think, but
you feel kind of sad if you let like the deuce of diamonds get there against you. But I do appreciate Patka's trying to keep it lower variance and avoiding that check raise flop, which I think is definitely something that he's doing because we have this final table dynamic. And so far, Patka's shown he really understands that kind of adjustment that needs to be made here.
Have we checked in the stationary box to see if we have any Tipex? Because I kind of feel that we could potentially fix this T-shirt on break.
Instead of a trophy, can we just present him with like a big printout of the letter T?
Bet of 650,000 wins Patka that pot.
man, you're just so happy to not even get a call there, right? You still want him to turn over like the 3 of diamonds.
I think when it goes check on the turn, you're not too concerned.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, the diamond didn't matter at that point today. The 8.
So we've referenced a couple of times that once things have wrapped here in Monte Carlo next weekend, the 2023 Spring Championship of Online Poker starts, running from May 7th to the end of the month. More than 350 tournaments this year, and we are going to be providing live cards up coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Most of our streams will be Twitch exclusive, but you will see both the 25K Super High Roller and the 10K main event final tables on YouTube as well. Okay, slightly better. Elkanuts says Benicio del Toro for Chen.
Okay. A couple of people, by the way, James, I know that it doesn't really matter, have mentioned that there was also an in-room tutorial in Vegas Vacation, but it was for Baccarat, I think.
Right. The Telly Savalas video I'm thinking
Yeah.
of was definitely in Doug Lyman's Go.
Patka, this is an all-in if I've ever seen it before. He is up against our short stack, and he's proven himself to be particularly tight. 10 big blinds effective, Queen 9 is the easiest jam you're ever going to make blind v blind. It is so far into a jam, it's not even funny. I mean, this is the dream, honestly. Patka's got such a great spot here. He could shove ultra wide here and probably get away with it more often than not. There it is.
And Salam's going to have to be at the top of his range to call this.
Oh, this is a call. This is absolutely a snap call.
No. Your point of view, it's a call. There is no way that Salam is calling this all in with the Lashif.
You're saying this is not a Salam dunk?
Theoretically, Nick, I don't disagree with you.
Oh.
But in reality, Salam is not calling.
Oh, there. Yeah, I mean, fair play. Again, I don't want to. It's a seem like I'm picking on Ruben Salam. What he's done so far has netted him some serious ladders, and that tight is right mentality has got him paid. Kudos for that. Absolutely wonderful stuff. But when one of the chip leaders rips into you there, ace-6 is a monster.
Folds the Lashif.
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, king-5 of diamonds is a call there. In fact, why don't I look it up?
Do you carry that gigantic book with you everywhere you go? It's crazy.
Page 600 is ace-6 off.
This is not a criticism, just an observation.
Yep.
I don't think Ruben Salam has ever looked at a chart.
Not a poker one, at least.
Let me give you an example of a combination that should be calling in that situation. 10-8 suited. That wide.
Look, 10-8 suited flops better than ace-6.
Let me give you another example. Jack-7 suited.
I've got another bad lookalike for Anatoly Chen. Ian McShane.
Okay, I actually really like that one.
Yeah, it's wide. It's a wide call. The big blind ante actually plays a huge role in that as well. That's the chart I just looked at was in fact for the old variety of charts as well. Not even sorry, of antes, excuse me. With the big blind ante, it's even wider than that.
Patka's turn to pick up the Lashif on the button. Underrated comment from Tom the Mod. I wonder if Patka looks at a char.
A reserve is saying, what book is this? We were joking about the book, but there are some absolutely fantastic chart material that you can purchase at nickwelshtv.com if you want to check it out. Hashtag ad.
Can we make sure we take that off his invoice, please?
Sorry, guys.
They're used for use specifically in PokerStars Spin and Goes, aren't they, Nick?
They are for spin and goes. However, they will also be effective if you're playing big blind, button, small blind, under 30 big blinds effective.
Exclusively on PokerStars.
What's that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. We have come to the flop here. We've got the open-ended straight draw against Ace High. Ace High the best hand right now, but 10-8 with the most equity and does improve to second pair on the turn.
Told you I like 10-8 better than ace-6. And this hand alone proves it. No need to run them. Stop the count. Officially 10-8 better than ace-6.
You know what they say about ace-6 off? Lose $115 million, die. Just over 10 minutes left on the level. Then the remaining players will get a break, the first of the day. We have lost half the final table already, down to the final 4 in this record-breaking France Poker Series main event. 2,138 total entries. 4 players remaining, all guaranteed a 6-figure score, but still big jumps along the way, with the winner receiving more than 300K.
I got a bad lookalike for Ruben Salam.
Okay.
When we get to him. I'll Patka first.
Patka first to act. And Queen 7 off.
The computer hand.
Folds it. Okay, now the action will be on Salam.
Bad lookalike Salam. Judd Hirsch.
Oh, I like that. That's a good one. That's a good, bad lookalike. Ace-Jack of strawberries.
Judd Hirsch circa Independence Day.
And he declares all in. He's making a move.
I like the way he did that all in. That was cool. Ooh, hello. Chen has a hand he can call with.
This is a guy who knows what to do with King 10 suited.
So the issue is that Salam has been particularly tight, and honestly, you do need to make an adjustment for that. I don't know if folding King 10 suited is too tight.
Something like that. Yes.
But
Can you still count it?
if Chen has seen any of this stream, he might actually over-adjust here.
I'm even going to allow this one from McLongy. Chen lookalike, Paul McCartney. Yeah, this is a good point from Tredan. If Chen has any information about the hands played so far, this is a fold.
Yeah, 100% agree.
He has been talking to friends on the rail. I wonder if he's been getting any advice based on what they've seen over the course of the first 90 minutes of play.
You'd like to think so. If you're going to win a bunch of money on a final table and take your friends out to the club later, you hope that they were spotting for you. Looks like he's just trying to figure out how much of his stack he's going to have left if he makes the call. It's going to be about half of his stack, isn't it, guys?
I mean, do we think Salam is going to be shoving hands that Chen's flipping against? Or even no? Is he even tighter than that? Is he folding eights? Is he folding nines?
Thus far, I feel like he might even be folding like 2s and 3s and 4s. Honestly, you know, we haven't seen too many of those spots from Salam yet, but given the fact he's just on the tighter side, I think the King 10 might just be a little bit too wide. If it's like King Queen...
A very good card.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but you're too lucky.
But you're too lucky.
That's one way of putting it.
I love that. You know, honestly, you know, from an ICM perspective as well, this is, you know, this is probably getting kind of close anyway, even if you're playing against a more conventional sort of shoving player.
I think it's more that Chen knows that Salam is tighter than a nun's car. What do you think? They drive SUVs?
Chen really wants to make this call and does make the call and is going to have decent equity against the ace-jack. But right now, Salam is the favorite to double up.
Chen has 37%, something like that. See if we can get it again.
Salam, 61% favorite here.
A little bit more.
Needs to fade. Kings, 10, spades. Needs ace-jack to hold. 9-8-3. Nearly a 3-to-1 favorite now. Turn card does not create any additional outs for Chen. Only a king or a 10 on the river would eliminate Salam. It's a 6, ace-jack high holds, and he is going to double up. And he'll now have close to 20 big blinds. Anatoly Chen is now the short stack at the table with around 12 big blinds.
Ruben Salam.
I said you are very lucky. I have a good card. No, we have 50-50, something like that.
It's 50-50. You either win or you don't.
Busev on Twitch says, we're already at the final table, totally missed the tourney. It's cool. We've been here for a while, but hey, some people just like to show up at the last minute. No big deal.
Ultimate late reg.
Are we going on break soon? This guy's name, Ruben Salami, is making me hungry.
Yes, 6 minutes until the break. Question is, will we be coming back from break with 4 players? Or is the chance we get another elimination before the end of the first session?
Paula in Twitch chat says, he's got to be happy he didn't play that ace-6 earlier. Do you know the outcome of that hand? He could have won that one too. What are you talking about?
Just go with it, Nick. Just go with it.
What,
Yeah, good, made good decisions all day.
Is it Saturday? No, you banned.
So I think we have a blind v blind situation here. It's Chen's turn to pick up ace-jack. And is this a straightforward open jam, or should he be trying to play it a little bit tricky?
No, it's a ship, 100%. I think even... So ace-jack suited might still fall into a min-raise, blind v blind, but I think probably with the antes it's still a shove, especially on a final table, no messing around. Ace-jack off for sure is a shove. In fact, any off-suited ace will probably just be a pure jam, including ace-king off. When you actually look at this range, it's you know, going to be as wide as even some weaker offsuit king X.
Oh, get snap called
Wow.
by queens.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Chen walks into a monster.
What a savage run here for Chen. Just a couple really ugly ones. Might have found the fold with king 10 suited, but here we go, running into queens.
Okay, well, this might answer the question I just asked. He's going to need to see an ace. Has hit a jack. So 5 outs for Anatoly Chen. Right now, Patka nearly a 4-1 favorite. Turn card is the 3 of diamonds. Same cards needed. 3 aces, 2 jacks, which can save Chen. The river is a 9, and Anatoly Chen is our 4th place finisher in the France Poker Series main event.
Good play.
105,460 euros.
Very good players, all of you.
And we are going 3-handed in this 1K buy-in tournament. And Ruben Salam is still alive and is guaranteed more than 137K.
Class act, Anatoly Chen. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. He said, you're all great players.
Pleasure playing with you.
I think he meant it.
Oh, yeah. I think I'd like to buy Chen a beer. See you later, buddy.
So these are the chip stacks as we go 3-handed. Agita with 83 bigs, Patka 55 bigs, Salam just shy of 20 bigs. Blinds going up in 3 minutes. In fact, we'll go on break in 3 minutes. It'll be a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will be at the 250, 500K blind level. And that's the prize money still in play. 137,000 euros for the next player out, just shy of 200K for the runner-up, just over 300K for the winner.
Can't be understated. Ruben Salam, those ladders, very well done, mate.
I'm supposed to be small blind.
A mistake? Okay, okay. No, okay. It's not a mistake, but you are small blind and you are big blind. So I give you...
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Small blind.
It's misdeal. You did the cards wrong, no?
No, I did the first card on you.
You sure?
Yes, yeah.
That wouldn't have really changed. It's the first stack to the left of the button.
Right.
It's just...
Yeah, be good.
Let me guess, he looked at his cards before he asked if it was a misdeal.
Players just being informed, by the way, that now we are at 3 players. The blind levels will halve. This is standard practice in PokerStars live events. So currently we've been on a 60-minute clock. Now we're down to 3. We'll be on a 30-minute clock. So that means on the other side of the break, that's 4 levels back to back.
Yeah, speedy.
Et combien on a de temps de break? 20 minutes de break.
So far, Ojita and Patka have both really shown that they're willing to widen up their ranges. Now that we're 3-handed, Salem has to really change gears here or he'll just get eaten alive by those blinds. Being slightly on the tighter side, generally speaking, thus far. Once you get 3-handed, it's very punishing. There's nowhere to hide. You can't wait for strong hands.
More 8 million.
Okay.
I think this is probably just a ship as well. Sub 20 big blinds here. I think ace-5 is a slam dunk shove, especially against one of the shorter stacks. Represents a decent chunk of Patka's stack, but if Salem is going to be folding tighter, as we've seen thus far, it's even more effective to have these plays. it actually wouldn't be the craziest adjustment just to have a raise with ace-5 off.
What about a call?
A call is also fine. You can do any of the above. It's all good.
Remember when he said this dude was going to play super tight and then he was going to go broke with Jack-7?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're actually looking at these spots, guys, it's also really interesting where a lot of the reasons why we choose to shove hands like ace-5 off in these positions is because we're avoiding the situations where we get blown off the best hand when he shoves king-queen versus a raise not all in, or king-10 versus, you know, something like that. If your opponent is going to be really tight and not 3-bet jam you, you can just raise not all in and actually reduce the variance even further. So definitely fine to limp, definitely fine to raise not all in here, definitely fine to shove. I think shove is probably GTO, but GTO expects your opponent to actually have a bunch of aggressive lines against a raise not all in, which is why they're trying to remain unexploitable.
A fold there from Salam, and the clock ticking into the break. That was the last hand of the level, the last hand of the session. When we come back in 20 minutes' time, as has been explained to the players, it'll be a 30-minute clock. The next level, 250,000, 500,000 blinds with a 500K big blind ante. And that means we're looking at a short stack of 15 bigs and a chip leader of 64 bigs, with 3 players remaining competing for the title trophy and first prize of 307,160 euros in this record-breaking France Poker Series main event. So we're going to be back in 20 minutes' time. We'll play down to a champion. During the break, a chance to catch our recent interview from Poker in the Ears with 2019 EPT Monte Carlo champion Manig Lerza. We'll be back from Monaco in 20 minutes' time.
I didn't take care of anything, and she just booked the flight for me and said, like, after we won, okay, we gotta hurry to the airport. I didn't know I had a flight.
Even though you were the winner, the hand that everyone still talks about, the highlight of that final table, is Ryan Reese hero calling you with 10 high.
Yeah. I just got owned. I still don't know how to like talk about it. Obviously, like everyone kept on asking me for years. It's been popping up everywhere, and I don't have any bad feelings about it. I don't think my bluff is so bad. It's just an amazing call. You just gotta give him props there. It's not just. I think he said somewhere that he would have called faster in like other circumstances, and I believe that. It's just like a really, really tough spot to go with your read there. Like it looks really stupid if you're wrong, and now it looks stupid for me if you're right. It's just like how it goes.
I mean, in context, you know, when it's small blind, big blind, he's a super short stack, you've got plenty of chips. If you just show the kind of all in and the call with no background and no context, it's kind of like, what's this guy doing with 6-deuce offsuit, and how does he make that call? But again, the whole table dynamic explains a lot.
It is kind of obvious that I have a lot of bluffs there. But the thing is, he can't have a good hand either. Like, it's impossible because he would be all in pre-flop. So it's just like, does he really call with like something like 10 high? Or like, he could have a split pot as well if he has a 6 high or something. It's just like such a tough spot for him. And yeah just respect to him that he goes with his read there, with the cameras rolling. Very, very strong player, Ryan Reese, obviously.
Yeah, and if that was one of the standout moments of the final table, the other thing that I remember most clearly is you guys played, I can't remember if it was 4 or 5-handed, but for like 6+ hours, it felt like?
It must have been, like the final table was like, what, like 16 hours or something from 6 left?
It went so late that I left early. I did not see your winning moment. I did not get to interview you, which was obnoxious because you're one of the people that would have been easy for me to talk to, obviously, after a win. And then I get to the airport, and then you get in line right behind me. Like, I didn't even have to leave. I just didn't know how much longer it was going to go. But, yes, it was a long-ass final table.
Thank you to producer Chris for reminding me it was 5-handed for 9 hours.
Yeah.
9 hours, including breaks, without losing a single player.
Yeah. Yeah, that was super crazy. And yeah, I do remember that, Joe. It was really fun. My friend Ayla Lee, she when I was deep in the main event, she booked flights for me to Cyprus. Like I didn't sort anything because it was too much. Like I didn't sleep so much because the days were so long. So I didn't take care of anything, and she just booked the flight for me. And she said, like after we won, okay, we gotta hurry to the airport. I didn't know I had a flight. So yeah, we all flew to Cyprus the same day and celebrated it there. It was fun, but it was very just before the flight. I think we had like half an hour to spare. So
wow.
So,
and what was, I mean, I guess, does adrenaline keep you going in that situation? Because from the outside looking in, we always complain about long final tables because they become very grueling, they become very taxing. When you're playing for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of euros, it's got to be just as exhausting, if not more.
It is very exhausting, but I didn't mind so much while I was playing. Like I crashed a little bit after. I remember the pictures for me on the plane where I was like with my mouth open, just sleeping on like a short flight. I was just so exhausted after. I still remember that. But during the final table, I felt good. I felt fresh. I was like fasting on a really good routine, I think. Just like really mentally fit. So I felt good, yeah.
As a player, would you rather the final table take that long, like exactly that long, because of the structure and because of the way everyone played? Or would you, how do you feel about it being sped up and it taking a little bit less time? You know, as a player, what's your opinion on that?
I do prefer the EPTs. I think it's perfect structure. If you compare it to like the WPTs, the final table is super shallow, and it's basically. I mean, I do enjoy that too. Don't get me wrong. It's fun to like gamble in these kind of spots, especially online. I actually kind of prefer the shorter structures because I don't like sitting in front of the computer for like 12 hours for some of the tournaments. So I do enjoy that. But I think for something as prestigious as an EPT, I think the deep structures are really great. And I also love watching all the final tables. I do love this kind of like the Triton ones, for example. They are a little shorter as well, and I do enjoy that too. But I think it makes the EPT special with these structures.
Jonathan pass. Thomas pass. Freddy pass. Michael pass. Vincent pass.
Well, this guy's a name. This is Anders Berg, who played online as Donald and had an avatar of Donald Duck.
Oh, yeah. I did tons of coverage of this dude during those old Scoop and W Coop shows I used to do.
Up comes Ace of Spades, Queen of Hearts.
So this is top pair versus second pair.
Let's check.
Ten. 10. Well, I said 10 on this. It's 10, right?
Yeah, I understand 8, sorry. Luca bets 10,000 on the score.
Very reasonable defend from Berg in the big blind. Seems good to this point.
7 of
I
hearts.
was just about to say seems reasonable, and look at that, a very reasonable two-pair on the turn.
This is probably a hand that could go either way for Pagano. It is a turn he's going to want to bluff somewhat frequently with all those gut shots around Jack 10 and King 10 and King Jack. I'm not sure if he can get through streets with the Ace-5 given his kicker problem. And of course you risk this with what is kind of a mediocre hand. I like Berg's jam.
31,500 more.
Yeah. He's out of position, so he doesn't want the river to go check and potentially lose value against a strong ace or a strong draw. Maybe something like, you know, ace-X of hearts with the top pair and the nut flush draw.
Leave it there.
So plenty worse to be called by.
Luca call.
And there it is.
Luca calls. So Berg here better than a 4-1 favorite, but he is the at-risk player.
Luca shows Ace-5. He got one pair aces.
No, 3 or 5.
Let's see the river cards. It's a 3.
3 on the river. Berg's two-pair counterfeited, and he's eliminated by Pagano.
Just had to ask for the card, right?
Cash is out for 38,000 euros, and that's going to take us down to 36 players.
Stanley Tucci.
He looks nothing like Stanley Tucci.
He looks enough for me to have said that.
Luca calls.
I think you were just thinking about Stanley Tucci.
I was actually. He's been putting out some great stuff on social media.
Lives down the road from me. So it's Pablo Ubiana who's called here.
Big blind check, and here's the flop.
Jack 9 against 7 deuce, and Lucas flopped pretty good.
I'm beginning to see why Luca is climbing the leaderboard. The worthless, means nothing EPT leaderboard.
Pablo bets 15,000.
Well, it's a long way back for Ubiana. With the 7 deuce, he's going to start bluffing on the flop. Pagano delighted at the prospect.
And Luca's going to raise.
And check raising. Which I like. I think there might be an tendency to slow play with the trips here, but there's so many worse hands that can call you, so many draws. Obviously, with a two-tone flop, you've got clubs. And then a myriad of straight draws as well.
All in.
Call. Excuse me?
Don't forget, chance that someone's going to have absolutely nothing and try to bluff you with it.
Oh, no. Pablo blasts off with 7 deuce.
Pab blows it.
Let's see a turn and river. You're 0% to win. Let's see what comes down.
Here's a tray. And we have
Give him a 6 straight.
Look at him shaking his head. Oh, that doesn't help.
A deuce and
it never will.
So Pablo Ubiana out in 28th place. Cashes for 42,100 euros. What an unnecessary situation he found himself in there.
Action has been folded to Khan. Under the gun +2. Ace queen off. He raises to 900. Ace king for Edward Kebzu.
When you've got ace king against a player as live as Hafiz Khan, you've got to 3-bet it.
2,500. For half his stack.
Huh. Would have expected him to just get it in right there.
Passed around to Vasily Fursal. 8-5 off. That'll go in the muck. Daniel gives up the big blind, so it's back on Hafiz Khan.
Now you'd expect Hafiz would put him in the rest of the way. Nope.
He calls. 10-4, 10 flop.
All right, well, if Khan's going to stop and go every flop, I guess calling's okay, and still no.
They both check. King on the turn.
Well, I see where this is going. Yeah, what he said.
I gotta see it now, otherwise I won't be able to sleep.
How could you not?
He has to call.
Ace king over here.
Instead of getting the money in as a 3-to-1 dog, Khan got it in as a 9-to-1 dog. Tough to do that.
Oh well, it was the same result.
Oh, you need a jack.
Don't say that.
Well, that's what he needs. And it's coming.
I'm thinking that in my head anyway.
He does need a jack. And he gets it. Nice job, Daniel.
Sick.
Okay.
Sorry, my man.
Sorry, man.
Bad luck.
Okay.
Bad luck, bad luck.
I was like, I could save, but I was going to get it in pre anyway.
So Edward Kebzu takes the walk of shame. Pocket aces for Vasily Fursal.
Fursal, first act.
Raises to 1,025. Folded around to Hafiz Khan, and with 10-3 offsuit, he is raising.
Oh boy. This is when the power of running good starts to go to your head.
He 3-bets to 2,700.
You simply cannot win every hand of a tournament.
Back on Fasal, who immediately 4-bets to 6,625.
This was an under-the-gun raise and then a 4-bet. Khan should know that he means business. This would definitely be the bad kind of button clicking.
He compounds his error by 5-betting to 16K.
Click! I'm going to be nice and say that this play is really, really, really bad.
And there's the 6-bet from Fasal. Get the message.
Should be time for Khan to kick it on back to SETI Alpha 5. Nope.
He calls. Well, he does have position. I'm looking for a positive. I'm sorry, I can't find one.
He was getting okay pot odds. Oh, man.
Well, surprise, surprise. Hafiz Khan does not improve on the flop.
This is a really innocuous flop for 2 aces.
Fasal continues. This is the battle of the 2 big stacks at the table, by the way.
Teeny tiny bet.
Khan calls. There's now 82,000 in the middle.
Sweet float, brah.
And a 10 on the turn.
Not a great turn for 2 aces.
But he shoves anyway.
How much?
Why are you even asking?
You're not gonna believe what I have, my man.
Nope.
Thinking about calling you, though.
That would be amazingly bad. Hafiz is mostly playing by feel here and is likely all juiced up by how hot he's running and not really thinking about much else.
Just folded the flop.
Ding.
Try pre-flop.
Fasal's just playing his hand and hoping to get paid off by the guy in the sunglasses who's in every pot. He's got no idea how badly he wants a call.
Unbelievable. I have 5 fold.
Yeah.
For the bluff.
No bluff.
Well, yeah, I don't need this again. Just played it bad, really bad. I thought he was monkeying around pre-flop.
Pretty sure only one of you was monkeying around.
Nice hand, my man.
Goran Mandic has raised with Jack. Steve O'Dwyer has just re-raised with 3s.
With a hand as strong as Jack's, we could easily see another bet go in here. Mandic qualified for this event online. Maybe we should get him a mouse.
What's going on? Is he allowed to pull his bet back and take forever?
Easy there, Steve-O. Just because he's about to put you in a weird spot with 3s doesn't mean you have to get all catty. Ringer.
There's the 4-bet from Mandic.
Steve is in an awkward spot now. Even though we know he's crushed, he could easily pile it in. Especially given any history they might have. Shipping a pair is never that bad. Sometimes you'll get a fold and you'll be racing a ton.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves.
Now just isn't one of those times.
And Mandic calls all in.
Steve O'Dwyer is going to need the luck, the Irish passport.
Mandic the player at risk, but he is a 4-1 favorite here. The flop. 10-5-4 with 2 clubs.
Well, that's not a stellar flop for Steve.
Mandic now close to a 9-1 favorite.
Wow.
Deuce on the turn.
Wow, from 2 outs to 10.
O'Dwyer looking for an ace-6 or 3. And it's a 6! The straight for O'Dwyer, and Mandic sent to the rail in 15th place.
Collective groan. If changing your nationality to Irish brings that kind of luck, I am applying today. Still a really good run for Goran Mandic, who's in for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I mean, I read the hand on Poker News yesterday where he 4-bet pretty deep with King-9 off.
Yeah, one hand from Poker News. That's a pretty good sample size to make your judgment, Steve. Nice one.
37,000 euros for Mandic and a ton of chips for O'Dwyer.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT, presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Live coverage of the France Poker Series main event, final table, the 1,100 euro record-breaking main event that is. Down to the final 3 players, threads up, as I like to call it. Still playing for all of the big money. We've lost 5 players so far today. Everyone now guaranteed more than 135,000 euros, 300,000 for the eventual winner, assuming there is no deal. And as far as I know, none has been discussed at the Mo. My name is Joe Stapleton. His name is Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, just want to remind you, even though you played poker yesterday, we're not going to talk about it.
Right. Wow, that's a good reminder, actually.
Yeah.
I was already going to make a reference.
Yeah, don't. Let's wait till it airs.
Yes.
Not
yes.
a live broadcast yesterday, one that's recorded and will air later on.
We're all going to have to wait for one of my many new nicknames.
It's a good one, actually. It is a good one.
I had a feeling you'd like this one.
I did like it. No one really took it where I wanted it to go.
Yeah, I was floating on an island on it.
Yeah.
But it's got legs.
Yeah, it does. Some very speedy legs. Looks like things are about to get underway here. I think there was a chip race during the break. Looks like that's just being wrapped up.
Can I get service, please?
Got some racks on the table. Griffin, I spy 2 bananas. Does that make you hungry?
You know what? I actually had a banana walking over here today.
Your own banana, or did you steal it from out of someone's back pocket?
I stole it from the breakfast 2 days ago, or yesterday, I guess, and it was still in my room. I was like, oh, that's why I stole this.
From what I understand, that if you are at a buffet, it's perfectly acceptable to leave with a piece of fruit.
Is it?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
think that's one of
great to hear.
I think a piece of fruit and a dessert are okay to leave with, as far as like common etiquette.
Yeah.
Assuming that you're not taking a plate, right? But if you walked out with like a muffin or something.
I will say sometimes, because they don't have to-go cups, I sneak out a coffee cup when I want my coffee.
You don't take it home with you, though, right? You leave it in the hotel room?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem that bad to me.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you know, they'll probably find their way home.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't help them very much.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Look, it's all in the same building. Yeah. Action back underway. Blinds 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. Levels shorter now, my babies. Now that we are threads up, the levels will be 30 minutes each. Salam, now I don't think you've been watching much of this, Griffin. Salam started off this final table with about 6 big blinds and made some very tight folds. Some, we'll say, flat-out incorrect folds probably, but has managed to ladder up and reach this stage of the tournament, guaranteed at least 3rd place money with 14 big blinds. As we go heads up to this flop, 10 trade, 2 spades, Salam and Ogita.
Check.
Salam checks out of position. Ogita is betting 1,500,000. Full pot bet. And I think, wow. Salam calls with just ace high. I think Ogita maybe on the break saw how tight Salam was playing and figured a pot size bet would get it done there. And that is a costly
and
spot to find out that
maybe
you're getting
some kind of corrective work from Salam here. Maybe recognizing that he will be attacked more for the perceived tightness of his play. And that's a really great run out once you see a check back on the turn. You imagine a 10's probably going to bet again. So it's unlikely you've been turned or rivered here. And I think he's going to probably just take this down on the river unless we see some really ambitious play from Ogita, who has the chips to do it, you know. I mean, an all-in bet here. Would Salam be prepared to call off for 1.2, 1.3x pot? Oh, and here it comes.
Wow, it does think that he's going to get snap called by ace high. What a shift in gears from Ruben Salam.
Yeah, so I think the intention of that quite small bet from Ogita, and I don't mind it too much. I think recognizing that, you know, he's probably going to get snapped off every time by a hand like Ace Deuce for 700,000 into to 4.5 million. But
Right.
the times that, you know, Salam has something like, you know, 8-6 of spades, you would hate to lose at showdown against 8 high that's just going to snap fold, or
Right.
even a queen or Jack X of spades. So I see the, you know, you're not putting it much out there for what you can win. So I like to see those kind of interesting plays from chip leaders finding ways to see if they can get away with pots, but not that time.
Not the first time we've seen Ogata make a pretty small bet in spots where you would expect folks to be betting a little bit bigger. You know, it seemed like the size didn't really matter. Like Salam would just like seem to be calling any amount.
In general is true, by the way.
Right.
I've heard that size doesn't matter. So it's
yeah.
good.
No, I've heard that tons of times. Yeah.
I hear it all the time.
All the time.
Mm-hmm. Look at the vibe of this guy's shirt. Like,
it's Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate
I know what it is.
Winslet.
Yeah.
But there's no T on Winslet.
Oh, so wait, it's just like
it's a little bunk.
It's sort of like some sort of knockoff.
Yeah.
Like, that's what a vibe. It's so
Imagine
weird.
loving Titanic so much that you buy a knockoff T-shirt of it.
So so you know, my mom was quite famously in Cube.
Yes.
Right. So I went on and I bought a Cube shirt a few years ago. So I was like, I should have a Cube shirt. You know, it's like got a cool kind of cover with the guy who dies in the opening scene. Spoilers. And I got it, and it was in Spanish. Like the thing.
What is it? L Cube?
No, it's like I don't know what it says exactly.
La Cube? Is Cube feminine?
Well, more to the point, like there's like a headline on the thing, like, you know, you can't listen to you scream, or no one will hear you scream, or some sort of thing like that. It's in, like, you know,
no screamo.
Spanish. Yeah, no screamo. But I think I brought it, actually. I'd love to show it to you.
Please show it to me.
Yeah, well.
Show me your singing chops. Also potentially, Griff.
Yeah.
As we get to showdown here, both players with a full house, 8s full of 6s. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Griffin saying directly into my mouth for that one. We're not Bruce Springsteen and Stevie Z sharing a microphone, bro.
I was really in there. I smelled my own breath through your mouth.
Current chip stacks are Ogata out in front with 60 big blinds, 45 for Petka in the Titanic T-shirt. And Ruben Salam is up to 20 bigs now.
Shout out to Insane Dev 88 saying that was a 10 on 10, guys. You know what's interesting? Growing up, and I don't know, maybe it's different from place to place, but there was no 10 on or 6 on 10. It was always 10 out of 10.
10 on.
You've heard that, like when people say
It's
like
quite literally the first time I've ever heard someone say 10 on 10.
It's been gaining traction.
10
like
on 10 is
very
like a soccer
sneakily.
game, isn't it?
No, very sneakily. I've been seeing people describe things as like, oh, how was the movie? 8 on 10. They say on.
No, don't care for it.
You guys know about this, right?
This is this is a king on 10, 7 flop. A 10 on 10 for Ogata. Salam checks the various backdoors that will be necessary to win this pot outright, and just folds to the bet. Oh, so where are y'all being critical of the 700,000 bet now? Huh? Oh, it wasn't good enough on the river the last hand. Here it wins, and nobody's saying a thing.
Sparkling water, please.
Just wondering what's going on in Slovakia that would produce such a huge Titanic Atlanta Braves fan.
What a convergence.
She's like, yeah, I grew up with David Justice poster on my wall.
Listening to Celine Dion.
Salam with pocket sevens, limps in. This is the Salam we know and love. 10, 6, 4, 2 clubs, pair of fours for Ogita. Queen of clubs as well. This guy's name is Ruben's Salami. And I went to go get a sandwich during the break, but I didn't have enough money. I only had $100 bill. They take euros here. 8 on the turn. 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that a double gutter?
Yes, it is. The rare double gutter. It's like seeing a songbird in the forest.
And Salam is going to go fishing. Is ahead. Makes the straight as well. Flush draw
And
also comes in.
Tell you what, if Salam can find a check, which he does, Ogata is going to have some reasons to. Oh no, checks back. Nice. Kind of know you're losing there when you check back. And you do have a club in hand, so sometimes I think this combo is going to fire a river bluff, but good instincts from our chip leader.
Monte Carlo has a pretty long tradition of attracting Japanese players. There's a big holiday week.
Yes,
in
is it
Japan.
this week? Or is it the Barcelona week?
It is during Monte Carlo every
it's
year.
Monte Carlo,
Yeah, so I don't know exactly when it is, but I assume it's going on. We've got nice Japanese rail forming over there. Apparently it's this thing where, you know, culturally they work longer and harder.
We've talked about this before. Yeah, it's
and
great.
They put all their days off until like 1 week.
Yeah.
In May, late April. And then they come play Monte Carlo.
P-Bob says, been away for 2 hours and Salam's still in. Go on, Dad. So probably not his son, P-Bob.
No, it is. Yeah, no.
Oh, really?
I believe, yes. Salam's son is on the rail.
Come on. But is he on the chat? Is P-Bob?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, look. The Wi-Fi works out there.
I mean, I will say Salam has, you know, internet dad energy, you know?
Trying to find the note. Yeah, Ruben Salam's wife and son are on the rail. His wife's name is Florence. She's in a white jacket. And his son's name is Sash. And he's apparently a Red Sox fan.
And a super fan of Terminator 2.
Right.
The James Cameron classic.
Wearing an Abyss t-shirt.
But one S on Abyss, of course, the t-shirt.
All right. 1 S or 3 S's.
Right.
King 8 suited for Ogita. Makes it just over $1 million. Salam is going to defend 8-7. It seems like this is a different person. Even just the way he's saying call, it's like, I'm not going to be pushed around no more.
New pilot. Oh, wow.
5, 6, 7, 8. And club, 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 club.
Yeah, both players going to be pretty happy to find some chips in on this flop, but somehow it goes check, check.
Salam bets 1.3 million. Is it? I think this is the first semi-bluff we've seen from Salam. Pretty wild. And Ogita makes the call with the best hand and the flush draw. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a straight for Salam. This is the Bob Fosse straight. Right. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Is he announcing raise?
He's saying raise. I've heard raise a few times, yeah. Technically, I always say, look, technically he's raising from 0.
Yeah.
So, I'll allow it.
Ogita losing the minimum there. Finding the unorthodox check back on the flop as the aggressor with that king-high flush draw. But not having the best hand on the river and only losing another 2.5 bigs.
Ogita, legal first name, Dice K, prefers to go by Joe, still the chip leader.
Always liked the name, Dice K.
It's cool, right?
Famous Boston Red Sox pitcher.
That's the only reason I know that's how it's pronounced. I was like, hey, everybody, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure this isn't Daisuke. I'm pretty sure it's Dice K, and that's from the very few times I've watched baseball.
Although I will say maybe, you know, American broadcasters were just pronouncing his name wrong for like a decade.
No, we asked. We asked.
Yeah. No, I mean, just like, you know what I mean? No, it's Dice K. It's great.
There's like a slight U in there, but you don't hit it.
Dice K.
Dice K,
Dice
yeah.
K, yeah.
But I think it's better to underpronounce it than to overpronounce it. And this one goes Joe's way.
Kind of a cool gambler's name, too, you know? Dice. Dice K.
I want to address this question from Anza Jr. It says, do the commentators get a cut from the Twitch subs since they make all the hard work? If you think that what we do is hard work compared to the dozens of other people schlepping cables and hammering nails and holding cameras on their shoulders for 14 hours a day.
You're absolutely right.
You
we
are
do
right.
Get all the,
we
are
are
all the
by far the best of those people.
Yeah.
Raise.
Ooh, a couple of very playable shooted hands. Could go a bunch of different ways depending on if Ogita takes aggressive action. Dice K with that pinky look, every hand pointing out. Could certainly play this as a call if he wants to. You know, the standard would be more of a 3-bet. And then the question would become, would Salam be able to find a shove or just a call? But we do just see the flat, which might end up be the best way to do this, considering what we see from Salam with the king-queen suited. You know, that can definitely play as a shove for 25 big blinds.
Queen, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow, top pair for Salam. I mean, this is the king-queen dream. Flop top pair. Put in chips. And get a fold, also totally fine. I will say this without giving away any details of yesterday's play. The shift of Griffin Benger, the goofball, the goober, to watching you play poker is really something to see. It's like Clark Kent turns into Superman. Like, you're such a bozo a lot of the time, and then you sit there and you play poker, and you're like just so dialed in and so focused. And in a game like that was kind of fun, right? I'm more talking about watching you play at PCA.
Right.
I was just like, this is night and day, this dude. Jekyll and Hyde.
I like that. I like the Clark Kent Superman. I'll roll with that.
Yeah. And yesterday he did a good job of shifting gears, being serious during the hands, and then afterward, bang, right back to good buddy Benger. I'm really excited to see that and do the commentary on it.
I enjoyed your, it was a tweet or Instagram post about Antonius yesterday. He is looking real good.
He said he's almost back to
yeah,
good shape.
yeah. There's some Benjamin Button stuff happening with Patrick Antonius. I got to be honest.
Raise.
You know, people say aging like fine wine. Well, he's aging like Benjamin Button.
Yeah.
He's aging backwards.
He's aging like fresh wine. Salam, 9-5 suited. It's always great being here, too, because we see Patrick. He doesn't come to all the stops anymore, but
No.
obviously, because he lives very close by,
he's good for an MC stop, I feel like.
Yeah.
He's, you know,
I don't think he's missed a Monte
pop
Carlo
into
in a
Monaco,
while.
you know.
Yeah. Well, he lives here, so.
There you go.
Jack 8-6, monotone, all spades.
Can we reflect on the confidence building in
yeah.
Internet Daddy here?
Salam's getting
9-5 suited open from the small blind, 2.2x, 2.1x.
I think Salam's finally become self-aware.
Yeah.
Oh, and
oh my goodness, helps when you're running good.
The 7 is always coming.
They say it's always coming. The 7.
$2,500,000. Yikes!
Let's protect that. Dolly Parton.
And things are starting to even out a little bit here. Ogata with 55 bigs, 38 for Patka. And Ruben Salam, who started this final table with 6 big blinds, is up to 32 big blinds. Action will be on Salam to start things off. He just immediately announces raise with 4-3 suited. Is this the same dude? Do you think Peter Jorgen's coaches grabbed him on the break and were like, come here, we have some things to say. We have some advice for you. I mean, we're one whole day into Monte Carlo. Why not look ahead to the next stop? Maybe you didn't get Golden Week off, and maybe you have an easier time coming to hang out at EPT Barcelona. August 21st through September 3rd. 8 days of coverage. You thought 7 days from Monte Carlo was a lot? How about 8 days? How about 8 days in Barcelona? The usual places, Twitch and YouTube. Looks like Ogata has already folded. Patka's going to limp in the small with Jack 8 suited. And I can't wait for Salam to announce raise with Jack 10. Uh-oh. Could be trouble for Patka. Top pair outkicked. And Salam is being bet into. This is just a 1 big blind bet. 500,000 is the minimum. Turn card is a deuce.
Wow, Brick City. Literally the brickiest of all the bricks here. It's not an over to the jack. It doesn't fill up any goofy kind of straights.
It's
The
offsuit.
turn was a 4 or turn was a 9 or something. And offsuit. Yeah, this is like, my God, this is Brick City.
Maybe the most inconsequential card.
Yeah, this is
of all time.
This is the biggest brick I've ever seen on live stream. The deuce of hearts takes the brick cake.
And a repeat 7 on the river will be very bad news for Patka, who's checking and gets a check back.
Oof.
What a lucky street. If you're not going to hit the 8, you might as well go check. And Salam continues. And not only does Salam continue stacking chips, but is now second.
Leapfrogs
Patka.
Don't be nervous, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. You've done this before, you can do this. It's okay. Things are going well. Oh my God, I had 6 big blinds a second ago. This is crazy.
Patka down to 33 big blinds. Salam now up to 39. And this adjustment has really worked out. Obviously has had some hands, but has played them with a far different style than we were used to seeing. Optimus Clank says, was the biggest brick ever? For me, that's still when Victoria Coronet Mitchell won her second EPT. Yeah, I mean, that was like a big moment, Brick, as far as like, you know,
Right.
we're talking about. That's an iconic piece of poker history, thanks to that win and the brilliant commentary by James Hardigan.
Speaking of Optimus, did
Yeah.
you see the runtime for the new Transformers movie?
There's a new Transformers movie?
Yeah, The Rise of the Beasts. I'm sure you saw it. It's like the...
I might have seen it like listed at some point, but I've forgotten about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it, 4 hours?
It's 3 hours and 40 minutes.
I actually am one of the only people that don't mind these long movies.
Okay, so you're
And it doesn't bother me, especially if it's a movie I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah.
I didn't mind the length of Avatar.
I didn't mind that at all.
I don't mind the length of the Star Wars movies, the Marvel movies when they're 2 hours and 40 minutes. I don't care.
Yeah.
For the most part. If the movie's good, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Not all of them are
But
good.
there hasn't been a good Transformers movie since maybe the first one.
Let's
right?
see if I can go through the Transformers movies.
Okay.
So we got a Salam raising the button with ace-3. Pocket 4s for Ogata.
Can you focus, please?
Focus on Transformers?
Yes.
First one, pretty great.
Yeah.
Pretty
I
great.
agree.
Not a great movie.
No.
But like
I
pretty
would
great.
like
Pretty likable.
If I want to turn my
Yeah.
brain off, have a good time, I would watch the first Transformers again.
The second one.
Also, Shia LaBeouf's great.
Shia LaBeouf is also great. Megan Fox
is
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfection.
Babe.
It was really great.
She's babe.
Yeah. Great performance by Megan Fox. Patka with Queen 9 suited.
Just wanted to...
In the big blind. We'll take a pause on that conversation while we see what happens with a family pot.
That car never to get fixed, you know?
Yeah, right. Just keep leaning over. Queen 9 deuce.
Double hearts.
2 hearts, thank you.
That's the thing that's a new thing I'm doing.
Double
by the way.
hearts?
Just saying double instead of like 2 for flops. People don't really say it, you know? Double clubs.
I like that. I think that's cool. That's a different way of presenting things, which I always try to do in poker. Jack of spades in the turn. Top 2 still very good. Patrick says that your double heart gets a 10 on 10. Let's see. We are finally going to see Patka take a stab. And with no increase on the equity on the turn for Salam, that should be a buy for him, and 4s likely going the same way. Okay, so Transformers 1, pretty fun, likable. The special effects, fantastic. I really thought there were 2 robots fighting on that highway.
Yeah.
Better than many movie special effects that have come since then.
Yeah.
Transformers 2, did not love it.
No.
Did not love it.
What was Transformers 2 called?
That was the Dark Side of the Moon? Or was that 3?
That sounds familiar. I know a couple of the title names.
That was
I don't
3
know.
was Dark Side of the Moon, okay.
Okay, so what was 2?
Transformers 2.
I feel like 4
Skeletor's Revenge.
I feel like 4 was Revenge of the Fallen, or the second one?
4 is Revenge of the Fallen.
Okay.
Yeah. So the second one, not that great. 3, really bad.
Yeah.
The one was that the one with the knights and stuff, right? Where they like go back in time or whatever. It's like Anthony Hopkins at the beginning.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I really hated that one. But I actually liked 4 again, the one with Mark Wahlberg, and they bring Shia LaBeouf back, right?
So I don't know if I saw that one.
All right, we got another hand here. We'll go back to that in a second. It looks like we're going to have another 3-way pot.
So wait, LaBeouf comes back in the Wahlberg ones? He
I
like
think
makes
so.
a cameo or
I think
something?
Shia LaBeouf comes back. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's just Wahlberg replaces him.
I think just it's Wahlberg, yeah.
King 6-6. So this time, nobody connects with this. Ace high out in front. Looks like the 2 ace highs sharing most of the equity here. So you have to apply that 50% split equity to these 2 hands. Yeah, there we go. And Ogata takes this one down. Avoids the chop. I liked the 4th one again. I don't think it was great, but I liked it. Yeah, when they
was that the one with the pyramids?
No,
that was the 3rd one. There were like pyramids. And
here we go. So it goes Transformers. Revenge of the Fallen was part 2.
Okay.
Dark of the Moon was 3. Age of Extinction was 4. Then there was The Last Night. That one I really hated.
Well, Last Night? I don't remember that.
That was the one with Anthony Hopkins.
Bumblebee is the best of the bunch. Better than the first one, even, I think.
I do not. I was not a Bumblebee fan.
Come on.
I thought Bumblebee was a word-for-word rip-off of E.T.
Yeah, E.T.'s a great movie.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. So it might have been I kind of like Transformers 2 also, and then didn't like Dark Side of the Moon.
Mm-hmm. You keep on saying side, but it's just Dark
of the Moon. Sorry, I keep confusing
Dark
it with
Side of the Moon is like
Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10 for Ogata in the big blind. Pair of 8s for Salam.
I love that he's just with so much confidence saying raise. I guess maybe someone's told him, but he's just comfortable saying it. They know he's betting, right?
Yeah, I just think as like a favor to him, they could be like, hey
man, like this is like,
yeah, we just say bet.
Like there's 2,000 people on Twitch right now.
Ogata catches a 10 on the turn, which is good for the best pair, but also continues having that straight draw. 4, 7, 8, nope.
Salam with that 10-7. Folds on the turn. Sorry, I've got them first. I'm seeing raises when they're called. I'm a little confused. Ogata turning the hand into a... Oh, no, Ogata's got the 10. Sorry, I'm reading the hands backwards. Okay, I'm focusing up here.
It happens.
Focusing up. Good fold from Salam.
And that's going to put a little more distance between Ogata and Patka, who's now back in second place. 62 big blinds for Ogata. 27 for Patka after posting. Did you guys have Transformers and GoBots?
No, we had Beast Wars.
Beast Wars.
I was a big fan of watching a lot of Beast Wars.
So that's what they're trying to introduce with this new Transformers.
Yeah, but the thing was, when I watched Beast Wars, it didn't. There were that, in my memory at least, it wasn't really much of a crossover. It was like its own thing.
Its own thing. Yeah.
Separate universe, and they were, machine dinosaurs as they were.
So like Grimlock is from the Beast Wars then.
I don't remember. I just remember there was like, a big ape, and there was the best character was like the sort of the Raphael Vegeta type was like the Velociraptor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that was it. You're a little younger than I am. I think that was after my time. So we've got 2 pair again for Patka. Not much here for Ogata.
Shout out to Kieran, Glenn Weber, people talking, engaging. about Beast Wars. Beast Wars. I'd love to listen to that soundtrack. Patka, way ahead here.
You got the touch. You've got the power.
Is that
That's
Beast
from
Wars one?
that's from the Transformers movie. Ogata checks again. Really cannot continue past this king on the turn. Drawing stone dead.
Yeah, cheetah named Cheetor. I remember that.
So there's a Transformers ride at Universal Studios.
Oh, yeah.
And I go there pretty regularly. And the conceit of the ride is that you're like getting a tour of a military facility, and then the Decepticons attack because the Allspark is there.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
so then
that is where they would keep the Allspark.
You have to escape on a Transformer that just so happens to have a body shaped like a car that would go on a carnival ride.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And he's like trying to get you out while Megatron is attacking Starscream.
Yeah.
It's pretty intense. It's a big 3D ride. They drive you around like a soundstage. It's super fun. But at the end, Optimus Prime leans in.
Spoilers.
And he says, "Thank you, freedom fighters." And every time he says that, I cry a little bit.
Yeah.
I get choked up because I wish Optimus Prime was my real dad.
Yes.
It's pretty great. Freedom fighter. It's not that far off from Optimus, is it?
That was pretty good.
I'm kind of crying a little bit right now. Actually,
Yeah,
just
you are.
thinking about
Yeah.
it. Not like crying, but like, you know, like onion, like watery sting eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll call, man. That'll call.
Poptimus Prime, says Vigo. All right, well, that was an easy win for Ogata. John Sparks says, is the play really so bad that we must talk about Transformers? No, but
slow right now.
the comments are.
Yeah. You're banned.
You are banned.
You know,
and thank you for your comment.
As much as Optimus Prime does seem like a good character,
Yeah.
I'm more interested in, you know, seeing Optimus over the hill, you know?
You want to see Optimus retired?
Yeah, I just want to see the, you know, past his prime. What does he look like?
Optimus past his prime. Nice. Nice. Pocket fives for Ogata. Blinds have gone up, by the way. They're 300, 600 now. With a 600,000 big blind ante. Ogata's limped in with the fives. Patka stands pat with Queen 9 suited.
Barrett Totem says, man, I got to stop viewing and go stream some Transformers right now. No, don't do that. Stay here. But this stream is brought to you by Transformers Rise of the Beast coming out on...
There actually is a poker connection to the Transformers.
I bet there is. I bet there is.
So, Griffin, this is a little before your time. But years ago, we encountered a character here named Joseph Carlino.
Mm-hmm.
And there he is.
Nice.
And that was his thing.
You bust someone, you make this video. Cow. I go because the director killed me.
The janitor will kill him.
But it's difficult for me. Huh?
I think if he accidentally split something during those kicks, the janitor would not be happy about having to mop those up. Anyway, yeah, it was his thing. He used to do a bunch of karate kicks and stuff, and it was kind of entertaining at the time. I don't know, maybe there should be a reboot. Maybe we cast someone younger.
Yeah.
He was quite nimble for like that body type back in the day. Even that was still kind of impressive. Okay, so we are going to go heads up to this flop. No walks this time. 10, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. Here we go. Here we go. This is the kind of stuff we like to see. A pair versus a flush draw.
Yeah,
a good pair.
Exciting. Queen of diamonds would be exciting.
And Patka facing this bet seems like a pretty easy call spot with a hand that could be the best hand right now, ace high. Jack of hearts on the turn. Isn't going to float anybody's boat. Guess a little bit of more room for improvement for Ogata.
You know, I just want to say, if the river is a 9, I just feel like a 6-card straight should have the same value as a 5-card higher straight, you know?
I'm with you on that.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10
Yeah.
Jack should chop with, you know, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack. That's 6 cards.
Yes, should be the same value as if he rivers the straight with the queen.
Same value as,
a 6 a lower 6 card
Jack,
straight.
Queen. Got
I'm
it.
just saying, think about it.
I approved it. It's not what happened here.
I don't know.
Ogata is going to win this.
Tell you what, I don't know what James would think. I don't think James would
is
like
nodding.
it.
I can see he's actually agreeing with you for once. Or he could just be happy to not be involved in this. Yeah, okay, he's nodding again.
Interestingly, he's actually watching Transformers Revenge of the Fallen next to us.
Michael Maman on YouTube says, last watch a PokerStars event 5 years ago. Glad to know Stapleton still has the same shtick. Feels like home. My man.
Some things never change.
Michael, my man.
What's the opposite of a band?
Thank you for your comment. Yeah, he's exalted.
He's exalted, yeah. We can
and another
give him
walk.
some special privilege. We have a night bot. Do we have a day bot? Can we make him the day bot?
Protector of the night bot.
Fighter of the...
Ogata, continuing to win these little pots, has his stack back over at 60 big blinds. And guess what? Patka at 21 and Salam at 19.
Who do you think would win the fight, Starscream or Nightbot?
I gotta go Starscream. I don't know. I'm not sure the emotes can really hold up to turning into a gun. Oh no, wait, that was Megatron. He was the fighter jet. Yeah. Which one of them was the tape? One of them was a cassette tape. And a boombox, right? SoundCloud? No, it was not SoundCloud. Come on, James. You're better than that. Shockwave.
Oh, this is the MVP answer from Kieran here on Twitch. Nightbot, if Daybot is there to protect him.
Okay, fair enough. Ace, Queen, 10, the flop for this heads-up pot. Patka has a pair of 10s. Bottom pair. Gut shot for Ogata. Oh, bottom pair.
Wow.
Now bottom trips.
I have to say, even though Ogata seems to be gaining chips, he seems to be not winning a lot of pots.
Yeah.
He just somehow keeps on getting more chips.
I think he's getting a lot of walks in spots where people are probably going to be playing a little bit wider in general, but these folks are not.
Wheelie has a question in Twitch for me. You wanna field that one, Joe?
Which one? 4 in the river. Trip 10 still good.
It's a little scroll up there for you.
How about them Leafs?
Yeah.
Did they win?
Yes, I'm wearing the jersey right now. I was trying to tee
They made
Joe
it.
up.
They made it through.
They made it through. They won their first
that's
playoff
awesome.
round in 20 years.
You know, PokerStars used to have the seats right behind the goal in what are the Leafs Stadium?
Oh wow, really? Scotiabank Arena.
And I got to go sit in those seats a couple of times when I would go do work for Stars up in Toronto. It was awesome. I would get on TV. I was in the newspaper one time.
Wow, my phone must have been off that weekend.
Yeah, it was. Crazy, went right to voicemail every time. So I heard a rumor that Griffin was crying on his balcony at 4 o'clock in the morning. Did you cry when they won? Are we both going to tell anecdotes about us crying over really stupid things in the same 1 hour of broadcasting?
Should we get this on the stream?
Oh my God, he was. Good Lord. And why would you
stream?
photograph it? I don't even understand. He's crying tears of joy.
I was sending it to all my friends.
My God.
Because I'm not ashamed of my sensitivity.
Congratulations.
Thanks, dude.
I'm working on some some stand-up bits about sports and how I don't participate in them. Sports is like fantasy for people that had sex in high school. Lord of the Rings. It's like Lord of the Rings for people.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. There's something there. Yeah. You kind of have to polish it up a bit, but there's something there.
You know how like every NBA game comes down to the last 2 minutes? They should just play a 2-minute game.
Yeah.
Think of how much harder they would fight if they only had to play for 2 minutes.
Sure.
They're all tired by the end. Just have the game be 2 minutes. Pat getting the small blind. 9-5 off.
Delano, will you be watching Bruins-Panthers Game 7? Are you a Bruins fan?
So the Boston Bruins are going to play against the Carolina Panthers. Is it like both sports, like one half?
And they were playing a game.
Raise from Patka gets through the big blind. That's going to drop Salam down to 17 bigs. Patka back up to 28. No, Ace King, I do not consider poker to be a sport.
Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Winslet. Did I tell you I went to go see Titanic in IMAX a few months ago? Did a little 25th anniversary thing. Still holds up.
That is a movie that I saw once in the theater, and I'm good.
Yeah.
It was great. I thought it deserved all of the hype and all the accolades, but I'm good.
You're one and done.
Yeah, I'm fine. Considering I already knew the ending, I thought one was plenty. Right? I mean...
Did they have a lot of endings in Titanic?
No, I just mean like seeing it one time.
Oh.
Like for a movie, you know.
Well, okay, this is where I disagree with you, and we can get into this as Patka does get the Kings.
Pocket clangers.
Pocket clangers. And once action kicks off in this hand, we'll get right back to it. But I do want to address what you just said.
Yeah.
The performances in that movie are, like, incredible. Kate Winslet, like the way that she, like her presence in that movie, the way that her eyes like flicker, just like seeing two absolute dynamo superstars at the like mecca of their like becoming superstars.
Yeah.
They have an incredible chemistry.
Woo! Griff.
Action. I know I have to pause the Titanic.
We might have to.
I have more to say, but
I mean,
we
at
need
least
to focus.
Titanic is relevant because Patka, who has a strong chance of winning a large pot off of Ogata, is repping Griffin's third all-time favorite movie.
Also, the fact that he casts like a cartoonish villain, that's like a cartoon villain, Billy Zane. It's just like so camp. It's great. Great touches. Ogata shouldn't get into too much trouble with this, depending on the run out, really. And whether or not Patka wants to keep on blasting and be prepared to get in for stacks.
What about a jack? Would that be a run out that would be costly or not costly?
That would be very difficult to fold. Hard to fold a straight.
Dave says, Mr. Commentator, can you call the clock? This dude takes 5 minutes each hand. Very frustrating for us viewers. I
actually did call, but didn't pick
turns
up.
out we can't do that.
He didn't pick up. The clock said he's
Hello,
busy.
the clock. It's Griffin. Patka's batting 3.6 million. So
great bet.
Nice chunky bet.
It's just so many hands that have a lot of equity, like the Queen 8, that is going to be inclined to continue. So you want to get value from them. Protection. This is a 70-80% pot bet. So Patka knows what's going on here. Just needs to dodge a 6 or a queen.
I love it.
Or an ocho. Yeah, that was a great call the way you put those chips in.
Very stylish. 7 on the river. So Ogata's 8 will not be playing.
Just an absolutely gorgeous river for Patka here. I mean, if you think about it, the spades have bricked.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent, when the board, the energy from Patka feels like maybe he's not going to check. But, if the 10 paired or the 9 paired, going to be more difficult to bet this river because, those Jack 9 type hands, those Jack 10, 10-8s, whatever, that does comprise a good percentage of Ogata's range. But the 7, not as much, Maybe some Jack 7 suiteds, but are they really going to be calling 3.6 million on the turn? So way less 7x combos. So you're more comfortable betting here and trying to. Oh, don't dare check.
It was like
Patka,
dangerously close to a check.
If you check, I am going to come down there, take.
He's not checking. Just relax. Wait, what? Oh my goodness.
Don't do it.
So there was a check. And that's okay, because he still wins the pot. That's okay. It's okay.
Stuck with Titanic.
Patka up to 37 big blinds after that hand.
The
Salam
music.
still at 17. Interesting comment here, and I agree with Vizar, who says, everybody always calls the clock, but never asks the clock how it's feeling. Fair enough. Okay, do you want to go back to your Titanic rant? It is somewhat relevant because of the T-shirt, so get while the getting's good.
No, I mean, I've said, I think that if you decided to have a bottle of wine with your lovely girlfriend and watched Titanic again, that I think you would enjoy it. It's a really engaging
I did enjoy
story,
it.
and I think you would enjoy it again.
Enjoy it. I would just rather watch something else.
Yeah. I have James within vision. I'm just going to ask him how many times he's seen Titanic. Put up some fingers for me, James. One time.
That is
One
his
time,
middle
James.
finger, too.
Yeah, it was his middle finger. Jeez. I think he's mouthing something. Get back to the poker. Okay. Here we go. Ace deuce for Patka.
Queen, Jack 7, 2 hearts. Misses both of these players pretty hard.
Samo Jacko does make a good point. Take into account what this money might mean to a mid-stakes player. Obviously, check. Not so good, but okay. I agree. I mean, it's just, listen, we fall into the trappings sometimes ourselves. It's so much easier in the booth when you see it shaping out. I mean, you're in a situation like that, a board that busy, and you just bet and get snapped by Jack 8 for a straight or something. It's, you start thinking about all those nightmare scenarios. Definitely think it's on the tighter side, maybe a small mistake, but not the end of the world. And by the way, Ogata's not always going to call, so.
This guy is trying to plug his vlog, but he's worked in a compliment for me, so
wow, that's
I'm
good.
going to read it. Joey Pigtails Poker Vlog says, OMG Stapes, that dry humor is exactly what I need. I'm editing vlog 6, and that just snaps me back to smiling.
Oh, my God.
You're welcome, Joey Pigtails Poker Vlog.
Episode 6 out now.
Soon. Coming soon.
Coming soon, pardon me.
Ogata raising the button with 8-7 off. Pocket 7s for Patka. Patka 7s. Oh. And another 8-7 for Salam. It's always coming, Salam. 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 Okay, well. Man, if an 8 hits here, Maybe just
I mean,
pack it in for the day.
If a 7 hits, maybe we need to
That's
pack
true.
everything up.
Yeah. If a seven
Oh, gosh.
is significantly worse.
We heard about the legend of the 5th 7. We knew that we kept on talking about how it's always coming 7.
Jack 5
That
tray.
the 5th one might emerge. I know people are making a lot of jokes about how the 7 can't come, but I would like to suggest that maybe the 7s have already come, right? They came before the 4. They were so
Correct.
excited to get here.
Yes.
It is always coming 7.
It is the ultimate
All of
always
them came.
coming 7,
They
yeah.
were early for the party. They're helping set up, you know?
There's no more 7s to come.
No, they've all arrived.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed what happened there, but Ogata bet the 8 high and both hands folded.
What a boss. Made no sense and got the big fold from the 7s.
Miles Live says, Joe, your humor is really helping me through stocking shelves at my small business, Miles Groceries and VLT machines in downtown Edmonton, Alberta. We're open till 9 p.m. Thank you for your compliment. Does anyone else have any compliments they want to throw my way? Salam is limped in with 7-6 in the small.
And 9 p.m. I believe is Pacific time, just so everyone knows.
Alberta, sure, yeah. Joe just wanted to say you're real funny, and come on down to Ed's Used Cars. Special financing. Anyone who comes in mentioning the stream. Queen, 10, 7, 3 clubs, pair of 7s for Selim.
Triple club. Remember we talked about this? Double heart.
That's your thing.
No,
we don't have to do everything the same.
Wait a minute, okay. No, you said you liked it, and I'm just suggesting
I
that
liked
maybe
it for
we could,
you.
We could try. Oh, I can have my own thing?
First of all the things that you have that aren't your own thing is because you took them from me. I haven't taken any of your things.
So now that I finally have my own thing with just the triple club and the double heart and stuff, you're letting me.
That's all you, buddy.
I'm a peacock. You're letting me fly.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I guess. I don't. That's also your thing, is analogies that make no sense. Check, check. Ace of spades on the river. So pair 7's good.
Yeah.
Raise.
And
Salam is raising.
on the river, turning the 7, I guess, into a bluff on this triple club double spade board.
I don't have to praise you for it every time. Like, just do the thing.
Yeah, I did the thing. What? Just because I look at you?
Dyslexic Potato says Griffin is completely original. Original. And Azabeba Jeb says, Joe, you are awesome. Absolute legend. By King Kahuna Beanbags, Australia.
Champ Check asked, what bankroll do you need to play the EPT? Any bankroll. Just satellite in, find a way in, get in.
What's the real answer to that question if you're going to play a 5K EPT main event?
I'm not the best person to ask, but in my memory, it's like somewhere between 50 to 100 buy-ins you're supposed to have. So
on the low side of that,
would be
50 times 5K is what?
Would be like $250,000, I think.
$250,000?
Yeah.
But what if you sold all of your action and you're only in for 1K, and that means you would only need a 50K
that's the thing, right?
bankroll.
Like, yeah, exactly. So, but you know, you can also, the idea of taking shots, like because of the satellite system and stuff, like the qualifiers, you could get in for a couple $100.
Right, that
and
works,
you
sure.
could, instead of treating that as a 5K score, you could be like, you know what, I'm in this thing for $100. Let's go for it. Or you could sell a little action and do it that way as well. So there's, you know, but you shouldn't, you know, put up 5,300 with, you know, 17,000 in your bank account.
I also think that there is a difference between a player that has a bankroll, a poker bankroll, and a player who is like, hey, I like to play poker recreationally, and I'm going to save up to play an EPT once or twice a year.
Yeah.
I think that that's perfectly reasonable. I don't think you have to have a $250,000 bankroll.
I agree.
To go, hey, I enjoy playing poker, and I'm going to go play a 5K.
let me, I'm gonna expand on that. So the bankroll, quote unquote,
rules or guidelines are the idea that you're playing these frequently.
As a
Like,
professional,
you're gonna be-
really.
Yeah. So you want to have 50 buy-ins because you're playing so many of these $5,300 buy-ins. So when that's not the case, you can certainly, hope that answers your question because you went into great detail.
Ogata has made it 1.25 million with queen 6 off. Patka contemplating pocket threes.
Wow.
And shoves. Luckily, Salam does not wake up with a hand, and luckily, Ogata also has a hand that cannot call. But that seems capricious.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I understand if you think Dice K is raising near 100% of the buttons, which clearly is. It can feel like the only way to play this is as a shove. But the thing is you got to be careful. You got to make sure Ruben's Salam busts first here, who has,
You're right. That would
under
be
10 million
disaster.
Chips. To get Coolered there and finish third would be pretty brutal. But I understand the logic. I'm just a bit surprised that he would be so fast and loose for 35 big blinds in that spot, and then, fold those sevens and check back those kings. It's always surprising how some players are aggressive in some spots and not in others.
Well, Salam's down to 14 big blinds, and that's only for another 30 seconds because the blinds are going up again, and this would be a good time to bring Global Poker Award-winning broadcaster, Poker Broadcaster of the Year 2022, James Hardigan.
In a landslide, by the way.
Back into the booth.
How long can I continue riding this way?
Forever.
For at least a year.
Until they take the trophy away from you for finding out some shady stuff you've done.
This is Poker Joe. They've not taken any trophies away from people.
That's true.
That's true.
I don't have the trophy yet, by the way. Eric, call me. I was just seeing that the Spraggy still in prompt was running, and I thought they haven't updated it. This must relate to something else. Then I remembered, no, Spraggy did actually make a deep run in this.
Yeah.
Spraggy did come close to making the final table of the FPS main event, busting in 21st place, but did not make the final 8, and obviously, therefore, is not in the final 3, because that's where we are at right now.
I just want to say I do feel like I might have condemned Spraggy's run yesterday because I made a joke to one of his friends that, he's just gonna finish 21st, and then he did, and I felt terrible. Felt like
that's exactly what you call.
Yeah. Like just like a Pokerdamus moment. Wasn't good. Ogata with that wheel draw on the double heart, double diamond board.
But right now it is the Queen 10 high, the gut shot straight draw of Thomas Patka that has the advantage. Patka's done a decent job of trying to draw a little bit more level with Ogata, and obviously it's now once again Rubens Salam who is the low man at the table.
Yeah, not surprised we're seeing a bet here from Patka.
So we've got 4.7 million in the middle, and before the dealer can even verify the bet from Patka, it was 5.5 million, by the way, we get the fold from his opponent, and that will take us into level 38. That's right, the blinds are going up because we are now on a 30-minute clock with 3 players remaining in this 1K tournament, and that means 400,000, 800,000 the blinds with an 800K big blind ante. That means Ruben Salam is now playing 10 bigs. Thomas Patka around 30 bigs, and the chip leader has fewer than 40 big blinds. This is getting very shallow, Griffin.
You might even say Ruben Salam is in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
I love teeing James up for a danger zone.
I mean, Salam has done an amazing job of literally clinging on But there will come a point where it's double up or bust time.
Yeah, definitely getting a bit short stacked here. You just saw under 40 big blinds for even the chip leader here.
Yeah. And it will be only 26 minutes now until the blinds go up again. Whoa. We will roll straight into level 39 before the next break as we go heads up to the flop. Blind v blind, 10-4 versus Queen 9 and a King 8-4 flop. So Ogitar with a pair of fours has the advantage, checks it to Patka. Jack on the turn after it goes check, check on the flop. Ogitar bets 900,000 into 2.4 million.
And actually a perfectly sized bet for the situation. Patka with that gut shot. Going to want to call this 900,000. So technically getting value from a worst hand.
Christopher Valori asking, what is this, a heads-up game now? And just because Salam's away from the table right now doesn't mean he's out. But I kind of know what Christopher is driving at, and that is that Salam is not playing a lot of hands, and therefore most of the confrontations we're going to see are between these two. But what choice does Salam really have? He is getting close, if not there already, in all fold territory.
A bet from Patka here, I think, will take it down. But still has to find the trigger. You like to have maybe a heart in your hand in this spot, but you don't want to lose its showdown to something like a 4. Problem is, can you ever really get a jack to fold? Probably not. So the wheels are turning for knockoff Titanic shirt Atlanta Braves hat Patka.
Just to be clear, we do think that the hat is an official piece of...
It looks pretty official.
MLB merchandise, but we do know that I believe they're now called 20th Century Studios after they were rebranded. Not receiving any royalties from that t-shirt, certainly not a single penny going to James Cameron, a man who needs every single penny he can get his hands on right now.
Well, I mean,
his
movies are expensive.
Very expensive, and none of them has performed well at the box office for many decades.
I, for one, am willing to personally pitch in to see the 9-hour cut of Avatar 2, The Way of Water.
That movie was great. What a treat.
It was a movie.
What a treat.
You know who loves playing poker? John Landau, who is James Cameron's main producing partner. Played poker with him once on another show. Told the story about how someone spiked the water at on the set of Titanic with acid.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
The water's freezing and there aren't enough boats, and I'm seeing rainbows. Ogitar opening on the button with King, Queen off. Patka has folded the small, so let's see if we get a hand. Ogitar versus Salam. King, Deuce of Hearts. Out of this size stack, Griffin, can he defend with this hand?
Yeah, certainly can. You know, you don't have much fold equity here with just 7 million, and this is the kind of hand that you know, you can flop some equity, check shove on a 2-heart board, or you know, the king is kind of disguised because much of your kings will have shoved pre-flop. Of course, we can see in this particular situation it would not be advantageous to hit a king,
Yeah.
But most other times it would be. So Salam is definitely in the right, trying to flop something here, but doesn't do it and should probably get away.
PUBG Karakin, watching on YouTube, asks, can the commentators see our comments? No. Thank you for your question. Spade draw now for Ogita, in addition to still having the best hand and 95% equity. Can I just say I bloody hate Karakin? It is one of my least favorite maps.
Is that an island? Is that one of the islands?
Yeah. Barry Greenstein doesn't change the outcome of the hand, but makes a always welcome appearance. Flaming Barrys, Flaming Barrys. And King Queen is going to win this, leaving Ruben Salam with 7 big blinds.
It's always coming 7.
Maxim 2010, watching on Twitch, asks, are these guys poker pros? I believe Thomas Patka is a professional player. Yeah, chooses to live across the Slovakian border in Austria so that he can play online. Qualified to the FPS for 100 euros at PokerStars. The other 2 players, on the other hand, not professionals. Although Ruben Salam is a regular fixture on the France Poker Series circuit. Only has 8.5K to his name in total live winnings and has moved all in here from the small blind. And then you've got Ogita, the Japanese businessman, works in advertising, likes to travel the world, and when he does travel, he combines those trips with poker. He's got 800K in live cashes.
Looks like King 10 or something. Oh, it might be King 9. Maybe Queen 9 suited. We just see the 9 of spades so far, which is a bad card for Daisuke Ogita to have. Salam's got the best 9 ever that you can have in Texas Hold'em.
Ogita is considering this decision. Just going to save this question. In fact, I'm going to address this question now from Crazy Savage Boy 01. What is the difference between qualifying and just buying into a tournament? So let's use this as an example, right? The France Poker Series main event. The buy-in is 1,100 euros. You can show up, and as long as you've got 1,100 euros, you can play. You can buy in directly. But Thomas Patka played a satellite, a smaller buy-in tournament online that only cost 100 euros, and he won a 1K ticket to the FPS main event. So he's in for effectively 10% of the cost that you would have to pay if you were buying in directly. He's the last remaining qualifier. I know there were plenty of qualifiers with 2,138 entries in this event across 4 starting flights. Now, of course, not all those entries, Griffin, are going to be unique players. The FPS main event allows 2 entries per flight with a total of 4 starting flights. So you can fire plenty of bullets in this if you so choose.
Yo, Mr. Commentator Man, what was second card? So, Fizar, we don't know. It was wasn't presented, right? That's why we don't have the graphic for you. Every once in a while, it's going to happen if the cards aren't properly in the box. We're pretty good about getting you the cards.
So Ogita has called in the small blind. Patka with ace-jack of clubs in the big blind. No, Fred, this is not Omaha. No limit hold them is the game being played. I believe there is a PLO event taking place today here at EPT Monte-Carlo. I think it's a single re-entry event. Started at noon. It's also day 1A of the main event, which we'll pick up on day 2. And it's also day 2 of the Super High Roller, which will play down to the final 6 today. They'll play into the money. And we will show 6 playing down to a winner tomorrow. That's right, final table of the 100K, 1 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow. Wow, just flops it. Nut flush, boom.
Boom.
With some street flash potential, Griffin.
It's a little, yeah, it's out there.
It's out there.
Even a royal flash potential.
Simple answer to a simple question. Max says, is it legal to play online qualifiers in states that don't allow gambling? No.
Dude, that was a very surprising fold from Daisuke Ogata. 800,000 into 5.6 million after deciding to limp call and then flopping a pair. You know, obviously we see that Patka did have the absolute nut flush, but you know, when your opponent's just betting a king there or ace queen with a club or something like that, you know, you don't want to be folding pairs. So surprising to see Daisuke Ogata make that fold. Was correct though.
Griffin, would you like a super high roller update considering we are going to be covering this event tomorrow?
Sure.
So they're down to 2 tables, down to the final 16. And it's Ben Heath who has the chip lead right now with 16 players remaining. He's got just over 1 million. Orpinkas Sakoglu second on the leaderboard with 904,000. Alex Kulev third in chips. Fourth on the leaderboard, your favorite, Adrian Mateos, 750K. And of course, Mateos took down the Super High Roller in Monte Carlo last year. Can he defend his title? Can he go back-to-back? Salam all in here, King 10.
So I actually did a little mini draft with a few friends yesterday for the Super High Roller. Took a couple players, and I have Mateos and Chidwick.
Chidwick is also top 5 stack right now?
Yeah, I believe it was, who had Ben Heath? Someone had Ben Heath. I think Parker had Tim Adams, maybe Ben Heath.
Well, when I was out on the floor earlier on,
Kowalski had Orpin. I remember that.
I did see Tim Adams still at the tables, and I can confirm Tim Adams is still in right now.
Nice.
But he is one of the shorter stacks.
Michael Watson was drafted.
Mike Watson is very short right now. Who else is still alive? Bonomo, Artemata Rosian, Kem Mokri, Christoph Vogelsang. Both Mikolai Vaskoboynikov and Mikishi Bodziakovsky.
Mateos was first of all. Yeah, when Sir Watts is giving you a wedgie, it's tough. Salam with the raise on the flop. Sorry, the bet on the flop.
So Salam hovering around the 15 big blind mark right now. And not that much separating Ogita and Patka. 35 bigs for the chip leader, 28 bigs for Patka. Very shallow right now, and in 12 minutes it gets even shallower.
James, how do you feel about mixed game jokes?
Example?
Well, just whenever if you see Patka stand up, he's standing Patka.
I've decided I don't like them.
Had to try.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't.
I don't think you had to.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
There's a difference in what you want to do, Griffin, and what you have to do.
I just feel like there's a lot of, there's some mixed players out there that, no? Where's Mason Pie at?
Guitar betting 1 million into 2.4. Patka with king high here, just 3%, but makes the call. And does pick up equity on the turn.
Well, he was going to have to pick up something.
Yeah.
King high was a long way from home. But this gut shot, hope in hell, but nah. Ogita looking back and seeing some smiles from, I believe would probably be some friends on the rail.
Now we know somewhere on the rail is Ruben's Salam's son. And a reminder that the family made a trip here earlier this week so that Ruben's son could play his first ever live tournament. He played the FPS Cup. Meanwhile, his dad decided, oh, I might as well play the FPS main event as we're here. And now he finds himself guaranteed at least 137K for a third place finish.
This tournament was supposed to be my thing, Dad.
I know, right? It's like, come to Monte Carlo for my first ever live tournament and get overshadowed by my dad, making the top 3 in a field of 2,138 in the main event, while I get to play the FPS Cup.
And I've also kind of established that he's a bit of an internet daddy now, too. So, he's everyone's dad. Katka, pocket jacks.
Classic competitive dad syndrome.
Oh, here come the big boy chips. Those are all in chips. And because the blinds are up to 400,000, 800,000, this raise is all in is actually only really for 26 bigs. Obviously way too much for the king 8, but I like just that shove there. You really, it's one of those situations where, yeah, you're happy to get in 25, 26 big blinds with pocket jacks, but you don't really want to get 4-bet shove on by like king, queen off or ace 4 suited and then lose and finish third when there's a, 55,000 euro pay jump between second and third, and Ruben Salam is in the danger zone.
So almost even Stevens between Ogita and Patka right now. IPH says, did that say Leonardo? No, that was just a crease in the t-shirt. But there is a printing error on that t-shirt. There is a word that is missing a letter. And ever since StatTrick pointed out to us, it has been something that we cannot take our eyes off and cannot help being really, really tilted by.
Are we sure, though? Like, have we seen the full uncreased?
Yes, 100%.
I don't know.
100%.
I'm gonna have to get out there and stretch his shirt and see.
Multiple angles.
I'll be like,
across multiple hands.
Yeah. I'll be like, Thomas, I need to see this thing. Can you please stand, Patka?
Okay.
Griffin! I'm supposed to be on break right now, and I got to come back and deal with this. Damn it.
Jack 9 for Ogita. flush draw on the double club, double spade board here for Patka.
Yeah, but it just gets better and better for Ogita, who's now got the trip jacks. Tyler was saying how common are deals in these events, because they happen all the time in Australia. Pretty common. Maybe if Ruben Salam were to be eliminated and the other two players were close in chips, maybe they would consider dealing, considering that the difference between first and second is more than 100,000 euros.
I'd almost give a pass if DiCaprio was spelled wrong, because it's like a quite a weird word, you know. But Winslet.
I said it's not that it's spelt wrong; it's just clearly been cropped off.
Right.
When
Okay.
whoever made the T-shirt decided to like copy the image.
Straight for Ogita and bottom range Patka here with the 6 high. With almost 8 million chips in the middle. Feel like Ogita's probably going to be playing this as a bet, but a check would be awesome because we can see what Patka has. The bet does come. I do enjoy Kieran's Mandela effect theory that it's just always been Winslow and we just it's the Berenstein Bears of Hollywood. Sorry, Berenstain Bears. There are the chip counts.
Yeah, Salam still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Blinds up now in just under 5 minutes time.
Here's some fun Kate Winslet trivia, actually.
Okay.
That she broke the world record for holding breath underwater in for a movie, for Avatar: Way of Water. And she had no experience doing it before. And she trained for like months to years for this movie, and she like broke the record by like 10 seconds or something.
I didn't even know she was in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
She plays the mother.
I've not seen it.
Oh, okay.
I have no interest in seeing it. I had no idea that she'd been reunited with James Cameron in the production of the film.
But she plays one of the blue people.
Right, okay.
Right? So she's not...
Oh, so she's not actually in it. There's
no,
just
no,
a
no.
kind of...
I mean,
there's a digital image.
She committed
that's
years of her life to the movies, and
right.
You know, but yeah. There's a great video of it though. She like emerges and she's saying, she says, am I dead? Am I dead? Like she's under there for like 4 minutes or something. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, why can't they do that in special effects?
So they're filming all of the like. I think she was doing it like for fun. It wasn't like a 4-minute scene.
Oh, for fun. Sure. Yeah. No, I hold my breath for fun all the time.
No,
it's amazing.
No,
it's one of my biggest hobbies.
Yeah, they film a lot of the things under the water for like mocap. Because there's like a lot of underwater scenes.
Why can't they just do it in a computer?
I don't know. This is not something I really know a lot about, but...
Seems to me that she went to some unnecessary effort here.
I mean, I've seen some behind-the-scenes stuff of Avatar, and the way they were able to recreate a lot of this stuff is, I think you kind of need the interaction of actual people.
I mean, it's really cool when you see the making of like Top Gun Maverick and you realize that they were really in those planes and they were really pulling those Gs.
Yeah.
But that's because you see it on screen. It's not like, wow, they did that, and then when I watch the film, there's a computer animation that looks a bit like Tom Cruise's face.
Oh No's GG says, it's that training that let her survive the Titanic. Oh, that makes sense.
She never really went underwater much in Titanic. She was just a bit chilly, right? Because the water was cold.
That's true.
But luckily, she managed to climb on the door.
The world's narrowest door.
Poor Jack. Ogita raising the button with ace-queen. Patka's folded, and Salam folds the 7-deuce. So bearing in mind that I did admit earlier on that I've only seen Titanic once. I did see it at the cinema. Can you remind me, at the end, does the old woman kill herself?
No, she
throws the heart of the ocean.
The heart of the ocean
back into the ocean.
Back into the ocean. But the fact that you kind of think that in your memory just goes to show the powerful nature of the metaphor of the heart of the ocean being.
I just remember
being.
I just remember at the end though, like she's walking on board her ghost
and
is
she
walking.
dumps. No, it's not a ghost. It's her in her freaking nightie.
Yeah.
And she takes the heart of the ocean, which these poor people these guys have been looking for, and all this time she's like, "Oh, well, I'll tell you the story, but I don't know where your heart of the ocean is."
How much money do you think Bill Paxton spent searching for that bloody thing?
Yeah,
He's got like some
And
high-tech
then- oh, yeah.
stuff.
It's
And
probably
by the
not
way-
going to be as hard to find the second
By
time.
the way,
Sure.
yeah. By the way she threw it off was kind of just like this. She goes like, "Oops!"
It bounces
she
like
makes-
4 times on the way down. It's like the worst old lady throw of all time. It's like tink, 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 tink.
But she makes a sound like she makes a kind of like this little yelp. She goes like, "Oop!"
See,
he's like, "Oop! Did I drop that?"
My
Like,
memory of the movie is that
she's the villain of the movie.
That she's reunited with Jack at the end because she killed herself, so she meets him in the afterlife. But that's clearly my false recollection of what happens.
but
It should be a
scene
rule that
does-
someone has to wear a
that
movie
is-
T-shirt to every final table so that we
agree,
get to
yeah,
do this.
This is good. That does happen. There is a sort of a dream sequence right after that scene, which I guess would have made more sense had she actually died on screen, but no.
Billy Zane. Okay, unraised, blind v blind. Ogita with 9-4, Patka with King 5 of hearts.
Yeah, Patka under 20 million mark, and I'm telling you, that's real tough. As the blinds will go up immediately to 500,000, 1 million.
What a flop for Patka, and yet
Not
it's
bad, right?
Ogita who's betting here. Top pair, flush draw, 97%, and my opponent's betting 2 million. Hello, happy days.
And you have the board absolutely crushed here. You have to just play this as a call, keep all those bluffs in, and Patka knows the assignment and does just that.
Jack on the turn doesn't change anything other than it has Ogita drawing dead.
Yeah, and as like a card to pure bluff at, the Jack of Spades isn't bad because you're gonna fold out pretty much all those 8s and 6s that to more pressure here, especially with Rubens having just 9 big blinds. But Ogita, who's had good instincts all final table, doesn't bet.
Yeah. So the board pairs on the river, giving Patka trip kings, and this would be a good time for Ogita to just check, give up.
Yeah, it's going to be less credible here to pretend that you just, like, I guess, turned a Jack and are now going for value. It's such an unlikely story. You probably aren't going to be able to fold out an 8 or a 6. So that looked like the give up, and Patka surely going to find a bet here, but going to get a quick fold, I would imagine, from Ogita.
What is he doing?
Oh my God.
What is he doing? Oh, wow. And that was so quick. Patka goes for value, 3 million. And the snap check raise bluff from Ogita. And now I guess Patka's thinking, what am I beating? He's just raised it to 8.5 million.
I mean, this is a pretty big mistake from Ogita. You know, not just because Patka happens to have the king and will probably call, but it's just like, what are you trying to fold out here, right? Patka's going to bet his kings and check back his 8s and 6s, and might even check back a jack had he floated the flop with Jack X, which doesn't. You shouldn't really have a lot of jacks because you shouldn't really be floating the flop with the jack, right? Like, if you think about the kind of hands, like, is Jack 10 going to call the King 6-8 facing a 2 million chip bet on the flop? No. So this is just a poor hand from Ogata. I think a big mistake.
Well,
doesn't really make much sense.
Has made the call, and that is going to change the dynamic. That is going to give Thomas Patka the chip lead once again. He's now playing over 30 million. He's now playing 38 big blinds as Ogita drops down to 25 big blinds. Should highlight, guys, that the blinds are up. We are now at level 39. The player's taking a quick break, a quick comfort break, as we see that Patka leads. Ogita sits in second, and Salam still in third place and down to 7 big blinds now because the blinds are 500k and $1 million with a 1 million big blind ante. So Griffin, apologies for returning to the subject of the movie Titanic, but Glenn Webber posted, and this does sound like the movie I watched. I thought that she jumped into the sea at the end. That's clearly not what happens, but Glenn says she tosses away the necklace and she dies in her sleep. So at the end of the movie, the final shot where she is reunited.
She does go into bed and then dies.
At the end of the movie, she basically is reunited with all of the captain and the crew and the other passengers and Jack, because she's dead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's probably what happened is, right, going back to the nightmare that was the Titanic.
Yeah, but it's the good bit while it's still afloat and Jack's still alive.
Sure. It wouldn't immediately make you think of the part where it crashed and sank. And it was the most terrifying moments of your life.
But it was also the happiest moment of her life.
See, you're a sucker for Titanic. You should rewatch it.
Nope.
Also, what an insult to every person she ever met after surviving the Titanic.
Yeah, like her real
actual husband,
her actual husband,
her children,
loved her dearly.
Yeah.
So, still significant prize money in play with 3 players remaining. 137k for the next player out, nearly 200k for the runner-up, more than 300k for the winner. As we continue to play down to a champion in this 1,000 euro buy-in event. 3 players remaining from the record-breaking 2,138 total entries. And a reminder that this is the first of 7 days of Cards Up coverage from EPT Monte-Carlo. Our second stream is tomorrow. That's the final table of the 100k Super High Roller. And what follows that? 5 consecutive days of the EPT main event. Today being day 1A, tomorrow being day 1B. The Survivors merge on Tuesday, May 2nd. That's when we'll have world-famous bubble coverage from the main event. Continue to see the field whittle down across Wednesday, Thursday. On Friday, they play down to the FT, and that final table will conclude our series of streams. That's on Saturday, May 6th at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime as we crown another champion on the 2023 season of the European Poker Tour. This being the third of 5 stops. Still got Barcelona in the summer. Sorry, this is the second of 5 stops. My bad. Barcelona in the summer. Cyprus, our first ever trip to Cyprus coming up in the autumn. Prague rounding out the year in December. Keep realizing we've only been to Paris so far. The Irish Open wasn't an EPT. I knew we'd done an event recently. I knew there was another stream, but of course it was not a European Poker Tour destination.
I mean, you played it.
Yes, I'm aware of that. 3 times a charm. No, it wasn't. So back to the action in just a moment. This is not a scheduled break. The players will be returning from the facilities momentarily to resume playing out level 39. And then in around half an hour's time, we will have a genuine break in play. The question is, will we get to that break? The way things are going, I'm going to say yes. Although, Ruben Salam, there does come a point when you realize it could finally, this amazing journey could finally come to an end. But bear in mind, all the pots are being played between Ogita and Patka. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could ladder up into second, especially if Ogita's going to play hands like the last one, Griffin.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to have him maybe take a bit of a back seat. You know, the dynamic often changes when there's a change in the chip lead, when there's the ICM implications. I don't think Daisuke is going to get too out of line.
So far we've lost Mammon, Rahu, Dimitrov, Laut and Chen, having started this final table with 8 players. 3 remaining right now. Meanwhile, down to the final 2 tables in the Super High Roller. They'll play down to 6 tonight, and I'm pretty sure they will play down to 6 because only 6 players actually get paid, and I'm pretty sure those guys will want to play into the money tonight, and those 6 players will return tomorrow.
Obviously, starting the final table with the least amount of chips, 6 big blinds.
Yes.
Laddering all the way up to second place is the best any ladderer can do.
Yes,
Does it
correct.
still count as a laddering if he somehow then wins?
I kind of feel once you get heads up, then you're definitely playing for the win. You
Right.
can't ladder anymore, as it
So
were.
this, and we've had multiple times in history where someone has done max laddering.
Yes.
I'm rooting for that.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for max laddering for Ruben Selim.
I would agree with you.
A wire-to-wire ladder.
So I referenced the fact that we are here for 7 consecutive days. This is the first of those 7 days. And while we are streaming the live action from the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino, we are also bringing you our mini EPT Monte Carlo online series, which is running now. It started today. Every day you get 3 low buy-in tournaments at 3:15, 6:15 and 8:15, Central European summertime, with tournament tickets, with scoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single MTT in this series. And of course it concludes with a mini main event on Saturday, the 6th of May, which is going to have an EPT Barcelona package added as well, which will go to the winner of that mini main event. Looks like the 3 players have returned. Looks like we're ready to get cards in the air once again and return to the final table. Guitar with ace queen suited on the button.
Big blind now, 1,000,000 chips.
That's the thing, you have to come back from the bathroom, take your seat and go, shall we raise the blinds?
Yeah.
Can I?
Shall we make it 7 figures?
There are the multiple chips, so you can now.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
I think it was an attempted raise, but he didn't put out enough. So it's going to go as a call.
And what's also interesting is that he did look at the screen. So I'm surprised.
So Salam gets to see a free flop with ace-7 suited. And here we go, domination rotation in Salam's favor.
Pretty surprised to see Salam not just put in these 7 big blinds. Like Ogata's button open range, you know, much worse hands than something like a7.
Now a bet from Ogita and the check raise all in from Salam.
And the way that Salam has played this is going to work out. I mean, it would have worked out the same if just gone all in. 7 is hit. Not even backdoor clubs for Ogita. And this is a bit of a fall from Ogita, who was flirting with the 40 million chip mark before that, failed bluff, and now being behind the ace-7 on this flop from Salam. And surely what Ogata is thinking is, you know, I'm beating some draws, some 9-10s and 10 jacks. My queen and my ace should be live a decent amount of the time. You know, it's not just always king X, it's a lot of 8X, 7X. But without backdoor clubs, it does make the good fold. Was only live to the queen. And it's always coming 7, James, not always coming queen.
And that will see Salam chip up to 9 big blinds.
Oh no, as GG says, I keep looking at Ogata's pinky like it's an episode of Sweet Tooth. That came out season 2 a few days ago, didn't it? Good little show on Netflix.
va envoyer le couscous. On va plus rigoler maintenant.
Patka on the button, first to act here. Folds.
Joe Stapes says, Sweet Tooth is a car from Twisted Metal and nothing else. Did you see? You saw it. Oh, God. What was the song choice? That was... Come on, man. Say something. Say something, Joe.
I realized that once I nodded like that, I hadn't seen what you were talking about.
Oh, I thought you were nodding. Oh.
I saw something a long time ago that didn't have music on it.
No, they released the Twisted Metal trailer yesterday.
Oh, no, I did not see that.
With Falcon Dude is the main character, and it was a really weird song choice, and then they showed... yeah, it's like I guess it's a Peacock series they're doing.
Am I being trolled right now? What the hell are you two talking about?
So Twisted Metal is a famous PlayStation video game, and they just released a promo for like
Anthony Mackie.
Anthony Mackie's playing the lead, and it just looks...
I didn't know it was going to be a TV show. I thought it was a movie.
I mean, maybe it is a movie. I don't know.
All in from Salam on the button with ace-8. And a count requested by Thomas Patka, who's got sevens. And we're going to see a race, I think.
Come on, Patka. It's 10 big blinds. Surely.
There's the call. Flip that coin. The sevens of Patka against the overcards of Ruben Salam, who's the at-risk player here.
Big moment here for both these players. This will really even out the chip stacks if Salam manages to find a way to win.
Jason calling for the ace from space. Or the date with an 8.
The flop has an ace on it. And Salam takes the advantage. Near enough a 9-1 favorite to double up through Patka. Just has to fade a 7 on the river. Is it? Coming 7. No, it is not. So Salam doubles up. And where does that leave us? Literally even Stevens.
All 3 players even Stevens.
All around 20 big blinds right now. And now we're in a position where Ruben Salam could contend for the chip lead, and Salam could start playing for the win. In fact, he's officially ahead of Patka in the rankings right now.
Laddering all the way up.
But again, to highlight that all 3 players have around 20 big blinds also highlights that the average stack is stupidly shallow, and there's very little play left in this.
Appreciating the very specific reference from Ono's GG here on Twitch. Is Salam Jeff Goldblum's dad from Independence Day?
You obviously missed the first session of play.
Why?
That was one of Joe's lookalikes.
Oh, I just saw it in the chat there, yeah.
No, I said it hours ago, Judd Hirsch.
Oh, so is he repeating your joke, or do you think he thinks he's...
I think my lookalike is so good that someone else saw the same lookalike hours later. That's what... My bad lookalike was so good.
Snowman's Nam Nam.
Nam Nam.
Sorry, I don't understand. $1 million? Pardon, excusez-moi. J'étais pas. Sorry.
Ogita raising. Patka with a decision.
Looks pretty stern, pretty serious. I think this is a holding.
Just verifying the size of Ogita's raise, 2.15 million. That is an all-in from Patka with threes, who will find himself dominated by Ogita. Salam folds the ace-5 offsuit. And Patka will be the at-risk player here, and Patka will be way behind.
Yeah, simply too...
What? Did he just fold eights? No, what?
Snowmen's melted, global warming, I don't know. I got nothing here.
Simply too strong to fold there.
We're going to be here till 1 a.m. at this rate.
4 big blinds, playing 3 big blinds, playing 4 big blinds. Ooh, and pocket nines folded to a single raise. You can never be too careful in these situations.
Wow.
Very easy to, say it needs to be a call because we know, your opponent had pocket threes. It's an extremely strong hand, three-handed.
No, I mean,
certainly one that I would go with, but you are going to be flipping a lot of the time.
I mean, when you're playing a 20 big blind average, Griffin, how do you avoid flips, quite frankly? And it's not like anyone is super short right now. They're all pretty even. And I know it's very easy when we can see all the cards to say, you're up against threes, you have to call here. I'm looking at that from the perspective of, I don't know what my opponent's cards are. If I've got a pair three-handed with this kind of shoving stack zone territory, I'm in.
Yep.
Let's go, let's roll.
I mean, the most important point made here from Mo Sislak 93, how can you fold 8-8 when the dude shoves 2-2 plus? And therein lies the problem. You are going to get all those deuces through sevens shoves, and you're missing out on that dominated equity.
Calls in the small blind with 6-4 off. Patka with 10-4 of diamonds.
Domination situation?
Yes. Unconventional. And still the advantage for Patka right now. So we're going to step away from this final table for just a moment to bring you news from the floor of the Salle des Etoiles.
Official, I play tomorrow. Goodbye.
That is the high kicker himself, Joseph Carlino, telling us that he's just won a satellite to the EPT main event and will be playing day 1B tomorrow.
Nice.
Carlino's way.
High kick Carlino, the sidekick of Special Agent Frank Calfon.
Calfon.
Those two are genuinely friends.
Calfon.
And I want to see them in a TV show together.
2.5x here from Ogita. Good fold from Salam.
I still haven't recovered from the eights fold, I'm sorry.
Get it together, James. We got a long day ahead. We got a long week. You got to drop these eights, man. You got to let it go.
Well, it's definitely going to be a long day and a long week if that's what we're looking at. Again, Nicholas Walsh officially on break right now, but feels the need to comment. Patka is the only guy trying to win this tournament. King 8 versus 8 deuce. Blind v blind, unraised pre. Queen 7-5. Who wants it more, Griffin?
Only one way to find out.
Here's a good question from D. Coot. How long is the delay? If he found out that guy folded eights, just jam every hand against his button open. 30-minute delay on the action, and I'm guessing that with a break in 12 minutes' time, players will be reviewing many of the hands. I would hope that they'd be reviewing many of the hands played during that last session. I'm not sure I like the gag about 4 big blinds playing 3 big blinds, playing 2 big blinds, because I actually see that as a kind of glimpse into the future rather than a bet.
Yeah, so far we are leaning that way.
I mean, Ogita officially chip leader right now, but the stacks are very even. All 3 players hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
$3 million from Patka against the pretty passive Salam in the big blind. We've been seeing even some ace rag folds facing aggression, folding from the big blind. So the way he's propped up here, yeah, that was a little telling before we even saw the cards. And very surprisingly, hearing just call 18 big blinds, you think it would just go in. This is kind of serving as a trap here, and it's going to work to perfection, especially with an ace on the board. You'd think Patka is probably going to find a bet to most of the time here as a bluff, and Salam is just absolutely loaded. Very small bet from Patka. Pretty tricky here. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect is to call, but the way that in which he did it didn't seem very strong. So, you know, Patka just has very little to lean on with this king 3. You don't want to. The pot's almost 10 million now. You just have 15.6 back. I think it's probably time to wave the white flag. But I could also see just, you know, 6 million chip bet here from Patka trying to target 10x. But 10-10x, James.
That's hard to fold. I guess there wouldn't be an X anymore, but you know. Oh, those are big boy chips. That looks like 8 million. That's like, he's bet half his stack. That looks like 10 million.
5.
Oh, I had that wrong by
did.
about half. Of course, those are the 500K chips.
So it's 5 million and it's a 9.25, and now Salam makes a very quick raise. And Patka can try and make this look good and then run for the hills. Folds it.
And that leaves Thomas Patka, who really did seem destined to finish at least top 2 in this tournament, all the way down to 10 big blinds.
Wow.
Also known as 20 500K chips.
And more importantly, Ruben Salam is now chip leader. The guy who started this final table with a 6 big blind stack, the guy who at one point was down to 2 bigs, the guy who's been laddering the whole day is now the biggest stack with just shy of 30 big blinds.
So I'm getting some comments in the chat here about showing. Did he show the King 3? No.
No, I believe that Salam showed the 10s.
Oh, that's a lot of info. That's a mistake.
He wanted his rail to know. He wanted a round of applause. He wanted his victory lap.
That's fair.
So we've reached hand 90 of the final table, still 3-handed. And that is a walk for Ogita, who's playing just shy of 25 big blinds. Patka, with a sub-10 big blind stack, is now the shorty, is the player at immediate risk of elimination, is in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Really revved the engine there, huh? That was a new one.
Ten deuce in the small blind completes.
Never seen a small blind he didn't like. Dice K Ogita.
Patka with 9-6 off. And he checks his option. The flop is Queen 9-5. That's a pair of 9s for Patka.
Good start for the new table short stack. I'm going to take a little exception here, James, to a comment from Cow Chad saying, if this was 9-handed, sure, but there is 0 info to gain here for the pro. Really? You think it's 0 info that he flatted pocket 10s on 18 big blinds and then shoved on the turn? I think it's a lot of info, man. I think it tells you a lot. Double pair for Patka. The suits thing works better. Double spade on the turn. 2 pair for Patka. 1.5 million chip bet. Gonna take it down. Over 10 big blinds. This is the tourney that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends.
Salam still holds the chip lead. Patka still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. 3 minutes on the level. That means 3 minutes to the break and 3 minutes before the blinds will go up again.
Cow Chad said his play has been completely face up. No, that play was face up when he showed the cards face up. I don't want to fight, man. We're almost through this level.
As a rule, if they don't pay the looking price, don't show them.
There you go.
Ogita opening the button with 10-9 offsuit.
I actually saw a really subtle non-show from Justin Bonomo on a final table once, where the table chip leader gave him a walk from the small blind, and he had ace-10 suited in the big blind, and the guy was like, show me, like, I'm making a tight fold, show me. And Bonomo didn't show, and then afterwards was just like, I don't want you to know that you made a good decision. What if I had aces, you know? But like he didn't, even though it was like dead hand, like nothing happened, you know, he didn't want to like give the chip leader any confidence that he made like a good, I thought it was a nice subtle thing, you know?
Badker folds the small blind. Queen deuce for Salam. He folds. So we began this session, which started 4 levels ago with 3 players. So that's 4 full levels played and still 3-handed. No elimination during the session.
Yeah, I'm the curse, I think. I got here, I'm like, well, we're 3-handed since I got in the booth. And you know what it was, I think? I think I mentioned that the new Transformers movie was 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I said, this is so long, and I think the long gods were like, I'll show you long.
I've lost track of how many Transformers movies there are.
We did a whole thing.
Oh, I quit the franchise a long
Transformers
time ago.
1, Transformers Revenge of the Fall. Oh, I forget the order already.
Really,
we'll do it all over again after the break, guys.
It's simple. I really enjoyed the first one. I thought it was a solid action movie.
Agreed.
And every sequel I saw I think 2 or 3 of the sequels, atrocious.
Yeah.
Like, horrific.
Quite bad. Bumblebee was good, though. You never watched Bumblebee?
I didn't watch Bumblebee, no.
Bumblebee was cute. 20 seconds till the end of this level, and a couple of very playable hands. Salam playing the 6s as a limp, which I think is good here on this stack depth. Sometimes you want to play this as like limp shoves, but because of Patka's chip stack, I mean, actually, you kind of do want to play this as a limp shove. No, he didn't fold. Come on. Come on, Salam.
What?
He limp folded 6s for 3 big blinds to go on break.
He had 6s.
Yes, I know.
Well, that is going to bring that session to a close. We are still 3-handed. The blinds will be going up when we come back in 20 minutes' time. And this thing is shallower than a puddle.
Nice.
Ruben Salam has the chip lead. Oh no, it's Ogita now with 22 bigs. Pretty much tied for the chip lead with Salam, who's got 21 bigs. Patka with 9 bigs. 600,000, 1.2 million blinds. But with a 30-minute clock, it's going to get even shallower in just over half an hour. But yes, back from break in 20 minutes, playing down to a winner here at the PokerStars EPT, presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Peter Jorgner, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you very much. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, and congratulations once again, to steal Joe's expression, for your second place finish in EPT Paris. I know at the time there was probably an element of disappointment, but considering where you were a year ago, to come to this point, you must realize this is a huge achievement.
Yeah, I really do, and I'm just super grateful, to be honest.
Last I saw you, you were wrestling Nick Walsh and like 3 other people in the Hyatt hotel lobby. Who won that wrestling match?
I think I finally came out on top.
I mean, you were definitely, he was definitely wrestling 2 people at the same time, and it was not easy. I mean, it was not close. I mean, they were getting their asses kicked.
I never would have doubted it in a million years. I'm guessing then that after that final table, some beverages were potentially consumed. Maybe there was a bit of celebration.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit of celebration going on.
It felt weird. I was honored to be a part of that. Thank you for accepting us and letting us hang out with you.
No, that was my pleasure. Likewise. It was a great evening.
It seemed like you had look, we've been around a lot of winners and a lot of runners up, and it seemed like this was extra special for some reason. You were really
sort of, it was not just you celebrating, but your whole team, everyone seemed really overjoyed with it. I mean, you seem like a successful guy before this happened.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
The before story.
The origin story. Who is Peter Jorgner and where did he come from?
So I come from Stockholm, Sweden. I started my first business in 1994 and basically been self-employed ever since, and mostly in some kind of tech industry, internet, IT, and then financial technology. Married in the late 90s, got 3 beautiful daughters, and you know, the last venture I did, we sold that company in 2018. I worked for the buyer for 2 odd years and quit in 2020. Left Stockholm for Marbella, Spain, to retire, but it wasn't that much fun for the first couple of months. But then started investing my money in different ventures, and as you know, I picked up poker like a year ago, 10 months ago. And that's been a real blast, as you might imagine.
I want to go back to 1994. Like, you were what, like in your early 20s or at the oldest? I understand that you created some software, I think, is what your most recent thing was. But in 94, what was going on?
Yeah, so internet came. I meant to start a web agency that was going to create internet presence for companies, but that was way early. But I worked as a consultant, and eventually that morphed into an internet agency in '96, and that kept on going through the internet boom and internet crash, and I sold that company in 2007.
So you were just early on, just knew that the internet was going to be a thing, and you decided that you were going to figure out how to get companies online.
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible. What I'm intrigued to know, Peter, is when you say into your retirement that you discovered poker, I mean, are we literally talking about playing the game for the first time, or had it always been there in the background?
No, it's been there in the background. I think I've been playing online, but it's been like, coming home from work 11 p.m. with a bottle of wine, winning for 1 hour, then losing for 3.
Yeah.
And then segueing into some live poker, playing home games, and the local casino in Stockholm. Yeah, but not a lot. It's been more of a hobby and a losing one.
Right. It sounds like all Peter did in Paris is win his money back.
Yeah.
So when you when the passion was truly ignited, at what point did you say, I'm actually going to take this seriously? At what point did you put together Team Jorgner?
Yeah, it's actually Team Hightower. That's my nickname.
Okay.
Wow. That's a cool nickname.
It was like 2 years ago, and I went heads up against Peter Quisthammer, who was my friend at the time, still is, of course.
The good-looking Peter.
Yeah, the good-looking, handsome Peter.
Yeah. Handsome Peter, right.
Yeah. And I donked into him on the flop, and he busted me, pulled me aside and said that I was disrespecting the beautiful game of poker by not playing to my full potential. And so that kind of sparked the initial discussion. So it's now known as my most profitable hand that I ever played. And 10 months ago, we kind of stipulated that into a contract where they would coach me, I would stake them. And we started with EPT Barcelona. With the goal with me, my goal was, reaching a final table in one of the bigger tournaments, EPT or WSOP. But not in a million years we had actually thought that was going to happen this quick.
So you say it started in Barcelona. Which events have you played since then?
So I played Master Classics,
right,
and EPT Prague.
Okay, so this is your 4th event, Paris?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And this happened to be, as we said on the stream and just said again a few minutes ago, one of the biggest fields we've ever seen. 1,600 total entries. What was it like navigating your way through the early days?
Well, for the first time, I was actually quite comfortable because I was over average, like pretty much every day. I came out over average and played like 100 big blinds. And for the first time, I knew enough of the game that I started learning by looking at these really great players and how they acted at the table and the moves that they made. And I kind of picked up on what they were doing, and a few levels later, I could implement it. So that was I think the big difference in Paris versus other times when I was just outplayed and had no clue as to why I got outplayed. But now I realized it's, with the ranges, positions, and stack sizes, all the bits and pieces that go into it.
What sort of, I know that you have your poker coaches. What sort of training did they put you through? What was their approach?
Yeah, so basically they put together a deck, a PowerPoint deck, and basically the first slide was demystifying poker. So they kind of broke it down into bits and pieces and then built it up again ahead of Barcelona. I think we did 5 sessions before that. And then 1 session during Barcelona, and we've done 6 sessions since, 1 today actually. And and then they've been, during the festivals, just coaching me during the breaks, and giving me a lot of. I kind of use the analogy with, the boxing coaches. You go into the corner, you sit on your stool, one is waving the towel and the other one whispering in your ear. You get this guy on seat 1, don't do this versus that guy, do more of this, less of that. Especially now in Paris, day 4, 5, and 6, they were instrumental in doing that. And they kind of put their own poker aside just to be with me and alongside me.
Well, I was going to say, because during the late stages, you spent a decent amount of time on the feature table. So I'm guessing your coaches had a lot of information to work from. And I'm guessing that the stream is useful to go back and look at key hands and key spots.
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. And also it was an opportunity, to kind of set the other players up a little bit as well.
Yeah.
By playing unconventional in certain spots and knowing that they will watch this in half an hour, and then the next time I get the same opportunity, I'm just going to reverse the play I did before, because I knew I couldn't beat them at their game.
That's actually one of my favorite things about watching a relative amateur, a relative new person come to the game is watching the GTO wizards not know how to fight against them and sort of get a little confused by them. And that was certainly fun watching you. I guess what sort of prep went in before the final table? How late were you up the night before? Was it studying individual players or studying spots? What did you guys get into before that?
Not so much the previous night, but in the morning, because I just went to the hotel, took a sleeping pill, tried to get as much sleep as possible, and then we met a couple of hours before having breakfast, and then they had crunched the numbers during the night and watched the hands and brought the data to me. So I just got a summary on each player, each position, stack size, moves that they had made before, and the profile of each player, basically. And of course, I had my idea as well, and we just got to a conclusion on where we were at.
Now, we were just saying that the final table actually played a lot quicker than we thought it was going to. And there were a lot of chips still in play, but of course, when there is one player at the table who has all the chips, it does change the dynamic. You must have known that when you got three-handed, when you got heads up, that it was a big, big mountain to climb and potentially overcome. Razvan was just like, clearly had a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit tough, and also for me not being used to playing 6 days straight, 12 hours a day. Also a bit, I wouldn't say fatigued, but that was the day before when I fell asleep at the table. But No, but it was definitely an uphill battle.
It's one of the highlights of the Paris live stream. You completely checked out for like a minute, and the dealer having to take a time bank card from you because you didn't know the action was on you.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So you seem to me like a guy that's used to winning, right? Like you've been a winner for a long time, whatever it is, from that first business back in 1994 up and through, early retirement. Yeah. How difficult was not winning for you? Or are you able to look at this as a win also?
This is definitely a win, huge win. I also think that the correct player won. He had been, consistent throughout the final days. I think he had the right approach. I spoke to him during the breaks. A really nice guy, newly married, and this is his thing. So at the time, I didn't feel sorry at all. I saw it as a win for me, definitely. Actually, a few days later, I started thinking, oh, I got really close. But I wanted to win. Don't get me wrong. I really wanted that trophy. But Sousa made me a small one, if you saw the green.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how badly you just wanted some kind of memento of the experience, just to take something away that you could have to mark the occasion. But, there are multiple events at every EPT stop, and there are other live poker events. I don't think it's going to be long before you have something genuine to put on your shelf.
Oh, I appreciate that. That would be really nice.
And on that note, what are the plans for this year, Peter? Where are you going next?
So I'm going to ESPT in Madrid.
Cool.
I think that's the week after next. And after that, I'm planning for Cannes and Monte Carlo.
Nice.
And then WSOP, EPT Barcelona, EPT Cyprus, and EPT Prague.
Wow. Already mapped out the year. Well, in that case, we will see you in Monte Carlo, and look forward to catching up and seeing you wear one of... How many Rolex Yachtmaster 2s do you actually own?
2.
Just the 2, okay.
I put this on today just for you.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Gets the James Haskins seal of approval. Peter, it was great to meet you in Paris. Congratulations once again on an amazing result, and we look forward to seeing you again in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Blinds are up to 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. Action is on Andrew Pantling, who has ace-king under the gun. Jan Pataik's just been moved to our feature table. He's got queens.
You'd expect to see a 3-bet here.
Pantling made it 32,000 total. Well, it looks like Pataik is counting out a call.
Call.
Whoa, tricky.
Ace-queen for Justin Bonomo.
No, man, with Pataik just calling, Justin's got almost no shot at getting away from this. And he's got just 3% of the total equity.
All in.
He shoves.
This is going to be a shame.
What does Pantling do now?
I think it's an easy reshove, but there are still some players to act.
Jack-6 for Kurzovic. That'll go in the muck. Jesse Martin has pocket 4s. Nah, easy fold. Mohsen Charania has ace-5. He'll throw that away.
Okay. How much is that? And how much are you playing? 4, 5, 550. I'm on.
He does reshove.
Pataik does have to consider that he's beat, but also he cannot fold.
Wow.
This is actually one of the best case scenarios for him, with Justin and Pantling both sharing an ace. Come on, Brute, are you really going to lay this down?
I'm all in.
He's called all in.
Kings? I don't have kings. I have queens.
not in good shape here.
The good news for Justin is that he might be front runner for understatement of the year.
A three-way all-in. Bonomo and Patyk both at risk, but Patyk a strong favourite.
Would you say that Pantling has both legs covered?
No, because I leave terrible jokes like that to you, my friend. A safe flop for queens.
Bonomo cannot win. His only survival is runner, runner, chop. Patyk is due to almost triple up, and Pantling will be decimated if these queens hold up.
A deuce on the turn. Well, Bonomo and Pantling can chop this with a 4 on the river. Pantling can win outright with an ace or a king.
I'm not gonna lie, I would really like a 4 here.
If Justin hits a 4, not only will he survive, but he will profit on the hand.
It's a jack. Patyk wins, Bonomo's out.
Congrats on the Aguilar.
Thank you. Good luck. Cheers. Thanks.
Didn't work out so well for me, though.
It's nice to see the best hand hold up, but what a cooler. Justin's back-to-back dream is dead. Now he just has to forget about this and focus on the 1.6 million euros here he won this week.
I have to say, winning the Super High Roller and finishing 28th in the main event is very impressive. And Patyk has reclaimed the tournament chip lead.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Continuing coverage of the France Poker Series 1100 euro main event. Another record-breaking field. Live poker is alive and well. Massive number of entries in this event. 2,138 have now whittled down to 3. Threads Up Poker, Ogita, Selim, Patka. A pretty shallow average here, three-handed. Ogita, the chip leader, on a technicality of having a more big blind than Ruben Salam, and Thomas Patka in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
That Danger Zone rendition brought to you by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
I am Joe Stapleton. Sometimes they call me Uncle Daddy because I'm fun like an uncle, but I'll discipline you like a daddy.
Wow. We're back, ladies and gentlemen.
We are back. Some head-scratching play, we'll call it, has been taking place here. Short-handed. And I'm here for it. I, for one, am here for it.
I am here for it. You guys might have spotted me in the chat watching the action. Of course, can't get enough. Some of these plays, though, guys, feeling... I'm going to say they're on the tight side. Just going to put it out there. He is all in. Patka, the player who seems to be taking the aggressive lines here, which I applaud. Obviously so close to stacking a player there with those 7s. Couldn't hold up against the ace-8. But will be all in. Will take it down next hand, please.
I'm wondering what it's going to take to get the money to go in for these players. In a way, it's rather endearing, right? It's rather endearing that it means so much. They're hanging on either the money or the title.
And look, guys, I realize being a bit bombastic in the chat regarding some of these folds, but, you know, it's their game. They can play it how they want it, absolutely, and it's working for them so far, so there you go. Let them play.
Let them play.
Let them live.
Let them live, dealer. Let them live, chat.
What? I think so. Wrong.
All right, next hand, guys. Still 3 remain. FPS 2023.
Pretty cool how, I know we're not in France exactly. Pocket queens for Selim. I know we're not exactly in France, but pretty cool just to see how booming the game is in this part of the world. We'll call it Paris. Insane. Monte Carlo. So far, so good. And Selim is technically the chip leader starting this hand. 21 bigs. Blinds are 600,000, 1.2 million, and 1.2 million. That's a lot. The raise to 3 million with the pocket queens, and Agita is going to fold the big blind. A little bit of a anticlimactic finish to that one, but all right. Selim now with queen 6 off. Seven 4 for Patkin, the big blind. Gets a free look at the flop. And is going to exercise that option. Nine, 6, 5, 2 hearts. So everyone's got this surrounded. 4, 5, 6, 7 for Patka. Pair of 5s for Agita.
Cheeky straight draw here. Factor of hearts as well. 7 of hearts. We'll give him the best flush if it runs that way.
Oh boy. Patka all in. And gets the fold from the better hand.
Nice work. Hashtag semi-bluff.
I'm actually quite shocked that three-handed play has gone on for as long as it has.
As am I, Joe. As am I. Certainly a few situations that could have ended this. In particular, of course, those pocket 8s.
Yeah, pretty bizarre. Pocket 8s, pocket 6s. A lot of pocket pairs ending up in the wash.
Okay, a little bit of situation here. Agita is going to open. Again, making it 2.5 here from the button. Selim definitely has a hand he should be defending. Does make the call.
Domination situation. King, queen, 6, top pair for Agita. Selim checks. I assume this is going to be the end of this hand. You know what? For a tournament that's called the FPS, we haven't really seen a lot of fancy play syndrome, have we? It's been the opposite of fancy. It's been straightforward AF.
It's more like 5 frames per second.
Yeah, right. A little slow. But again, I love it. I love it that everyone's being this cautious.
Yeah, like I said, it's up to them to play their cards how they want, and it's worked out from so far. Ojita with the top pair, backdoor clubs, does make the bet.
Raise.
What?
Okay, I'm glad I said that.
That was unexpected.
I've never been happier to be wrong.
Salam finally finds the gas pedal, and he's raising straight into a top pair, but he does have this very tight image, Joe, which he might now be trying to use to his advantage. Maybe some spotters watching the stream.
Salam has come back from every break a new player. So I'm happy for whatever iteration this is. Poppin' Buckets asks, did they hear you? Apparently. Definitely being put to the test in a way that he really hasn't been many times, at least through this final table. There hasn't been a ton of decisions in spots like this.
Like, honestly, you would never fold this, really. But just because we have never seen this line from Salam, definitely could convince yourself to make some folds. So if people are spotting the stream for Salam and indicating that people think the perception of his game is very tight, then we'd have the same thing in Ojita's side, people saying, oh, Salam's playing really tight, so in these situations you should probably be getting away.
Time.
Oh, someone's called the clock. That's a first.
That is a first here.
For this final table, I should say, specify. It's happened in life other than this. Rules of the clock being explained. Typically don't get this explanation at our final tables because there is a shot clock in play typically on the EPT main events. And there goes top pair in the bin.
Wow. I love that from Salam. I applaud that. Certainly using his table image to his advantage. I think it's very, very, very rare you'd ever get a player off top pair in that situation. But very nice. Coming back from break, a new player.
And Salam jumps way up. I mean, about as far as you can get at this stack depth. He's got 28 big blinds. Ogita and Patka each with 11. He's got a 2.5x chip lead. Unfortunately, that 2.5 only equates to 28 bigs.
Yep. Ojita and Patka both on 11 big blinds. I think we're going to see some carnage very soon. It's got to happen eventually.
I mean, it is possible that Salam's, we'll call them adjustments, aren't totally random. It is possible on the break he got some info. It is possible on the break he scrubbed his way through the footage and saw something like pocket eights getting folded. Salam now with queen 7. Folds, and it's going to be another walk. So walk for Ogita last hand. This time it's going to be a walk for Patka. This is where we're at now. We could speed the blinds up a little bit, and they could walk at every hand and just see who ends up with the with the most chips. There was a clock called, though. That was exciting for a second.
All right, here we go again. Patka all in. Salam doesn't have the hand, though. This is a very classic blind v blind situation. I don't think you want to do anything other than just shove here.
Wolf Gregor asks, are there predictions on this channel? Kieran replies, I predict this channel will stream poker. Thank you for your question. Hell yeah. That's how you train them. That's how you whip them into shape. It's only taken 8 years.
Oh, here we go. Ace King suited for Salam.
Owen is going to limp in the small. How do you do? Oh, Queen 6 shoves.
Wow.
This is going to work. He's so excited. The call's been made.
Salam. Just
Look at Salam, how
flexing.
excited he is. I love it. This is great.
I do love this, and I'm really happy to see Salam using that table image to his advantage.
Oh, man. See how real this is for him? This is great. I'm so sick of people that have done this a million times. This is awesome.
Huge spot for Salam here.
You know, like Steve O'Dwyer has been involved in 500,000 flips in his life. Like, this is...
Great callback.
This is awesome.
I stand by it. I stand by it.
Salam, the favorite, has to fade the live cards. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That is a street flash board. A gut shot, straight flush draw.
No way. Not like this. Our boy Salam finds the trap.
Turn card was black, now open-ended in addition to the straight and flush draws. River card. It's the seven of spades.
No way. Absolutely not.
Straight flush. Sell 'em. Was so tight, was so cautious, got out of line in all the right spots, adjusted, trapped with the ace-king suited, and loses to the gut shot straight flush on the river.
That's just not right. Oh, he's so frustrated, Joe. I feel his pain. Oh, he came back and he adjusted so well.
Well, he adjusted. And Patka stays stationary on the leaderboard as Salam and Ogita flip-flop. Ogita now at 25 bigs, 13 for Salam and 11 for Patka.
I've never seen somebody make a straight flush and collectively everybody at the table hated it. Even the guy that made the straight flush was even like, that's gross, man. Sorry about that. Wow, that is a clipper right there. That is an unbelievable spot. And our boy Salam, absolutely awesome the way he's come back from this break and starts making some moves, making the adjustments required, and I applaud that.
I wonder if he's going to be able to adjust emotionally from that. I mean, you could see he took that hard, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, but he was a gentleman. He sat down, nice hand, and on we go. Still obviously reeling from that, though. Ogita's all in. Blind v blind. Snap fold from the 4-deuce off of Patka. I like those glasses. I think that's a good look. Big fan.
Yeah, I need a look.
Do you guys think Joe would suit glasses? Do you have glasses, Joe?
I was prescribed glasses as a second grader, and decided they weren't for me. I haven't worn them since.
Fair play. Oh, he's so frustrated. I feel it, though. Totally understandable. What a savage way to lose those chips.
I had a girlfriend who was a professional poker player for a little while. She was a professional poker player. I had a girlfriend for a little while. And she used to tell me that in situations like that with the ace-king, like, you could see how much you wanted it. And she used to tell me when I would lose that I wanted it too much. I think that just might have been a case of Salam wanting it too much. You saw him, like, rocking back and forth in his chair, like, how much it meant to him. You can't want it that much.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem to come to the people that want it the least.
You got to play it cool.
Yeah, you got to play it cool. It's definitely good for your mental game as well.
Yeah.
Wow, what a hand, though. Absolutely savage.
Crazy Carl says, but in a way, that is a bad beat with the ace-king. Sage words from Crazy Carl. You can always count on him to fill in the gaps.
Raise all in.
Salam all in. Ogita with a hand he probably should call with for 11 big blinds.
I think he probably will fold, Joe. That's what we've seen so far. I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close anyway, I think. I don't think that's like a...
How much it is?
Not like the eights, obviously. Slam, don't call.
Given how tilted Salam looks, too, I think I'd be more inclined to call there. But good fold. All right, that gets through. That's going to put Salam over Patka again. So Salam back in second place. Patka fewer than 10 bigs. I'm so sorry. Are the people that are saying that he shouldn't have slow played ace-king there being serious?
It's not Saturday, guys.
They're joking, right?
I really hope they are.
That was inspired. That was maybe the best play we've seen all day today.
I mean, the check raise
was him limp and getting shoved on and snapping off with ace-king suited. Like,
yeah. And also the check raise with the jack-8 of spades, just really well timed with his table image. Come on, guys.
Hargan says he overplayed ace-king. It's a drawing hand.
It is a drawing hand. You mean he got all of his chips in with the best hand? Yeah, it's there. Just what is he doing? Uh-oh.
Patka shoves 10-9.
Yep, that is correct. Patka definitely knows these spots. 10-9 off. Really, really nice shoving hand there. When you're getting shallow, blind v blind will win more than it loses. Pretty much confirmed.
Also.
Jack 10 for Patka. Well, 10-9's a shove. What's Jack 10? For exactly 10 big blinds.
Yep, should go in here, especially as the shortest stack. Oh, wow, decides to find the raise instead. Seems fine. I think given how tight they've been, I think this is actually a really cool adjustment, Joe. Because Ogita should find the shove, but we have seen some quite tight plays from Ogita in general. He might just find the call instead.
This is what I don't like about the raise instead of the shove, is that not just ace-3, obviously, which is a hand that's going to call your probably call your shove, but so many hands you're going to let in that would fold.
Oh, wow.
So the shove, and Ogita flops the wheel and also technically has a redraw to the steel wheel.
If it comes to Jack or a 10 now. Oh, the 6 of
It's
hearts.
a longer straight.
It just gets longer.
Just a better hand. Just somehow turns a better hand. The only better hand he could turn is to make a 6.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think I would have found the shove pre-flop as well, Joe. And I think that was probably relatively GTO.
I mean, I love playing results. Maybe that saved him. Sure, fine with me.
I don't know, potentially, but like we've seen, Ajita's just been.
But I would play the results the other way too. Like if Ajita just got like a cheap flop with Queen 4 suited and hit a 4 or a queen, then I'd be like, that's why you shove. Troy Luke on YouTube says, the divine wind is with Ogita. LMFAO.
Blind v blind.
Have you ever been touched by the divine wind?
I can only hope one day.
God farted? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, good shove there from Biogita. He's making the right play.
Schnackis on Twitch asks, when did Monte Carlo start? Well, hundreds of years ago, I think. Maybe thousands. Thank you for your question. Yeah, definitely worth reiterating that Ogita right now has 35 big blinds. Salam has 8. And the short stack, who is not the 8 big blinds, has 6 big blinds.
And yeah, just he finds a raise here. Salam should be all in. There he is, snaps it in. Good stuff. I'm not sure if you're supposed to be opening 9-5 suited when players are this short in the blinds. It just feels like a situation where you're going to get shoved on a bunch, and you're kind of just going to be throwing those big blinds into the abyss here, unless you decide to gamble. I think he's trying to figure out if he's priced himself in, and that's another problem. If they're really short, you kind of just got to call anyway. Otherwise you're giving up chips with your pot odds that you were given. Does make the folds. I think it's fine to just miss that one, let those guys battle, and then find a better spot where you can just rip pre, or, you know, potentially still have some min raises there with some stronger stuff and try and balance it out with some medium strength King X kind of stuff. Salam in the small blind has 12 bigs.
More importantly, has Queen Jack suited.
Does indeed. He is going to raise this one up. Ogita technically could just ship the ace-3 here versus the open.
Hasn't been his style thus far, but I think I know what we'd all like to see.
Yeah, very, very passive from these two. But I say that Salam definitely found a new gear coming back from that break, and, you know, may have been a little bit harsh on some of his play being a little bit tighter. But to come back and change gears, you gotta recognize that, and you gotta respect that. Really, really nice to see, but slows down on this board. I feel like this is a great board just to see bet really small, though, Joe, when you got the gutter.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're really giving them the keys to the Lambo. You know what I mean? Okay, that's got to give him some more confidence.
Heck yeah.
Gut shot, possibly 2 live cards, and the Diamantes.
I can understand not having a lot of bluffs in you, but you gotta have semi-bluffs. I mean, anyone can semi-bluff.
Sure, yeah.
Wiggles asks, is this the tightest table of all time? It is tight. It is tight. Four big blinds for Potka now. Sell him with 16. Ogata rocking that massive 29 big blind stack. Ace king for sell him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Starts the hand with 16 bigs. This should be a raise, not all in.
Bad memories. Who can forget 7 minutes ago?
Wow, size is up here as well, guys. So blinds are still 600K, 1.2 makes it 3 mil.
It's over. Isn't that the way? Well, it's a drawing hand anyway, right? So you're probably happy to win the blinds. Tredan says, don't limp. Fun. We have our fun. 1 minute left at this level, so that's probably going to be the last hand coming up. And then the blinds are... the blinds are going up again. Woo! Unless it ends on this hand.
Oh, Joe.
Things are about to get shallower than a Kardashian dating profile. Pocket eights.
I'm having flashbacks, guys. I'm having flashbacks.
Joe Ogata.
Trauma.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
All in, pocket eights, shoving on the two shorter stacks. Will anyone wake up with a hand? Ace three for Potka. 4 big blinds.
He's got to do it, right? He's got to pull the trigger here.
But are you ever really ahead?
I don't know. Look. Don't get me wrong. Ace three is a really, really sucky spot here, but oh, it's so rough. There's such a weird dynamic on this table with the style of play.
It is a weird dynamic, and once the table's playing this way, I do kind of understand folding ace three with 4 bigs. I get it.
It's almost like you do better folding ace three and then shoving any 2 next hands into two
shoving
tighter
5-9.
Yeah.
You're only in for a small blind here.
Okay.
Yeah, also fair. I mean, look.
Yeah, yeah. I get it. And I have to say, I think I was really rooting for Potka here. I really feel like he was fighting for it. A couple flips could have just done him real good here on this final table.
All right, Snowmen's for Ogata. If they hold, we will finally be heads up in this record-breaking France Poker Series main event.
So I'm pretty sure this is a 70-30 situation. Yeah. Oh my God. Right on the money.
(10-9) tray. Okay, the 3 is a little helpful.
Backdoor hearts as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Turn card is a king, so Potka needs to hit an ace or a 3 on the river.
An ace or a tray.
That river card is a 6, pair of 3s, no good for Potka. 8s hold. And we are going to lose the Titanic player that is Potka in 3rd place.
Jesus. No, this is
Thomas Potka
what now?
packing it in. 137,100 euros. Blinds are up. They are now 800,000, 1.6 million with a 1.6 million chip. Big blind ante. Welcome back, James Hardigan.
More importantly, Joe, we are finally heads up. It seems like forever since we lost a player. We have been three-handed for some time. But now, two players remain with Ruben Salam performing the ultimate ladder quest, making it to at least second place, locking up at least 191,940 euros, having started this FT with around 5 or 6 big blinds, down to 2 big blinds at one point, and now it's all gravy. He is an underdog right now. He's at a 2-to-1 chip disadvantage, but we have seen how quickly that chip advantage has changed, and that's because this is stupidly shallow. The chip leader's got 36 bigs. But these two do have the potential to grind this out, even though it is a very shallow heads-up battle. And we have seen some questionable, as we're putting it politely, plays from both players. And it is anyone's game, even though right now, Ogitar has the huge, or rather significant, chip advantage.
Yeah, shout out to my guy, Ruben Salam, doing a fantastic job of finding a ladder. Did he come into this day as the shortest stack? James? That's correct, isn't it? Absolutely climbing the ladder, and I have to applaud him. As the day has gone on, we have seen some significant adjustments. Indeed, Daisuke might have been eliminated had his ace-king hold it.
So Ruben Salam is 51 years old, is from Marseille, regularly plays events on the FPS circuit, only has $8,500 in total live winnings. That's right, 8.5K in total winnings, and is now guaranteed nearly 200,000 euros. And then you've got Daisuke Kita, who is an advertising employee from Tokyo in Japan. More than 800K in live cashes. Knocking on the door of Japan's all-time top 10. Likely to be in that top 10 after today. Won an event at EPT Paris earlier this year. Won the 5K six-handed turbo. And now the favorite, as things stand, to win this FPS main event.
Love that. That's exciting. Making the top 10. All right, guys, here we go. Hand number 114. Blinds are still 800K, 1.6 million with the big blind ante. First hand results in a fold.
If there is anyone who is going to grind this 10 big blind stack like it's a 50 big blind stack, it's Ruben Salam.
Yeah,
and that's not a criticism, by the way.
He's shown his ability to ladder. Now let's see if he's willing to change gears heads up. That big blind ante in this circumstance is so punishing, James, because every big blind you're paying 2 big blinds. Oh, little error there on the table. I think Daisuke may have knocked over a card, which of course will be our burn card now. So the hand continues. It's not a misdeal.
7-6 of diamonds on the button in the small blind. And looks like he has called. Ace-8 suited for Salam.
Yep, should be an easy all-in here.
Does indeed shove. And Ogita can just fold the 7-6. Too many outs asking, why didn't they make a deal? Yeah, Nick, why didn't they make a deal?
Well, great question. I think probably because they didn't want to make a deal.
Neither player has suggested it, as far as I'm aware. And I'm guessing, even though the difference in prize money is more than 100,000 euros, they're both pretty happy with what they've locked up and feel that it's okay to play for the advertised jump.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've seen Ruben Salam here really sweating those big moments, and of course you would anyway. Anybody would sweat those moments, of course. But I really felt like when we had this matchup, there might be some consideration, but they're just going to duke it out, and I love that.
Let me put myself in this situation. I think, having looked at the skill level of these two players over the course of the last few hours, looking at the nature of this final table and how we've seen swings and how we've seen it's really shallow right now. If I was in their situation, I would probably try and lock up a little bit more than second place. But that's me. These guys want to play it out. They're entitled to do that.
Absolutely.
And no, Space, Velociraptor, Monte Carlo gaming laws are different. Not covered by France rules. So yes, deals are allowed here.
Does decide to make a raise here. 10-8 suited is technically a limp here at this effective stack depth. If you want it to be GTO-esque, I think probably against Salam it's okay to have slightly more min raises, though, as he does seem tighter pre-flop. Honestly, shoving King 7 here wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world, especially with the big blind ante. In fact, I think that probably would be what you're supposed to do technically. King 7 just plays so poorly post-flop, James. It's kind of like Ace 7. It just doesn't really know what it wants to be. Can be very difficult to realize the equity of this hand just because it's so difficult to make calls if you don't connect as a king or a 7. Does find a king.
Interestingly, Ogita pairs his 10 as well, so it's middle pair versus bottom pair, and Salam just open shoves.
No, don't do that. No. No, this is, you're only ever getting called by better here.
You might want to record yourself saying that, and chances are you'll be hitting that button a lot during this heads-up battle.
Can we just get some soundboards going, guys? Yeah, of course, he's just going to fold his 10. You really want your opponent.
A bit like the button that Grogu has in the robot. No, 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 no.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to get snapped off by a better king or an ace there. You're going to get the 10s to fold. You're not going to convince him to bluff when he has, 6, 7 of clubs or whatever. And it's just a road to ruin. You definitely have a very strong hand heads up. You want to check and let your opponent bet and then make the call. Obviously, you'll be put in some tough spots, but when you're playing heads up, that's the name of the game. That's what you got to do. Quick fold with the 7 deuce off. Of course, queens in the big blind for Ogita.
Ah.
He knew it.
Got to show it. Got to show it.
Baron Von Lame says he probably thinks that Ogita would have shoved pre-flop with an ace. Well, if that's true, then you want him to bluff, don't you? Then you have top pair. You're crushing him. Come on, bruh.
King 10, the hand for Ogita, who's moved over the 40 million chip mark, which only equates to 25 big blinds, and that's only for the next 20 minutes, by the way. A reminder that we are on a 30-second clock, and we are going to see the blinds escalate very frequently.
So coming in with the raise again. King 10, also a combination that is usually a limp here. Not because you're scared of anything necessarily, but simply because you are quite happy to take a flop, force your opponent to play ATC out of position. And of course, in some cases, if you're playing aggressive opponents, you can trap them when they're shoving like King Deuce off, King 5 off versus the limp, which they should be doing as well. I think maybe just seeing an adjustment for the tighter play from Salam here, and I'm here for it.
So from a record starting field of 2,138 total entries, the final 2 players in this France Poker Series main event being played at the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. From tomorrow, we are going to segue into what I like to call EPT proper. Got the final table of the 100K Super High Roller tomorrow, and then 5 consecutive days of main event coverage. Day 1A today, Day 1B tomorrow. We pick up the action on Day 2. That's when they're going to play into the money. And then we'll follow the main all the way through to the final table and the winning moment next Saturday. Where my SHR at right now? Last time I checked him, they were down to 14 players. I think they're going to play down to 6 today, which will mean playing into the money with 6 positions paid. 11 remain right now. Who are those 11 players? Ben Heath, Nikita Bondziakovsky, Christoph Vogelsang, Artem Martirosyan, Orpin Kisakoglu, Adrian Mateos, Alex Kulev, Tim Adams, Stephen Chidwick, Santosh Savana, and Siajat Hisu. Justin Bonomo, the most recent elimination, out in 12th place.
Just a few guys then. Just a few people we might know.
Arta Martirosyan currently has the chip lead.
Is anyone surprised? Official Mar Arthur. So again, Salam putting in that big blind and the big blind ante. He's effectively paying, excuse me, double big blinds. Sorry, excuse me, he was in the button, but he did pay it in the previous hand. That's why he's become so shallow so quickly.
Oh, ace-5 for Ogita.
Yeah, you got a call here.
If there is one man who is capable of making extraordinarily big folds, it's Ogita, and I would argue that ace-5 offsuit is not that big a fold.
So just as an adjustment here as well, he's doing so well, James, in position. He's doing so well to pick up pots in position without variance. I actually do not hate that fold. That is, of course, always a call against a very aggressive opponent. You never want to miss it. However, he's doing so well in position against this guy. He's doing it without variance. He doesn't need to risk any chips because he knows he's going to lean on him long enough or he's going to go bust no matter what.
Correct. Also, just to highlight something you said there, Nick, it's always a call against a very aggressive opponent.
Yep.
Would you put Ruben Salam in the very aggressive category?
No, not quite. Yeah, no, I think that's actually a very disciplined fold, and I really think that's very, very nice to see from Daisuke. I think he's made the right choice. Obviously, folding the worst hand. Sorry, yes, excuse me, the worst hand. However, as I said, just a game of attrition heads up here. A war of attrition against an individual who has shown to be slightly tighter.
A reminder that late registration is currently open in the second mini EPT Monte Carlo tournament of the day. We run 3 low buy-in online events every single day alongside our live coverage here from Monaco. The second game started at 6:15. There will be a third at 8:15 local time. Scoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament.
Might have to jump into a few of those, get some time.
Hand 125. Still early stages of this heads-up battle, which I really hope doesn't go the distance.
Yeah, so we did see Ogita raising this exact combination at 10 big blinds effective. In fact, it might have been 11. Really, it's fine to do either, but I think that the limp is going to be superior. Snap shove from Salam. Oh, still haven't seen his cards yet.
So Ogita made it 3.3. Salam all in with King Deuce.
Yeah, nice. Definitely the move you want to make there. Ogita exposing a lot of dead money again, James.
Yeah,
I think all 3 of those hands could have been played as a limp, and I think it would have benefited Ogita to have the calls. When you're limping with hands like King 10, like we saw just now, as well, you force your opponent to play any 2 cards from out of position, and you can certainly accumulate chips. And when your opponent is going to be tighter pre-flop, they will fold, but when they jam on you, you're giving up a lot of big blinds in relation to the amount that your opponent risks when they shove, which is why we do see a lot more limping in heads-up poker once you get shallow.
Riverboy UK says, I'm really considering driving from London to Monte Carlo to hit up this EPT main event tomorrow. No direct flights anymore that will take me there. Should I do it? Not trying to patronize, but you do know there is no airport here. So when you say direct flights, I assume you're talking about Nice, which is the nearest airport. Seriously? There's so many flights to Nice from most London airports. I don't know where you're coming from.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Maybe they're all sold out. Also, I know there is industrial action in France tomorrow with it being the 1st of May, and maybe that is affecting things.
Actually, I think that is correct.
It's a long drive. That's all I'm going to say. And if you are going to do that journey to play a 5K main event, you don't really want to be super exhausted. Not trying to talk you out of it. I'm just kind of saying you've got to do this, go into this with your eyes open. The latest buy-in time, by the way, is start of day 2. Registration remains open until noon on Tuesday.
Well, Jita, pretty easy just to bet this flop, and I think that's probably what you want to do most of the time here. Checking is also fine. Again, it's another one of those spots, James, a lot of the sort of GTO plays go out the window in this situation simply because your opponent isn't going to check raise you here as aggressively, so therefore you can afford to just bet and kind of find out where you're at that way. Do come under fire a lot for kind of making reference to GTO, but I think the whole point of that is so that you know where the baseline is, and then you make adjustments thereafter. And I think that we're seeing some nice adjustments from Ojita here.
Okay, so Riverboy UK realizes that they can fly to Nice. Thought that registration was going to close super early tomorrow, but no, you've got all of tomorrow, all of day 1B to register, and if you want, you can register at the start of day 2 on Tuesday. Meanwhile, Salam all in from the button with 5s, gets a fold.
If you do make the trip, Riverboy, hit me up. I'll buy you a beer.
And here's a little bit of inside info from Kelly1, who says, I flew to Nice a couple of weeks ago from London during a strike in France. It's an air traffic controller strike that was the problem, so you have to fly over Germany and Italy. But apparently the flight just took 45 minutes longer. It's not a very long flight. It's like normally 130, 140, so add 45 minutes to that. You're only looking at like 2 hours 15, which is very acceptable.
Yeah, I agree. So again, heads up, guys. This is a limp pre-flop, and again, to trap. I know that seems kind of crazy. Shoving 7s is not a mistake, of course, that's totally fine. But by not limping 7s, I think that's probably the 4th hand we've seen where Ojita just isn't extracting maximum value from the potential he has in position. Limping 7s gives your opponent the opportunity to shove much worse, where you're going to dominate them very frequently. And not only that, if he does have a hand, for example, 7-4 off, you're absolutely crushing that hand. You force him to play it out of position, and when he connects, you're going to destroy him. I think the shove there at that stack depth is just a little bit sloppy, and I think you're going to do so much better by limping there, being totally willing to call a shove, of course, and then of course also willing to play a pot post flop. 7 is very playable compared to like deuces or trays where you're willing to just slam it in.
So Salam all in with Queen Jack, Ogita with 10-8 of clubs. MP Wood 11 has clearly been away for a bit and has come back. Is this still the guy who folded King 10 on the button?
It is indeed. Although we have seen him shifting gears to his credit.
Sorry.
Just over 10 minutes until the blinds go up again. Next level will be 1 million, 2 million. And I'm not going to lie to you, I never thought it would be possible that we would get to level 42 with all the blinds, that we have in play.
This one is fine to shove.
How are we eating and what floor's the restaurant on? As Ogita opens here with ace-5 offsuit.
See, this is so weird, James. He's shipping the 7s. Ooh, makes a call.
Salam all in with king-queen. Ogita has not called yet.
Sorry, guys, I apologize. Raising a shove, of course. This is why you shove ace-5, James. So you don't have this situation. No, Ojita, no.
So is raising when he should be shoving?
Yep.
Is raising when he, or sorry, is shoving when he should be limping?
Yep. He's raising when he should be limping. He's shoving when he should be limping.
And what we're saying here is, or what you're saying rather, is that these are theoretical mistakes that go against the optimal way to play this stack heads up.
Yes, absolutely. Except in the circumstances where he's been in position, I think outside of it being theoretical, I think also against this opponent, it's still appropriate and better and superior. Yeah, it's part of the reason why you shove ace-5 there pre-flop is because you don't want to get jammed on by king-10 or king-jack or king-queen and then have a decision, because calling off with ace-5 it really sucks, and I can appreciate why he decided to fold against a tighter player.
Okay, we've got Salam limping the button here with queen-8 of diamonds. And looks like Ogita has elected to take a free flop with king-5 off. That means we're going to see a flop. It's been a while. Ace, Jack, 5, bottom pair for Ogita. 3-1 advantage here. Checks the action to Salam. He's going to bet with queen-8 of diamonds. This is uncharacteristic. 2.5 million into a pot of 4.8. And with a pair heads up and with that king of clubs, got a call here, and he does. Turn card is the 8 of hearts, and that gives Salam the advantage. Now a 9-1 favorite near enough. And hold on a second, it's not your go, mate. Acts out of turn and potentially saves Ogita some chips. Well, Ogita's like, fine, I check, you move all in and I'll fold.
Yeah, that jam, honestly, very, very unusual.
Is this the word we're now going to be using as a euphemism? Unusual? Unconventional? Morgs on YouTube says, is it possible that they both get blinded out? In which case we will automatically award the trophy to our third place finisher. Eight-6 offsuit, limps. Ace-king for Salam. Just chips. Gets a fold. And they are going to be practically level now. In fact, it is evens-stevens. Neither player has 20 big blinds.
Yeah, you got to give it to him. Salam now the slight chip leader. Even Stevens, indeed, only a very small margin of difference there. We have seen some more unusual play, but it's working for him, and he's heading in the right direction.
Yeah, Casti makes a prediction. 100K stream cancelled. We'll still be watching this tomorrow. So there's 64 million chips in play. We're about to go to the 1 million, 2 million blind level. That means there will be 32 big blinds in play.
This is madness. It's gone this far. I would like to see, I was going to say, I'd love to see a semi-bluff from Salam, but just doesn't have that one here with the gut shot. Check, check, turn. Really quick check, check as well. Does Ogita find a bluff now? I think when Salam is just checking in position, he's just giving up, James. He just doesn't have what he considers to be a hand. It goes check, check, and he just gives it to him. I feel like Ogita missed a spot there as well. He could have just bet a small amount and probably gets this individual to fold. If you're playing a more balanced individual, they might even find the king high call on that river, but I just don't think he's got it in him at the moment.
Wet Bandit says, I estimate cooler in 3 hands. I'll take it. You better be right.
Best I can do is a split pot. All right, next hand, guys. Hand 135. This time, Ojita in position. Ace 5. We are now 17 big blinds effective. So technically, limping this is fine. Technically, raising this is fine. Probably about a 50-50 split. Raising a call, Jack 10 off for Salam. Seems good.
Yeah, sorry.
So the raise, the call, the flop. Ace, 7, 5. 2 pair for Ogita.
I actually wouldn't hate to see a check here from Ojito once in a while. Salam, obviously, very prone to just snap giving up. I think betting is probably totally fine as well, of course. You do have a very strong hand, but especially with the ace of hearts, it's difficult for your opponent to find continues here. Just got so much of that board.
Chad asks, what does the widget say? Well, the widget predicted that it would end in level 40. Worst case scenario, level 41. We're about to go into level 42. Congratulations, guys. You have officially beaten the widget. You have broken the widget. You've destroyed the widget. RIP widget. Salam calling with 10-8 suited.
Wow. Ojita decides that 5 tray off is going to be his ISO. Takes it down pre-flop, well timed.
So still reasonably even. Ogita playing just over 20 bigs. Ruben Salam playing 15 bigs. 3 minutes till those blinds go up. Lou P says, what's the highest level ever in this tournament? I'm going to say this one, because if this is the biggest ever field, it would stand to reason that you'd hit the highest level ever, especially when you consider that this is longer than it should have possibly gone.
Right.
Now, maybe someone can dig up from the history books an FPS main event that went beyond level 42, but I would be very, very surprised.
So at this effective stack depth, again, 8-6 suited, going to be more call than it's going to be raise. Ojita finds the raise, gets shipped on, has to fold it again. One of the cool benefits of limping these combinations is when your opponent decides to raise not only, you can still defend profitably with position with that really nice drawing hand. By raising, you're forced to fold when you're 3-bet, and therefore you're giving up a huge, greater than 10% increase in your opponent's effective stack.
So Marat says, I think we might see 4 million, 8 million blinds here. As ludicrous as that sounds, and as seemingly inconceivable as it sounds, it's not actually impossible. At that blind level, there would be 8 big blinds in play, and I can see a situation where these guys are still grinding it out with 4 big blinds each.
Raise, shove, fold, raise, shove, fold, raise, shove, fold. That's the pattern. It's costing Ojita a few chips there. Still pretty even Stevens, though. So going into this pot, 17 big blinds effective. Actually, we're closer to 19 because you look at the, when you're looking at these spots, you look at the pre-flop stack depth, not the stack depths after you've put in the blinds. So this is 19 effective to start the hand. Ojita is going to be raising the button with King Queen. Honestly, King Queen again at the stack depth is usually played as a call. Does find the fold, but that's a perfect example again, James. If you force your opponent to play a hand as nice as Queen 9 off from out of position when they check, you can flop Queen or better, dominate them, win huge pots. By raising, you're forcing worse hands to fold very frequently, and you're going to be another situation where they just ship it in with an ace, and then you're going to be in another tough situation where you know you should call, but you probably are going to fold. There's quite a few of these spots that are definitely going to be small leaks. The raise never a problem, though. I think King Queen, you're never making a mistake by raising, but I do think in this particular matchup, the limp is going to be superior against this opponent.
Well, here we go. Say hello to Mark King, Roland Gould, and Phil Gould. Level 42 here. 1 million, 2 million blinds with a 2 million big blind ante. 18 bigs versus 11 bigs. And 141. The irony is, it's not like this has been a particularly long final table. We started playing at 1 o'clock local time, and it's only 7:15, so like 6 hours, and we've had breaks during that time. It just feels really long because of how unbalanced it was. The fact that we got down from 8 to 3 in 2 hours, then it took forever to lose a player, and now we've got this slow, grindy heads-up battle.
Yeah, we found the grinders for sure to play this heads up. Kosh Kinetic says the dealer actually retired. It's gone on this long. Exactly. Didn't take him off for a break.
But remember earlier on when people were complaining about the lack of a shot clock, at least that's not been a problem now.
Yeah.
Everyone's acting pretty quickly. Very fast decisions from both these players.
I think to begin with, we saw a couple slower decisions from Patka, but nothing that was crazy, and I think he certainly sped up his play a bit as we went on. Nothing, I think, would be an issue. Tabla says, lol, anyone know much about the very short stacked heads up play at Nick Walsh TV? Yes, I would know something about that. I don't mind admitting when my poker knowledge is a little bit lackluster, but this is basically my wheelhouse that we're looking at right now. Are in the chat, says Nick Walsh TV. I had to leave 10 minutes ago, but I feel like now I'm pot committed to have to see a winner. I understand. I feel what you feel. Not a great hand here. This is technically a hand that you still play at this stack depth. Yep. 5 tray of spades, definitely find a limp here. OGT all in. OGT, excuse me, all in, and that will be that for that pot. The limp fold is correct, though. Feels good.
So after they drew level towards the end of the last blind level, Ogita now playing more than 20 bigs, and Ruben Salam has dropped below the 10 big blind mark. So better than a 2-to-1 chip advantage right now for Ogita.
Yeah, James, that just goes to show you how quick it goes with the blinds, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this is why heads up, you really need to know your stuff, because if you're It's just, you lose the game by just literally not playing enough hands. You don't even need to make mistakes post-flop. If you're not making the right decisions pre-flop, you will literally just bleed to death every time. There's nowhere to hide. This is a shove. Should be played as such. I think against Salam, I don't mind a limp either. Makes the call. I think against a more passive opponent, I much prefer the call. It reduces the variance, and your opponent isn't going to try and outplay you as frequently when they're on the tighter side. This is a great adjustment. Check, check. Going to the flop with the best hand. Great to see some limps sneaking into Ogita's heads-up game.
Okay, 7-6 deuce. We got top pair versus second pair.
This is one of the examples I was talking about, James. You know, these little spots allowing your opponent to, forcing your opponent to play, you know, from out of position.
And the bet from Ogita, 2 million. The shove from Salam, and this is a legitimate thinking spot. Could be doing this with club draws, could be doing this with straight draws.
Correct. Correct, and that's probably why you don't want to bet this flop as well, James. If you're going to slow play the king six, you don't bet these boards, because when you get check raised, you have a decision, and they will semi-bluff with hands that you're beating. They might shove with worse 6x here, James. He might have, you know, jack 6 of diamonds or something, right, when he does this. So much better to have a check here with the king six. Make your way to showdown, but obviously also extract value from worse hands on the later streets where you can control the size of the pot.
Oh, don't worry, Nick. He's massively regretting not checking back the flop now.
I'm just saying, again, that looks like I'm being results-oriented, but I'm saying that even if we can't see the queen seven, even if we don't know this setup has gone really, really awry, I'm just saying theoretically it's just going to be a check, and your life is so much easier that way. You don't need to start building a pot right now, and the shallower we get, the more likely they are to check jam, where you have to make a decision for chunks. All right, makes a good fold against the queen seven there.
Reached hand 146 of this final table. Ruben Salam with 4-3 off, folds.
Man, the YouTube chat says, doesn't need to call, can just bleed him. I couldn't agree more. Honestly, that's a high variance situation. And as we've seen, just Ruben Salam, by nature of being slightly tighter, will lose this tournament by bleeding out unless they can find some good spots.
So Ogita decides to open jam here with king queen, gets the fold from Salam's 10-9.
Real shallow now again. Ruben Salam under 9 big blinds once more.
Tuan says kings versus aces, please. Does kind of feel that it's going to take something like that to end this. As Salam limps the button here with 8-7 off and gets shoved on by Ogita, who picks up ace-deuce. And I guess this is the bleeding that we were just referring to, chipping away at Salam, who's now dropped down to 7 bigs.
Yeah, 7 bigs, and he's about to put 2 in the middle for his big blind ante and his big blind itself. I think the limp fold is totally fine there. It does seem like Ojita is over shipping from the big blind, as in he's ISOing more frequently than he might do against a more trappy opponent, and I appreciate that.
Nine, 6 offsuit. Completes.
Yep, love to see it.
9-3 for Salam. Be a boss move if he jammed here, but I don't see that being in his repertoire. He checks his option, and we go to the flop. Jack 5-5.
Yeah, you can do pretty much whatever you want here. I think betting like 1/4 in this case you have to bet at least 1/3, of course, because of the nature of the limp pot. However, the check, I think I prefer check flop here because you can delay c-bet and it's just as effective, really. Salam probably going to telegraph if he has a jack or a 5 on the turn once you've missed the flop bet. So just bet 2 on the turn, and yep, the delayed c-bet, very nice there. I think that's my preferred line as well.
Salam down to 6 big blinds, which is pretty much where he started the day.
Yeah, I never thought we'd see 1 million, 2 million. There's so many zeros on the shot clock. It's cutting off the 1 of the 1 million in the small blind. That's actually hilarious.
Oh, you mean on the tournament clock? Yeah.
That's incredible. I love that.
And you can see there's 18 minutes left on this level. Please tell me we're not going to go into level 43. Come on.
Here we go, ace king. Wow, that's it. Ruben Salam down to 4 bigs now. This is the hyper danger zone. We're getting really close to a spot where Ojita has an ATC shove. There's only a few combinations. You don't get all in here for 4 big blinds.
Okay, for the entertainment of Hippie H and Tom, I will read user 120987's comment. Weakest final table ever.
Yep, ace 8's definitely a good one.
Loving the golf applause from the rail.
Yeah. All right, can Salam find a hand? 5-4 off is a fold here.
So by my calculations, half his stack's going to be in the next hand.
That sounds about right to me. So at this point, James, he should be calling ATC. This should literally be an any. You should still be calling even if you have 7 deuce off.
Yeah.
As soon as we get sub 2.6 big blinds effective without antes, it's an ATC call. But with the big blind ante in there, it's going to be for sure any 2 cards here.
Quick update on the super high roller. Still 11 players, playing down to 6 today. Alex Kulev currently chip leader. Final table streamed tomorrow. As we see Ojita pick up ace 8 on the button. Do it.
The sigh.
Shoves. And there is the call. Has to get it in. Had 2 big blinds committed. The other 2 go in as well. Jack 3, not in that bad shape against ace 8. Salam does have live cards, but as things stand, Ogita, a 2-1 favorite to win the France Poker Series main event.
Let's see the flop.
The flop has a 3 on it. And now Salam is a 3-1 favorite and is just looking to fade aces and 8s to get the double up. Is Ruben Salam indestructible? Can he fade an ace or an 8 to survive yet again? He does,
Wow.
and we play on. Salam now with 7 big blinds.
Dodging bullets, baby. He is still in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, James, he's actually kind of unlucky to even find a better hand. Jack 3 really does okay in those spots because your opponent should be shoving so ultra wide to apply max pressure. 35% was enough. Let's take a look at those heads-up chip counts, guys. 49 million to 14. That's 22 big blinds and 6. So still in the danger zone, but a double here, James, would be quite the coup for our friend Ruben Salam.
We're getting close to a point where both players are going to be in the danger zone, which will be really weird. Salam. Open shoving here. Getting it in with King 3 suited. King 7 for Ogita.
Yeah, technically this is a call.
Not for him.
Not for him. I feel like a lot of what makes that technically a call as well involves your opponent shoving correctly, and I don't think Salam is quite as wide as that, so I don't mind the fold there. I think that's a good adjustment against this individual.
Kevin Grams on YouTube, very much enjoying the coverage. Says, last time I had this much fun was when I burned the top of my mouth with hot pizza. Jack 4 suited. So Ogita just limps the button. Salam checks his option. We go to the flop in this unraised pot, which is ace, jack 4, 2 pair for Ogita, but Salam has pretty much completely whiffed. Bet and a fold. So Salam bleeding down again, and we're back at the 6 big blind mark, Nick.
Yeah.
I stand by my assertion, by the way, that we're not going to have a dinner break. There's meant to be a dinner break at the end of level 43. I'd like to think that we still don't get to level 43, let alone the dinner break. You do realise, Nick, that if we get to the end of level 43, there's meant to be a dinner break. I mean, no. Just no.
Honestly, it's crazy how quickly 4 big blinds goes in online, but in this circumstance, it's just mind blowing. He's actually got to fold this one. Right at the bottom, honestly, even. Oh wow! Still finds the limp with 4 deuce off, and we are like 4 big blinds effective.
Oh my, come on!
Oh no! There's no limp there. I mean, you can literally shove like 6-5 off there. You can literally shove like 7-8 off there. No problem at all. But you got to have some folds there. The limp fold, you're actually giving your opponent a significant number of chips in relation to the amount that they actually risk when they shove there.
Tanmay asks, is it ante-first or big blind first? Big blind. Again, before we get into it, because we've discussed it many times, that decision very much based on player feedback.
Nice little wave to the fans. Fan of Daisuke's play, though, generally feel like very solid player. Heads up, we're seeing a couple little things, but a lot of which I probably wouldn't class as a mistake necessarily, but just a couple things that might improve the edge. Okay, guys, 5 big blinds effective. Here we go.
So 10-4 off, just fold it, right? Don't limp, just fold it.
At this stack depth, yes. 10-4 off is actually meant to be a limp very frequently at deeper stack depths. In fact, when you're like, even when you're like 11 big blinds effective, it's still going to be in there. 10 big blinds effective, still going to be there. 9 big blinds, sure.
But you've just gifted your opponent another $1 million.
That is true. At this stack depth, you're gifting your opponent way too much, yeah, for sure. It's just another 1 million chips that they don't need to have there, and it's not a combination you're really going to miss post flop, right? It's not like, oh, it might work out. 10-4 off is very, very rarely gonna be a good one.
So Salam's still hovering around that 6-7 big blind mark. It's his comfort zone. It's where he started the day. It's where he loves to be.
Anybody that watches my streams will know that 6 big blinds is the bane of my existence. You can get them down to 6 bigs, no problem, James, but you can never take them out as soon as they get to 6. You gotta scoop it all. You gotta scoop it. You can never finish once you get to 6. It's the curse of the 6 big blinds. Hanging around, hanging around.
Spare a thought for Fife 1919, who says, I was a young man full of dreams when this heads up started.
Incredible.
Okay, the call with King 8, the check from 6 deuce. Flop 'em. King Jack 8, 2 pair for Salam, nothing for Agita.
Crooks in the chat, bad beat stories, here we go. You can't talk, bro. Yeah, this is fine. Salam, I actually like the limp from Salam here pre-flop. I know we are quite shallow. The shove is going to be fine as well. I don't think there's too much in it, but the cool thing about limping King 8 suited is you can actually limp and then trap, and we've seen some wider shoves from Daisuke, Ojita, and I think as long as you're aware of the fact you need to call the shove there, then it's fine to have the limp.
P-Bob has a question. What happens when they both have a single big blind each and I get my 100th birthday card from the king? Oh my God, the blinds are going up in 6 minutes. We are going to go into level 43, aren't we? 42 seemed impossible. How the hell are we going to hit 43? Agita with 8-7 off. That was more than a call, right? Yeah, raises the 8-7, gets the fold from Salam. Ruben Salam talking to his family, watching from the rail. He's on the button here, first to act. And folds. So we'll start the next hand with 7 bigs. 2 of them will be in as the ante and the big blind. 5 big blinds behind. Ricky Gonzalez, watching on YouTube, predicts Agita is going to lose. Someone has to lose. Well, he's got ace-queen here.
Yeah, no messing around at this stack depth. This should be all in pre. Way too shallow to give your opponent free chips.
Oh.
Wow.
Just limps, setting the trap. Salam with 10-4. Checks to see a flop.
So, we're gonna see the first 3 cards. Here they come.
10-5 deuce.
Yeah, you remember what I said about giving him free cards, James? Too shallow, too shallow. And I would love to see a check here from the ace-queen as well. This isn't a situation where you see bet. He's all in and gets called.
Shoves on him as a 3-1 underdog. And here we go, Salam favorite to double up again. Just has to fade aces and queens.
Oh dear, this is, yep, just do it pre. Just too shallow. What are you gonna do on the flop?
We're gonna be back to even, aren't we?
Oh man, honestly, definitely a mistake here. Pre and post.
Turn card is a jack. Well, now Agita has additional outs. An ace, king, or queen on the river would give him the win, not just in this hand, but also in this tournament. Any other card, we play on. The river is the queen.
Wow.
And it's finally over. And it is Daisuke Agita from Japan who takes down this record-breaking France Poker Series main event for 307,160 euros. Celebrates with his friends, with his traveling companions.
Love to see it. Amazing stuff. What a great reaction.
But let's salute this guy who laddered up, starting this final table as the short stack with just 6 big blinds. Ruben Salam cashing out for nearly 200 grand. His best ever live result.
Does that put him in the top 10, James? Did we mention that? Top 10 for Japan, potentially, guys. Huge score. My guy, Daisuke, congrats. Commiserations to our second place finisher there.
Confirmation, victory pushes him from 15th on the Japanese all-time money list to 10th place.
Let's go.
Following that side event he won in EPT Paris back in February, he now wins the France Poker Series main event and upgrades from a silver spade to a shard.
Quite the upgrade.
So a very weird dynamic at this final table. Again, the perception may be that it was a long one. It wasn't. It just went super fast at the start and then was super slow at the end. But that's the thing. Every final table is unique. Every final table tells its own story. And this story concludes with victory for Japan. Daisuke Agita, the FPS main event champion for just over 300,000 euros. So let's recap what happened today in this FPS main event. We did start the day with 8 players, and then we lost Maxim Mamon. Queens cracked. Adel Rahu all in against Quentin Laut. The set on the turn, Rahu cashed out in 7th. Stefan Dimitrov was then busted in 6th place. Ace-Jack no good against aces. Quentin Lau got it in good, but was rivered by the flush. Four-handed, Anatoly Chen needed an ace or a jack on the river. It never came. He went out in 4th, and three-handed play lasted a long time. It was start of day chip leader Thomas Patka who finally fell in 3rd. That took us heads up, and after 50 hands of heads up play, it was Daisuke Ogita who emerged victorious. So here's how it ended at the final table. Congratulations to all 8 players for cashing out for significant sums of money, particularly the top 4, who all got 6-figure scores. Anatoly Chen, Thomas Patka, runner-up Ruben Salam, and our champion, Daisuke Ogita, more than 300K. Well, it's time to present him with the winner's trophy. Let's head down to the tournament floor and join our friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for the France Poker Series main event at the PokerStars EPT, presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Here on stage with me to help present the trophy is Tournament Director Toby Stone and Associate Director of Live Events at PokerStars, Cedric Below. This year's event was once again a record breaker, not an easy field to get through. Before we hand over the trophy, let's get a big round of applause for our runner-up, Ruben Salam. And now, taking home 307,000 euros. Please put your hands together for the FPS main event champion, Daisuke Joe Ogita.
Lift that shard.
That's fantastic to see.
So that is a wrap on the FPS main event, but it's only day 1 of 7 days of live coverage from Monaco. Of course, there are stories and updates on the PokerStars blog, and tomorrow we bring you another final table. It's a big one. It is the 100K Super High Roller, which will precede 5 days of main event coverage. So final table starts 1 p.m. Central European Summertime. We will see you then for that 100K FT. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, me, James Hartigan, and the whole of the production team here on the EPT, it's good night from Monte Carlo. See you at 1 tomorrow.